Za one koji me ne znaju, moje ime je Tamara Gavrić. Radim kao predstavnik, odnosno ambasador Upworka u Srbiji, u Beogradu. I za one koje poznajem, većina vas je ovde, znate da radimo različite dešavanja, uglavnom je u Beogradu za sada i ideja je neka bila da danas napravimo najveći forum do sada, odnosno summit, i mnogo mi je drago što smo uspeli da okupimo dosta predavača iz različitih timova Upworka, jer mi uglavnom zovemo naše predavače, naše freelancere da pričaju o nekim aktualnim temama koje nas sve interesuje, tako da danas smo onako ponosni, ljudi su došli iz Amerike, iz Makedonije, imamo jednu devojku sa Filipina, tako da su to sve neki ljudi s kojima mi stalno komuniciramo o Upworku, znači kao što je Community Center Forum, Premium Services i naravno naš tim, a to je Freelancer and Agency Success. Pre nego što počnemo, pošto znam da su ljudi došli iz različitih delova Srbije i ne samo Srbije, htjela bih prosto za one koji ne znaju šta mi radimo zapravo u Srbiji. Mi smo, da kažem, moja neka uloga, ja sam ovde već nekih 7 godina, iza i Lensa od deska Upworka, i na početku smo mi dosta radili na tome da podržimo freelancere, znači da ih obučavamo kako da rade, kako da komuniciraju sa klijentima. Imali smo onako dosta jedan dug period da smo objašnjavali uopšte šta je freelancing, šta to zapravo znači, kako raditi na taj način, tako da to je bio neki početak. Sada se to dosta promenilo, tako da neka naša akcija u Srbiji jeste podrška svih freelancera, ali u smislu oni koji već rade najviše, znači kako da nastave da rade, kako da poboljšaju kvalitet rada, sebe i kako naravno da naprave konekcije, što je meni negde lično najbitnije, tako da mi onako dosta često smo aktivni, držimo dosta treninga koji su sada uglavnom mahom online, jer je meni, to sad nije moja odluka, ali negde prosto najviše radimo u Beogradu. Ideja mi je da svi iz Srbije to mogu da čuju, ne samo Srbije, tako da sam uspela da uključim i Makedoniju, Bosnu i Hrvatsku, tako da dosta držimo tih online predavanja koji su na početku bili onako opšti, znači uopšte šta je Upwork i šta je freelancing, kako raditi, tako da sada onako uspevamo da držimo predavanje za nekih 600 ljudi preko webinara, da je onako konkretno, znači kako se piše proposal, znači ili već neke druge teme koje su uske, od foruma koji su slični ovome, samita i do meni najdražih druženja, odnosno meetupova, i drago mi je da vidim ovde dosta vas među njima koji su uspeli već i da naprave neke timove, agencije ili slično, tako da je to ideja da negde zapravo upoznate kolege koji rade slično, jer online rad jeste karakterističan, to svi znamo i naročito kada nemamo mogućnost da podelimo iskustvo sa nekim ko radi slično, dosta je bitno da mi radimo na tome da vam se to omogući. Ovo su samo neke od slika šta zapravo radimo, dakle od onog početka gde smo zapravo uvodili ljude na platformu, da kažem ti basic, odnosno hypo predavanja. Drago mi je da i ovde i među vama vidim većinu koji su već top rated i koji su i delom, onako da kažem, professional, odnosno i deo premium servisa. Neke od slika prosto šta radimo, da kažem, glavni akcenat mi je na tom upoznavanju i druženju. I nadam se da ćemo se danas vidjeti raspored. Svi imate u ruci u principu koji je neki raspored predavanja. Većina vas je došla u 9, izvinjavam se zbog toga, zato što je prosto negde preko Eventbrite napravljena ta greška. Forum je zapravo počeo u 10. Danas ćemo imati, već ste se navikli nekako na Catherine, Katarinu i Tatjanu, znači one su naše glavne menadžerke iz našeg tima, odnosno Freelancer Success tima. Danas mi je onako posebno drago što ćemo čuti malo i druge timove kao što je Premium Service, i posebno na kraju ćemo imati panel diskusiju sa community forum, odnosno sa community timom. Oni su onako dosta bitno, sa njima uvijek komunicirate kada nešto valja ili ne valja, tako da danas ovako možete da postavite sva pitanja koje su vam bitna, i naravno naša 4 onako baš draga freelanceri bitne koji će razmeniti svoje neka iskustva sa vama. Ovdje se sad nešto, verujem, posebno ni ne vidi, tako da ću dati mikrofon svojim kolegama. I would like to introduce you Catherine Yipler. Catherine is our senior manager of our team, Freelancer and Agency Success. And I believe that many of you already met her. This is her 3rd time, right, in Belgrade? I believe so. And she will guide you through some successes in the last year and give you some fresh product updates. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tamara. A wonderful good morning to all of you, and also a very warm welcome from my side to our Upwork Freelance Summit in 2019. It's great to be back in Serbia. The last time was about 2 years ago when I was here for the last summit, and it's great to see so many of you here, I think even more than last time, and that you have decided to spend your Saturdays with us, even though it's so warm. So I hope we'll have a great time together, and I'm looking forward to a lot of great conversations with all of you. So as Tamara mentioned, my name is Katrin Hippler. I am part of the Freelancer and Agency Success team at Upwork, and usually based out of Oslo in Norway. So in my talk today, I'm going to focus on 3 main aspects. The first one is going to be sharing with you some highlights from 2018. I'm going to talk about some highlights from some new developments on Upwork, and then I will close out with sharing some skill statistics. So basically the skills that are in demand from clients on Upwork, both on a global level, but also specifically for freelancers in Serbia. So let's dive in. The biggest highlight of 2018. And that was Upwork became a publicly traded company, which probably many of you have heard about. So with this step also came a very large increase in terms of visibility and awareness for the whole topic of online work and online hiring. And large media outlets have started to write about online work and Upwork on a more regular basis. And more businesses are also hearing about this new way of working, about the opportunities of working together with freelancers. And obviously this has been a very successful and big milestone in the history of the company. Today, Upwork is the largest freelancing website in the industry, and clients are spending over $1.5 billion on the platform on an annual basis. Currently, we have 475,000 active clients on the platform, and they are ranging from small and medium businesses to large enterprise clients, such as several Fortune 500 companies. On the talent side, we have 375,000 active, that means earning freelancers on the platform, freelancers and agencies, from 180 countries and more. And they are basically the ones that are selling their services online to those clients. Now I'd like to share with you some of the recent and upcoming developments that we have initiated to up-level the Upwork marketplace and to make it a more professional experience for you. The first thing is, in January, we have started to gradually roll out a program that is giving freelancers the opportunity to verify their identity and to display this verification on their Upwork profiles. To earn this badge and get it displayed on your profile, there's basically 2 steps that eligible freelancers need to complete in order to earn this badge. The first thing is to provide a valid government-issued ID, and the second one is to meet with us for a short video verification call. Since this is a gradual rollout, freelancers that become eligible, they are notified when they are logging into their Upwork profiles, and we have basically launched this badge in order for freelancers and give them the opportunity to verify that they are who they say they are. And this is building trust among clients. On the client side, we have recently launched new subscription plans, which is a change in how clients are basically paying. So when you are vetting new clients, it can be helpful to check whether they are a plus client, an enterprise client, because it can be a helpful additional signal for you, since they are paying to get more services and visibility for their projects. For example, plus clients are getting one free featured job per month. And that brings me to the next topic, because I think many people are not aware about this. When you work on a featured job and you are a rising talent or top-rated freelancer, you basically start at a 10% fee instead of the 20%, and that can be a nice perk. Now let's take a quick sneak peek into what is coming soon. We are going to launch what we call Freelancer Managed Milestones. And this is to give freelancers more control about the projects that they are working on. So in fixed price projects, you will start to see a button that allows you to propose new milestones and also edit existing upcoming milestones. And that way you can be more proactive about the work that you do and help keep contracts active if there's more work to be done. And once you've proposed changes, then clients would get a notification. They can then simply deny or approve the change in the milestone request. And of course, it's always a best practice to discuss these changes with your clients beforehand so that they're not surprised, since it's basically a change to the contract that you have with them. The next update is, I think, an exciting one for agencies. We are updating all agency profiles to better showcase their services and their expertise. And eventually it will also help improve Upwork's ability to help match agencies with the right kind of projects. And with these updates, agency can basically infuse their brand and tell their story as part of their profile. So they can include details of the services that they are offering. They can include, for example, their agency company information. They can specify the desired project size that they would like to work on. They can feature clients, and they can also showcase certifications and awards that they have earned, and more. Now, this is just one feature of a longer roadmap that we have for agencies on Upwork to basically win more business. So there's definitely more to come on this side. Now moving on from product updates to skill updates, and more precisely, the skills that are most in demand among the clients on Upwork. Currently, freelancers on Upwork are offering services in 70 different categories, work categories, across 5,000 different skill sets. And some of you might have seen this before. I'm not sure whether you in the back can see this. This is basically a screenshot of Upwork's quarterly skills index. So on a quarterly basis, Upwork is releasing the top fastest growing skills. And this is a great resource to follow and watch out for, especially when you're looking to expand your skill set and also just to stay on top of new and emerging trends in the labor market and also in the tech industry. So the two most interesting observations that I'd like to call out for this latest report from the first quarter of this year is the first thing: 75% of the top 20 fastest growing skills were new to the index in the first quarter of this year. And the second one is that skills related to taxation, to automation, and to learning and development saw a very big increase in demand. From this list, the top 20 fastest growing skills in the first quarter of 2019 saw more than 170% year-over-year growth. That means the first quarter of 2019 compared to the first quarter of 2018. And if we look at the top 10 skills, they even saw a 370% growth year-over-year. If you want to take a closer look at this list, then you can always find the latest report in the press section on the Upwork website. Or if you just quickly type in Upwork Skills Index on Google, then you would probably land there as well. And as said, it's released on a quarterly basis. Now I'd like to take a look with you at the Serbian market in particular. In Serbia, these are the top 5 in-demand categories. That means the highest number of jobs were awarded to freelancers in these categories. Freelancers and agencies are particularly strong in the design and creative category, followed by web, mobile and software development, then engineering and architecture, writing, and also administrative support. And if we go a little bit deeper into the skills level, when clients post jobs, they are indicating what kind of skills freelancers they are looking for. And these are the top 10 skills that freelancers in Serbia were hired for in the last 4 quarters, that means in the last year, based on the skills that these clients mentioned in the job post. And this matches with the largest categories that I showed on the previous slide. So we see a big demand in creative and design skills, in web development, in translation, in writing, and as well as in admin support. And another, probably a little bit more fun statistic is that I saw recently. Every week, freelancers in the US spend approximately 1 billion hours doing freelance work. And that's the equivalent of 114,000 years. As a comparison, 1 billion hours is also the amount of time that people spend watching Netflix each week. So it's debatable what kind of activity is more productive. Before I close it out, I'd like to point your attention to this hashtag, Upwork Live. We are going to have an Instagram contest at this summit today. So if you have an active Instagram account or you'd like to create one today, then you can basically post your favorite quote from one of the speakers. You can post a picture of yourself, a picture with your new friends from the summit, one of the main takeaways that you have, basically anything that just be creative. And at the end of the conference, probably just before the panel with the community team, we are going to select the 10 best posts. And those people will be getting a 3-month free freelancer or agency plus membership on Upwork. So with that, I'd like to close out. That's it from my side. As I mentioned, I'm very excited to be back in Belgrade and looking forward to a great rest of the day. And you can look forward to a great lineup of speakers. I think there's a lot of great insights coming your way today. And aside from the best practices that you're going to hear, hopefully a lot of new inspiration, please also take advantage of the networking opportunities. There's so many talented and smart people in the room, so take advantage, start to talk with your neighbors if you don't know them already. Talk to them in the lunch break, and also take advantage that there are quite a lot of people from Upwork here today. So grab us in the lunch break if you have any comments, any feedback, any questions. We look forward to connecting. And that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. If you have any question for Catherine, feel free to pose anything. Jel ima nekih pitanja? Slobodno može i na srpskom ako se ne osjećate, tako da nije problem, pa ćemo prevesti. Iskoristite sad priliku danas da pitate sve što znam da uvijek ima i puno pitanja i svega. Dragane, možeš slobodno glasnije, pošto nemamo drugi mikrofon, čuje se sve.
So the main objective was basically to increase visibility and awareness as a company and for this topic of online work. So if you want to put it into square facts, it's basically to attract more business opportunities in order to attract more clients, in order to increase visibility of online work and online freelancing. And we've seen that really through, for example, the incoming requests from media outlets. We have been featured in media before and showcased successful freelancers and agencies, but now it's coming much, much more regularly and on a much bigger scale. That is a nice idea. I have not heard of any of such initiatives. What are the plans for Upwork in 2019? The goals. So basically to grow opportunities and make up-level the Upwork marketplace for freelancers and agencies. I mentioned some of the initiatives in my slides earlier today. So basically there's a lot of investment going into agencies. There's going to be a lot of investments specifically targeted towards for freelancers in the design and creative space, because we noticed that there's definitely a lot of improvement when it comes to portfolios. But I would not want to go a little more deeper into this topic, because my colleague Tatiana is going to specifically address this topic on how we try to make Upwork a more professional experience and create more opportunities specifically for design and creative freelancers. Thank you. Any more questions? All right, then well, I'm going to be here today together with the rest of the team, so if you have a question later on, feel free to approach us anytime. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Tatiana. Tatiana Mazurchuk, she's our business partner, international marketing, and she will give you some product improvements for designers and creatives, which is one of the categories that we're going to take care the most this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara. Hello, everyone. As Tamara said, my name is Tatiana Mazurchuk. I'm business partner in international marketing, and I would like to give you a little bit of a background what I do, so that you know why I'm here to speak with you today. So I'm a freelancer myself with Upwork. I joined Upwork in late 2012, so it's already close to 7 years. And all the initiatives that I've been working on, they tend to assist freelancers and agencies to be successful. So kind of the initiatives are based on two main goals. We are helping freelancers and agencies to build successful businesses, and we are also building communities in several countries, like Serbia here. And I would like to acknowledge Tamara here for the great job that she's doing with you. And I'm always checking all the posts in social media with the pictures that you post. I read every and each message in the follow-up survey that you are submitting. Each message really matters to me, and we then make conclusions and scale the events. So today's event is within the program of the Ambassador Program. And another program that we have that I manage is the Huddle program. And if you are from Niš or from Novi Sad, you might have heard about it. So the Huddle program is the program of unofficial Upwork events, and this was actually initiated by top-rated community members. They really asked us to assist them with helping them meet freelancers in their respective cities, which is pretty impossible when you don't go to the office. So they actually wanted to meet with somebody, to like-minded professionals, to discuss the challenges, pain points, business questions, and these type of questions. So we launched the Huddle program in 2017, and last year, for example, we had 200 huddles all over the world. In Novi Sad it was 3, and in Niš, if I'm not mistaken, 2 of them. So if you will be interested to talk more about this, please get in touch with me during the breaks. Today I'm going to talk about 2 questions. It's the changes in the design and creative category, and also about the newly announced Connect system. So to start with the design category, design and creative category. Design category is the 3rd largest category on Upwork after web development and admin support. On the post level, we have in general around 12,000 posts in the design and creative category, and this is on the 2nd level. So the first one is web development. And also, on the average, the jobs in the design and creative category are filled faster. So the fill rate is 2.6, and in other categories, it's 3.4. On this slide and the next slide, you can see the kind of the list of skills and deliverables that clients are using when they are creating the job posts. Please note that this is not the most contracted skills. These are exactly the skills that the clients used for job creation. I believe that this could help you if these are the skills that you are working in. These could help you for optimization. So graphic design, if you are interested, if it's for you relevant, then please take pictures. Illustration, then we have 2D animation, 3D animation here, and video production. This is something that I really like. This is the mock-up. This is something that will be soon released. The mock-up of the design and creative landing page, and the teams, product team and other teams, they are working really hard, because this year we are having a big push for the design and creative category. There will be released the storefront soon. SEM, SEO pages will be highlighting the portfolios, and there will be a lot of kind of initiatives built in this direction. One of the things, two actually things that are very important for you to stand out and to settle good jobs. One is portfolio, of course, and this is very evident that to have a good portfolio, very well-filled portfolio is super important because this is something that we look into when we match you with the clients. Also, why it's important to remember, you might have heard that all the jobs that are posted in the enterprise client, the majority of the jobs that are posted in the enterprise client, but the enterprise clients, they are posted privately, so they are invite only. So this is the only first touch with when the client can get in touch with you by checking your profile. And as a second part is portfolio. Portfolio is a part of the profile, and portfolio helps you also to grab some attention. And this is the opportunity for you to highlight what you would like, what works you would like to highlight. I will be talking today about several interesting upcoming releases, and one of them is specialized profiles. This was already partially released. Oh no, it's actually completely released. So we started with releasing it to the mobile development category, then design category, and now it's available, I think, for everyone every working freelancer. So till today, let's say, the freelancers had the experience of working only with the general profile, and you were facing such challenges that it was difficult for you to show your niche skills, because a big portion of freelancers, especially the new ones, they offer multiple skills on the marketplace. And with the general profile, it was pretty challenging to show your client that you are your competence, your niche competences, so to say. And for the clients itself as well, we heard that it's a challenge for them when they are kind of doing the invite-only jobs to go on your profile, general profile, see all the variety of things that you offer, and then to convince themselves that you are the candidate to be hired for their job. So we introduced the specialized profile, which is the sub-profile, let's say, of your general profile. You might be interested what is the actual difference in the specialized profile if you have not yet created it for yourself. So on the specialized profile, you'll be able to edit and insert the skills, the overview, the portfolio, and the rate, specific rate. The rest of the parts remain the same, fixed on all the profiles, and this include certificates, work history, job success score, I think skill tests, all this type of information. So in case you change any of the information that is fixed on any of the profiles, this will change automatically on the rest of the profiles. And what else here? Currently, I heard from you that you are, some of the freelancers were asking that you ask for the link, specific link for this, you customize URL, so to say, for the specialized profile. Currently, we don't offer it. We offer only for general, for top-rated freelancers, but we are working on it. Then another interesting thing that I also would like to highlight today, and this is for sure in testing. So we are changing the way we will process the search results for the design and creative category, and we would like to make a larger emphasis on the portfolios. So this is kind of why it's very important for freelancers to kind of to work on the portfolios much more precisely, let's say. So if you could remember how it works today, in this corner, you will see the profile picture of the freelancer. When we release this feature, in the left side, you will see the portfolio, and the profile picture will be minimized. The next, let's say, level of this upgrade, we plan to, instead of just the static picture, we plan to provide the preview option here. So for the client, it will be even more easier to kind of find out whether you are a good fit for their project and for their vision of their project, let's say. Please note that here we will be showing #1 in your portfolio item. So make sure that you add #1, which is like the most favorable for you. If you don't have anything in your portfolio, then there will be blank space, just gray space, placeholder. If you don't have specialized profile, then the first portfolio item from the general profile will be here. If you do have, and the client, for example, you have 2D animation profile, then the client searches for 2D animation, they will have the view of your specialized profile here. Then this is a smaller thing, but you know, small things really matter sometimes, especially in the day-to-day operations. And the team, it's also in testing. It will be soon announced and released. We decided to offer you the flexibility on how you will present your portfolio items. So we are offering 3 templates. One template is the gallery, then the case study, and the classic. The gallery is basically the carousel of pictures and videos, and you will have the opportunity to add the description underneath. And the case study is classic case study, so you'll have to state the problem that you were facing, the solution that you added. And then the classic one is if you would like to make your portfolio item in the scrollable variant, then you better choose the classic variant. It's a heads up, guys. Then the next topic that I'll talk today, and I assume all of you read about it, but just maybe I'll give you a little bit more of the information, is Upwork Connects. So we heard from Upwork freelancers that from top-rated agencies and from top-rated freelancers, that it's pretty hard for you, started being hard to stand out on the marketplace. And also we heard it from the clients that for the clients, it's also sometimes a challenge to go through the whole list, huge list of the proposals that they are getting from the freelancers. Also, we heard that especially it's typical for beginners. They are kind of like making they choose the strategy sometimes for the quantity rather than quality. And since they have a big number of connects, they are submitting huge number of proposals sometimes to the job that are not completely relevant to them. And sometimes they are just making, those bets to quantity. They hope that they will the more they submit, they will have good conversion. So we decided to, let's say, work with this mindset. And that's why we announced this new pricing connect system. So as you know, till today, let's say till the announcement of the new connects pricing model, the freelancers were relying on the free connects, yes, and that's why kind of they were operating with this. From the new release, there will be no free connects to freelancers and agencies allowed, and all the connects will be going from price of 15 cents each. So what else it entails? We will be selling connects in bundles, 10, 20, 30, 40, and 60, and 80, maybe 30 not. We estimate that freelancers might spend around $5 or less per month per connects. Top-rated freelancers, we will have top-rated freelancers to go through this transition process, and they will get 60 connects for the transition. This will be one-time help. The rising talent freelancers will continue to receive 20 connects when they have the status. When they get the status of the Rising Talent program, they will be allowed to transfer up to 130 connects from each billing cycle to another billing cycle for freelancers. For the agencies, it's gonna be 160. And I think the connects will expire in 1 year. I think that's it. Then. One more important thing, this is a pretty consistent. We continue with it, so if you receive invites to the job, you will not spend connects, and if you also receive the invites from the enterprise clients or in general apply for the jobs of the enterprise clients, you will also not have to spend any connects. These will be free. For Freelancer Plus membership, the price for the Freelancer Plus membership changes from $10 to $14.99. Freelancer Plus members will receive 70 connects, and then if they need more, they can buy the connects for 50 cents each in bundles. And yeah, and it's actually a really good offering because it's decreased from $1. Then on Agency Plus, the Agency Plus membership will cost $20 as it is now, and freelance and agency will not receive any connects from the beginning. We understand that this is really a big thing, but we did a lot of work to make to this conclusion. We did interview the freelancers, agencies, clients hiring on the marketplace on the experiences of usage the connects and working with the proposals. We also looked into the trends on the marketplace on how it's how it all works. We also noticed that freelancers quite often don't use this whole number of connects, and they kind of just lose them. And also we noticed, again, what I've said, because of this surplus, freelancers start kind of qualitatively getting in touch with the clients, and this really sacrifices the quality, because they don't spend enough time on kind of finding the right job for you, making sure that you want to work on this and you are capable to work on this, that you have enough competences, and then you don't spend enough time on submitting the detailed proposal. So we believe that this initiative should help all freelancers and clients to work more efficiently. Freelancers will get better paid jobs, and for clients it will be easier to vet the freelancers to be hired for the jobs. This is quickly, let's go. This is the kind of the table where we can see how the connects will be distributed. So of course, it's evident that all connects will not be that the connects will be distributed, number of connects will be distributed dynamically. So for smaller pay jobs and for kind of small duration, there will be 1 to 2 connects spent. For the middle projects, let's say from till 600 until 7 days, it will be 3-4 connects spent. For the projects higher than $600 budget and longer than 1 week, you will spend 5-6 connects. And this is the calculation of it. Okay. And this is it about the product updates. I would like to remind you about the contest that we are having today, and please use this Upwork Leave hashtag. We will be awarding some prizes for the great posts. I'm also, this is an active hashtag, and we are also, I know Tamara and the rest of ambassadors all over the world, they are using this hashtag to encourage you to post pictures, and I'm always checking, observing what is great happening. So it's a great pleasure for me to speak with you today. I would like to get acquainted with you during the breaks to shake hands with all of you. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to respond. Yes. Thank you. Yes. On this slide, I showed that it will depend on duration. On duration. Yeah. Yes. Expiration is 1 year from the moment you bought, yes, but you can transfer from one billing cycle to another, which is month. Freelancers 120, agencies 160, 120, 140. 40, freelancers 40, sorry. Mm-hmm. To tell you the truth, I would not agree that this is an up price, because with this $14.99, you have the opportunity. You receive 70 connects, and you receive the decreased price for the connects itself. Mm-hmm. So it's actually the economizing system, I believe. Number 1 on your portfolio, so the one that you add to your portfolio. So make sure the most important to you, the most prominent, or let's say fit into this skill set, is on number 1 place. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, this is the release for design and creative category. With the other categories, we approach it differently. No, it's going to be what you have today. So for now, but I will be sincere, I don't know now about the news whether there's going to be any changes in that category, but if there will be, you'll be notified, of course. Yes?
Is there going to be a change when, for the profiles when we apply to jobs, so we can use a general profile?
Yes, yes, you can apply from general profile and you can apply from a specialized profile. Yes?
Can you repeat? Maybe you already said it, but what was the main goal of this changing system?
Connects the main...
I hoped that it would be less bids per job, but it is not so far.
The thing is that the Connect system has not been released fully to the whole marketplace yet. So we plan to finish by end of June. So meaning from July, you will start seeing the signs of how it is working. So that's why probably you don't see the results. So I've recently read that it's going to be by the end of June. Maybe there'll be a slight delay, but I don't think so. So the goal, as I said, is that we were observing the behaviors that we don't very support, the quantitative one. Freelancers were submitting especially new ones. They were not, let's say, super efficient on working in this field. They maybe even don't have enough knowledge how to do it. They were learning, and they were learning by quantity. They were submitting tons of proposals, and they were kind of, in reality, they were not competing with the top-rated freelancers, but they were decreasing the chance for top-rated freelancers by the fact that for the clients, it's a challenge to see, to look through all, let's say, 115 proposals, you know? So in order to decrease this, and in order to give the client the opportunity to convince to recognize you, like through the smaller number of proposals, kind of this is the initiative that will support this goal. But this is not the only goal. There are like several more. But I think this is something that's important for you to know. Okay. Yes.
The point of not giving the agency connect with their membership, it doesn't seem fair compared to the Freelancer Plus plan, because they do receive 60 pounds.
It's such a good question, and I really don't know. They don't have the answer for this now. Maybe my colleagues can help. What is the point of not giving a?
Because unfortunately, we don't have to explain. So when you go to the question, just stand up and everybody can hear the question.
Zašto ne da se konekte agencijama kada plate membership, a freelancerima daju kredit?
It is actually.
Yeah,
You're right. It's just that there's a phase of, it's not being done yet. So any feedback from our side is always, always more than welcome.
I'll be the first one to give you feedback for that.
Okay, we will have that. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Should we go?
Since we are now upfront, will there be change in the way connects are refunded if client minus or something like that? Because now I think it would be fair. Previous Upwork also raised fees on the jobs as well. And those changes and these upcoming changes are not so popular among the community, especially because you follow discussions of Twitter or Reddit. There are a couple of really angry hashtags, I'm sure you all are aware of. And the price reflects those problems really not much. But all the principle is very important here, and I think that this will be very, very negative.
Okay.
And the freelance community as a whole.
Okay. Yes.
For example, freelancers are always enforced to do something, but the client is not. For example, if I don't reply to the client, my stats go down, and my score goes down immediately, or after a week or so. But if client does not reply to our application, nothing happens. Neither our refunds are refunded, they were free, now they're paid, it should happen. And of course, for everyone that was paid for the membership, monthly membership is free.
Okay, I really appreciate your feedback. I love hearing both sides. It doesn't mean that everyone has to be satisfied with what we're launching, but I can tell you first about refund. Refund is an option. So if the client cancels the job and does not award the freelancer, you will get the refund. If we close the job, Upwork closes the job because we find out that the client violated terms of service, you will get the refund. For now, there are no other kind of, I heard that there are no other plans, but kind of this is just the beginning, so we will be probably developing this. If to talk about how people accepted this release, we have ambassadors in Russia, Serbia, Poland, Romania, Ukraine, and in the United States. And also our other teams are managing different kind of panel discussions, roundtables to discuss this release. And we heard a lot of positive feedback from the top-rated community that this will help them to, let's say, merchandise, sell themselves better, because kind of then this amount of let's say, not enough quality proposals will decrease. So there is there are positive feedbacks as well. So I would like to suggest you to give it a try when it's fully released. So today it's still, as I said, not the whole population of the freelance community using this new pricing model. Give it a test when it's fully released, and then maybe we can talk with you afterwards. If, I'm sorry, what was the second point that you mentioned? What was the second point that you maybe wanted me to address, or it was just, what is the feedback?
For the comment, for the change to the system in chat.
Okay, I got it.
Your Andy positive feedback. And I know a lot of people,
Okay.
agencies also have this.
Okay, I said. Yeah, so, I see. So I suggest that you really give it a try when we fully release, and then we can maybe sync up and talk, because there are a lot of positive feedbacks. We were also expecting this could be a new thing. It's really a dramatic change, but we heard a lot of positive feedbacks about this, and as said, top-rated freelancers and agency are satisfied with it. Good. Are we done? No? One more? Okay.
May I ask? I understand that your company has matured so much that you can introduce the system. And I understand there are plenty of talents, high skills, medium skills. And it makes sense because it would make the selection selecting process easier for both sides. But what about the, how do you call it, newbies? I understand, for example, someone wants to reinvent themselves and newly joined the Upwork, like some people I know. So then when you open the site, you see this new system where Live Connect actually costs money. I understand that given the fact that, for example, I joined not 7 years before, like in 2012, but now, will cost me more effort. You know, I understand that you have to work the first year or so. It's not for free, but you have to give your best in order to get ratings, etc. But does it go in the direction that, so one day you will make this connect so high that it will be prohibitively expensive for the newbies? Or what would you recommend for some newcomer to motivate them to buy those?
So, thank you for the question. It's a good question. So first of all, the beginners, when freelancers register on the marketplace, they receive 20 free connects to give a try of how the system works. So they have the opportunity to test before buying the connects. And for the newbies, again, I think it's not productive and efficient when they start testing the marketplace just blankly, like start submitting the proposals in a huge quantity without not understanding what is the client population, learning about the job that they are applying. So I think it's going to be also efficient for the newbies as well. Yeah, this is how it is. This is how it is. But this gives you the opportunity to test the system and to see how it works. I understand your feedback. Yes, I understand your feedback. This is how it is now. Yes. So this is how it is today. We will, of course, so this is, let's say, as said at the beginning, so we will be evaluating, and thank you so much for your feedback. I really, really appreciate it. I will bring it back to the team, and we will discuss it. Thank you.
Say, oh, you don't need to pay more. And I'm just curious if it's going in that direction.
I cannot address this question. We don't have such kind of discussions. Yes? The last one. Okay, yeah.
Per month or some maximum, because I still can buy thousands of connects and apply 1,000 jobs. Will you block people who apply too many jobs?
Yes, we have limits. We have limits, and I think it's 220. So we have limits. We have different limits for agency and freelancers.
Do you know exact numbers?
Really doesn't got out of my attention now, like just memory. But I can follow up with you. I can maybe follow up during the panel discussion. Really sorry, this is important thing, but I just don't remember. Yes, it's super important. Yeah, it's very important. Yeah, I agree. It's super important. Yes, this should be presented here as well. And the final question. Yes.
Maybe the subscription level you charge clients for additional services, for example. Clients that you do some apps or manage a server or something that is a monthly fee. But those are not big fees. For example, that we can charge that on Upwork or out of house. I know it's against the terms of service, but to change that to allow to charge some additional services that the subscription pays out of Upwork, because Upwork is not a client relationship system that we use to store client data, etc.
What you're just saying, this is everything that goes under violation of Upwork terms of service. So we don't have such kind of discussions by now. But if there is anything, let's say, more detailed, constructive that we can discuss during the break, let's do with you, and then I can bring it to the team, like maybe for the table for the discussion. But now this is the reality. Please remember that 2 years, I think, minimum you have to work through the client in the marketplace because you violate the terms of service. If not. Then again, thank you so much, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I would like to get acquainted with all of you. So let's catch up during the breaks.
Thank you, Tatjana. Thank you so much. Ukoliko budete imali još pitanja, znači slobodno i tokom pauze i kasnije, mi smo svi tu, tako da iskoristite danas kogod vam treba iz bilo kog tima, tu smo svi. Sada bih htjela da pozovem Fedora. Fedor je web grafik dizajner i video ekspert sa više od 17 godina tako iskustva u različitim start-upovima, kompanijama i uopšte dizajn agencijama, marketinškim, i prosto neko koga sam želela da pozovem da podeli svoje iskustvo, jer i kako online i kako offline, uopšte sa radu sa klijentima i uopšte nekim par saveta sa njegovog aspekta. Hvala, Fedore.
Pozdrav svima. Htio bih samo da pitam pre nego što počnemo, da li se slažete da bude na engleskom ili na srpskom, da ispoštujemo i strance koji su ovde, ili, a u Srbiji smo, pa da pitam, eto. Na engleskom, dobro, ok, znači. Well, before we start, I want to explain the title that I give to this little presentation, and I want to apologize to the old freelancers that are here, that I had only 3 days to create this presentation, so it is a little bit focused more about to new freelancers and their way of the experience that I have toward them, and to show them how it looks like to work 8 years in a row for freelance companies. So when I wanted to make the title for this presentation, I first thought about glance in a freelance, like it's some sort of the rhyme, but then I thought, well, this is too simple, you know. It sounds a little bit not serious enough. So I added the lens You probably know what is the lens. Many of you maybe heard about the spear of destiny from the Christianity. It's a spear that was hit to a rib of the Christ from the Longinus, the Roman soldier, and it changes his destiny. And so this is what I wanted to call this presentation, and I will explain later what is the lens also in the meaning of the freelance. So the first the presentation, it's not going to be like previous presentations. I'm not criticizing anything, but you know, the many presentations are about analytics, data, you know, whatever, like how many these how do you call them, like checkpoints, or the person mentioned before, connects, yeah, or whatever. I'm not following the trends on Upwork, sorry. So yeah, it's not going to be mainly about that, or some kind of special design skills, maybe a little bit, and of course also the exceptional portfolio that everyone talk about, powerful cover letter. I will talk a little bit about that, but not that much. I even think the opposite, that all these things here that are shown like underlined with are not that important. The importance in this work is persistence and luck at the end. So it gives you the reward in some way. And here we come to a sentence of the famous scientist. It says, genius, 1% talent, and 99% hard work, which is all about everything in freelance, and probably everything in life. So it's going to be a little personal story, or let's say history, because I'm like history, a little bit old, you know. And personal view, it's only my opinion. You're not gonna have to believe me, but yeah, 8 years of experience, and I think it gives some kind of value, and you will have some feeling about everything I have said. So, WTF, famous sentence in abbreviation in American culture. So, what the freelance? What is it? Or when I started to, you know, I was working for 8 different companies before I started to work on Upwork. And first it was Odesk and Elance. And I thought, okay, now I'm not going to work from 9 to 5 anymore. I'm going to be, you know, freelancer, whatever does it mean. So I imagined the image like that, you know. So I'm going to be free. I'm going to, it was the excitement in me. I imagine the perfect day I will have. In the morning I will wake up, and then I will, you know, I like to exercise, I like to play guitar, so I will wake up, I will have a lunch, breakfast, then I will exercise, then I will, you know, work for some client, then I will have a lunch, then I will play guitar, then I will work for other client, and then in the evening I will go with my friends, and yeah, it's fantasy. So it's not only fantasy for freelance, it's a fantasy also for design in freelance. Because you imagine design, I will do great designs, the clients will love me, you know, I will prosper, I will have improvements by time. And then you encounter the truck drivers, they want the logo for their company, and they don't know much about design. And they interfere in your work. So, yeah, and this is the ideal. You have an ideal of how freelance looks like, how design looks like in the freelance. And when you pass this road, you accept this, it becomes your reality, and then you wake up. And this is why, what WTF. And here we come to the origin of the meaning of the lens in freelance. So, free, we all know what it's all about, but the lens. It is first made by Sir Walter Scott, his novel Live and Home, maybe some of you read it. It is literally meaning medieval mercenary warrior. And it was after that used in the late 19th century in journalism as a coinage to describe the type of the work, you know, the journalists, writers who wrote articles for the newspapers. And this is what I when I investigated the origin of this word, I thought, this is the right stuff, you know. Yeah, it is. I feel like mercenary. And what is mercenary? It's like no one cares about you. Or are you healthy? Are you gonna, you know? It's different when you work with domestic companies, you know, you work in a company, it's from 9 to 5. And then you have some relationship with the boss or director or whatever. And he asks you, okay, you can ask him, okay, I'm sick today, I can't come to work, you know. And he will, you know, give you the answer, no, yes, whatever. But here, there is no boss. There is a virtual person. You never met her, you never heard her, maybe. If you're in luck, you will heard her by Skype or by, you know, even the chat. So we come to this feeling that we are mercenaries and that we are practically cut out from the world in some way. And here I come to the point where I was struggling with two different solutions in working with clients, and you know, we all have some questions in our heads. Am I going to work with only in design area? So you know what I mean when I say design. You know, you can translate from design to video editing, for example, or to animation, any kind of computer graphics, or maybe even programming. But it's the same sort of work. But am I going to jump to another one if I have been offered a lot of money? So this is what the devil comes to into play, and he offers you that. And then you start working with hackers. And this is where I will mention my first experience with them. So these were Scotland hackers. They were born there, they were Pakistanians. And they offered me to work to create false queries to a DHL and Yodel, the transportational companies. And of course, I was not directly involved in criminal, but they were offering me to create this. They have generic files, the generic executional files for Excel. And you create that, you send this to DHL or Yodel, and they respond, and okay, you're paid for that work, but they have a refund. They were selling the goods, you know, to many countries around Europe, especially England and Scotland and Ireland. And these goods that they were selling, this pretty normal goods like technical stuff, but they were complaining to Yodel and DHL that these goods are damaged during transportation, and they got a refund of approximately £15,000 monthly. So am I doing a moral thing, you know, by working in this area? And another one, porn industry, of course. It changes your mind. It changes your mind in a way you could not believe, you know. Everyone watches porn sometime in their lives, but, you know, when you work for this industry for a long time, it changes your mind. So is it going to be worth? So let me tell you now, it's not going to be worth. Stick to your own area. And here I come to the one other point related to working in, let's say you work in any kind of area, let's say it's design, but there is a coinage also from the philosopher Erasmus from 15th century. It says, in the kingdom of the blind, one-eyed are the kings. So if you want to find a good client and do it fast, my proposal is you gotta be one-eyed person. So in the kingdom of the blind, you gotta find this golden thread that no one else in their proposals, their applications found. What I mean when I said that, it is like, for me, it was in web design, specifically, for example, the accessibility. You know, many people apply for their jobs by saying, okay, I'm a professional web designer, or I have experience 10 years, this is my portfolio, this is my CV, whatever. But they don't find this golden thread mentioned here. And this is what no one else is finding as advantage in the design they're working. Even if the client doesn't need it, you will mention this, the accessibility. Are you focusing your website or your design to people with special needs? Or they will ask yourself, okay, we're not, maybe, oh hey, this person has something that others don't have. Also the style guide, many companies do websites, they don't have even a style guide for the logo or their main identity, brand identity. Color effect from the print design or web design, you know, you cannot design tactical trading weapons if you use pink. I mean, you can, but the pink will be one line maybe. So yeah, and we come here with several different types of clients that I encounter. I divided them here in several sections, and you may notice if you're the old freelancer, some of them, and I will mention my specific cases with these people. Let's start with the first one, the superficial. This is the person that has 3 big medical centers, and he has a lot of money, which is really weird why he's working with me. Even today I have a mystery in my head why he's working with me. I mean, why he's not hiring the USA graphical agency. So this person wants me to design a logo for his company, and the logo is for Chiropractical Disc Medical Center, and he wants me to design the logo. I give him the 10 different versions, 3 of them very good, 7 like, not that good, but they can pass. And he says to me, I don't like anything. I want you to put the recording of the spine, Röntgen recording of the spine inside logo. And I said, okay, it doesn't work. It's not going to work. I'm going to break every graphical standard if I do this. And I tell this to him. And he, you know, he doesn't want to listen. And this is type of the client, it's superficial client. The second one, pretentious one, the client from New York wanted me to create video. Video has 7 rows. The first row is chroma key girl, a girl recorded on chroma key screen. The second one is subtitle. The third one is animation behind the girl. The fourth one is subtitles for the images used in the video that will point to the origins or references where the images were used or from what website. And there's a couple of others, but I forget what they were about. But it needs to be 3 minutes and done in 8 hours. And then I said, okay, I will try. Also the rendering counted in this time. So I will try. And then I try, and then I do it in 16 hours. And then I said to him, okay, but my hardware cannot support this. Okay, man, change the hardware. I changed the graphic card in that moment. I did it in 11 hours, but still it's not 8. And he tells to me, okay, but then you cannot work, you know. But, okay, what are you using, man? But he's using the most powerful engine with 8 cores, the new type of SSD drive called M2 that works 7 times faster than SSD drives. And, you know, 3 monitors, 34-inch or whatever, but, you know, and then, you know, you want to work with us in a freelance world, you know, where there's Indians and there's Pakistanians and there's Serbians and there's, you know, Ukrainians, and we don't have that kind of engine. Why don't you work with Americans? So pretentious. The unrealistic ones, the similar, but company you probably never heard of. It is the owner of Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut, the 4,000 other restaurants, and yeah, Taco Bell, 4,000 other restaurants in America. So, very big company. And the company hires a former NASA engineer from Serbia because he has an HR agency to find people around the world, mainly Serbia, to work for the company. And we have a talk in 2 o'clock in the morning and an interview, and they were, you know, asking me questions about design. I'm a little bit tired, you know, and I say, I remember this conversation very precisely. They asked me something about design. I was very eloquent, which, you know, even surprise was for me. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and I did a great job in answering design questions. But then they started to ask these questions, like, you know, how do you feel when you do this? And how do you feel when you do that? And what makes you, does it make you feel good, you know, when you design? And I'm you know, it goes to my nerves. And okay, but the guy understands me, our guy from Serbia. It is 3 of us talking, 4 of us, and he understands me. And after the conversation, he says, "Okay, you've been great, but you know, for them you sound a little bit depressed." And there was another guy in the game, also from Serbia, and then we do the, you know, the other part of process. It was creating the task, answering the task to design something, some backend application, and I do 3 different designs. The other guy does one design, and the guy, our guy, says to me, "Okay, you were better, man, and you're better and in everything, but you know, you sound a little bit depressed to them." And okay, but you know, it was 2 o'clock in the morning, you know, but. And then I start talking with our guy, you know, I say, "Listen, man, I have a grandma, 96 years old, I have a mother, 70 years old, and, you know, my life is not that easy, you know. You call me at 2 o'clock in the morning and they want me to sound like, you know, little birdie, whatever. But I don't sound like fake, so what? Yeah, this is what you're supposed to tell them. You have a grandma, 96 years old, 70-year-old mother, you care about them, you know, and you will get the job. But yeah, but this is not our way, you know. In Serbia, no one asks you about your mother, you know, and also in the main picture, in overall, no one asks you about your personal life. So how do they think, you know? This is some new wave of HR managing, you know, where they ask you these questions. But maybe it's okay, but I didn't encounter that until that day. And then I think that they were unrealistic in that sense. They were not seeing the facts. The design was good, that I was serious, that the facts tell this, and they hired the other guy, but after that they want to hire me, but I was working on another job. So, yeah, okay. And irresponsible one. A woman from New York, she has an agency, a digital agency, and has you know, a couple of clients, I don't know how many, but big clients, and she hires me to do a homepage, and she has a request. It has to be done in 1 day. Homepage with 8 different sections. One site homepage for like a website with 1 homepage, and only one, like a 1-page website. So I did it, and I was, you know, very fast in that, and she was very thrilled. We continued to work together. She was astounded this was so fast and that's such a good design. And she was talking, you know, all the best about my work, and I was impressed. You know, she was so open, and she paid very good, very good. And one day, after 7 or 8 days of working together, she vanishes, and you know, I call her, I write to her, and then there's nothing for a month. I was so pissed, and I write the letter to her. You know, this is so unprofessional. Even if you are in some difficulties, you know, you can just answer one question or with one sentence. And there, after a couple of weeks, she answers to me, "Okay, I had a problem with my mother. She was in the hospital." Yeah, I understand all this. This is your mother okay or whatever? But one sentence, you needed to write just one sentence. So irresponsible. And with all these persons, I want to go back to the beginning. Today I work with some of them, and this is, you know, many people would say, "Oh yeah, to hell with them," you know. I don't want to work with these people. But patience, you got to be patient with them. For example, this person, the first one I mentioned, that is very superficial. Through time, he learned about some stuff. He started to listen to me. Even today, he sometimes doesn't listen. But I said, okay, man, if you think it's, you can do it your own way, but hire someone else. But for other works, I will do it for you. And so the most important thing in these matters is patience, of course. Also, if you think, you know, you were, for example, the unrealistic one here. The persons were, they were giving us this task. It lasted for 2 days, but, you know, you would think, my God, but first the competition, between us lasted for 2 weeks. I know, several interviews or whatever. And in the end, they paid $5,000 for 2 days of work, which is, you know, it's like, you know, why would you pay that? I mean, no one pays it, but they wanted to sound serious. They're a serious company, so they wanted to compensate their stupidity, I think, in some way. Yeah, the unrealistic one. The video editing company, pretentious one, he also paid a good amount, so I bought the, you know, the hardware he mentioned, not all of them that he was using, but so yeah, patience and then the reward. And here we come to a point where the creating best portfolio and cover letter, and why, if you ask me, it doesn't matter. Okay, it has to be good, you know. It has to be sound professional, sound profound. But when I remember my first cover letter, it was too long. You know, I was under the impression that if I start writing, okay, you know, the client job post was like, you know, I want you to build a website with a home page, with a landing page, whatever, and then the brief. And if you start letter with I am professional designer and I'm also a video editor or whatever, I have this degree, this and that, and I had these clients. And only in the fourth sentence you mention the problems of the client and how will you resolve them, it's not going to work. So mine was too long. I was under the impression if I say everything I know, I will get the job because, you know, I know many things, so why not getting the job, you know? And then I mentioned stuff he doesn't care about. For example, I'm a web designer, but, you know, I can do a video editing, and I put 20 links below my letter. So he doesn't care about. He wants the homepage design. So I need to put only one link, or maybe several related to previous homepages. So it was too long. It was not to the point. And there is a case when you can do this, exactly. And this is where the companies are using HR managers, because they are reading what you write. But the clients are not reading, if they are the owners or directors. They want exact thing, but the HR managers are looking someone in the long run and the full-time employment, so they will read these long letters where you will say, I'm good in this that you described, but I know also this stuff. And portfolio. Yeah, why it doesn't matter to build a good portfolio in a freelance network web. In a freelance network, I'm not saying the external one. So now that I saw that the Upwork has this specialized portfolio, I think maybe it's something good in that, because you can create different one. I was not following this. This is the great thing. But for example, in my website, I have sections: web design, graphic design, digital painting, you know, video editing, animation, whatever, and subsections of subsections. So if you ask me, you want to hire a person that is building web banners or the landing pages or the Facebook applications, I will give you exactly these 3 links: web banners, applications, landing pages, nothing else. So this is what you can do in some way in networking portfolio, but not that good, I think. So they even, you know, many clients will ask you, okay, do you have some website that I can see all this? Because in the networking portfolio, it's all a little bit mixed up, you know. You have a logo as the best logo you design, then you have your video. And, you know, person that hires you for logo, why does she care about video, you know? So my proposal for all of you that are starting, build the external portfolio that you will link to a networking portfolio in any way you think is the best. And after all this created, you know, the long wait. And the long wait, from my perspective, now that I see, was not that long, because working with domestic companies, you get a job, you know, you work a couple of years, then you lost the job, then you wait 2 years again to get another job. But in these cases, maybe 2 months, maybe a month. My sister started to work lately, and she, when I started to work on the Upwork Freelance, I got my first job, I think maybe 2 months, after 2 months or something like that. But she get the new job in 1 week. So it is a little bit of luck. It's not for everyone the same. And yeah, I'm with patience, and it is a little bit like roulette, you know. And there will be a final moment for me to, it's something that I made, I mean, it's not something important, but the final moment is the moment when you realize that according to brief, you will get this client, you know. He is it's exactly compatible with you. You see in his brief that if you answer this brief, they will get you, you know. And if you target clients like this all the time and drop down other ones, I think it will be the good way for you to start a good business with online freelance. And yeah, a little bit paradoxical title. You're listening to me and you don't need, you're why not trusting me and anyone else? I mean, you can check it yourself of course, but many times I listening to freelancers and even the people in the, you know, real world talking about design and earning, especially earning in design and the programming, development, whatever. You will hear the gossip, and this is mainly from insecure people with complexes. You gotta see this, because if you know, it is like watching the people's lives on Facebook. You know, they're all ideal, like they are living in some land of fantasy, and bragging, exaggerating, like, you know. A couple of years ago, there was a person, I really remember precisely, the person was saying we were together talking, and he was saying, man, should I go with $25 an hour, or shall I stay in this 18? I'm not sure. And at that time I was earning, for example, $20 an hour, $16 an hour for some jobs. You know, and designers, yeah, you're satisfied with that. Maybe in video editing is better, development programming much better, of course. But he was saying about $25. And then, okay, how much is he earning? He really got luck with this client, you know. And then after maybe 6 months or 5 months, I see him at the domestic competition for a graphic designer that the pay was $600. So if he's earning $25 an hour, he will earn this in 3 days. Why would he need to apply for the job for $600 a month? So, yeah, exaggerating and bragging. And also with the YouTube, you know, many people go with, you know, I will create a YouTube channel and then I will put these videos there, and I will, in a couple of months, I will monetize, become a millionaire, and this is what every you know, a young person thinks about. And of course, it's not reality. There's a SEO, there's a special kind of creating videos and attracting people to backlinking to a YouTube channel and whatever. So don't listen that much. I mean, you listen, but you don't take it for granted, you know. And the problem that I think no one talks about that much, problem is related to I mean, maybe not that much for people that are living with families, you know, and or having the partner, but you know, if you're living with partner, but I was not, so I will talk about these problems in the left column and yeah, positive things in the right one. The left one, it is also in freelancing, there's some kind of little fear from time to time, you know, you encounter, and there you're asking yourself, I spent 80%, sometimes 80% of time looking for a job and only 20-30% of working the job. And it creates some kind of anxiety, also because if you know, you're hard to work 8-9 hours a day, and you work with already that I mentioned, the clients that are, it is good when they have a Skype connection. For example, team briefings, where you talk with other people. Even a little bit of chatting is not that bad, you know, but if you're cut and you have a spreadsheet with the tasks, and you do only that, you don't know, you know maybe some of your co-workers, but you never saw them, you never listened to them. You're cut from the reality. You work all day alone. Okay, you play some music, but whatever. It is not, you go outside, you go to grocery store, and someone asks you something, and your brain is cut. Yeah, it lasts for 30 minutes, but longer you work, many years, you start this, you encounter this alienation from reality. It brings a little bit of depression at some point. Will it change? Is this going to be like this forever? And I'm not saying after 3-4 years. It must be longer, you know. For me, it was almost 8 years, I think, in a row. So, but there's a positive point, of course. Thrill, learning new things. You learn from people from other cultural backgrounds, other countries, other nations, and of course, earning money, living better in some way. Yeah, new teams, every time new team, new tasks, improvement in some way, and something that I worked previously for domestic companies, something that I never had. Maybe in some cases a little bit, but self-value. Because these people, if they're gonna not say it to you directly, they're gonna leave a feedback that will say, this was a great worker, you know, the great contractor. He did it in a very fast and very good. And yeah, you get your appreciation and gratitude from these clients, and even in many co-workers, you know, that you don't have in domestic. So this is a very positive thing for me. And yeah, I think it's the end. You may ask something if you want, of course. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it was inspiring and very realistic, you know. I have a question. I need an advice, and maybe there are some other people who will need it. For example, I can help companies with general marketing consulting. So it's something, you know, which is very difficult to present on a platform like this. I always say designers, web designers, video producers have something to show. The things we have and we can show, we cannot really show because they're usually confident. So to cut it brief, what advice would you give? How to present on Upwork if you have general skills like this? So not something, I mean, you have something to show, but not something you can show.
Yeah, it's like confidential.
The parts, yes, and how to build trust in a situation like this, where, as you said, luck is important, persistence is important. I'm satisfied with my offline work for many clients, but online on Upwork, I cannot be successful at all.
Well, yeah, a little bit harsh question, but maybe building a web portal with a login, where you will, at the homepage, reveal all that is necessary for people to know, for the client to know. And then when you, I mean, it's a little bit simple when you say it like that, but when you start to get more confident in that client, you will give him the password to a brief knowledge inside of what you do. But other than that, maybe signing the agreement before. Many people do it. I did it several times for other companies. I mean, you probably have some invention or something because you were saying no. But this is confidential because it will reveal the, well...
And marketing strategy and why I don't want to warn the people, you cannot really show that. You can say, okay, but it's bragging, and I don't like my word for this, but he doesn't care.
Yes.
So you can build trust in this way in the offline world, but on Upwork, I think it's hard. I don't know if someone...
Yeah, it is. I had with my friend, I had a startup related to, and even today I had it, I never sold it. It is related to building on, because I worked 7 years for Mozart Bet company, our domestic company. We built an online betting portal that was much better than, you would not believe it. I mean, it sounds like bragging, but it was much better than the Mozart has, because the people from Mozart that were not working anymore there created the much better engine for online betting. So we tried to sell this stuff to one American, one person from Monte Carlo. And it's very hard in this specific area of expertise because all people know each other. It is hard to enter. And even today, it was not implemented anywhere. Many people listen to us. We were talking many years with many people. And if it's something that is really not wide, but low area of, specific area of expertise, when there's not a lot of people that know that, then it is hard to build a trust, especially that we are, you know how we sound when they say it's from Serbia, you know, unfortunately. And then, but I mean, connecting to people, foreigners that want to help and that want to build, even giving them, in this case, 90%, like an angel investor, 90% of earnings, if you think you can, you know, with your 10% for your product or... Yeah. In Upwork it is hard because... Upwork is not for this.
So I thought so, that's again...
But, and maybe even changing the name of the companies, like, you know, you point out that these are invented names, but real companies. Maybe it is interesting too.
Later you give the material, but with other data.
Yes, of course. Even in this case, when we had an executive summary for the project, we were pointing out the case study. We didn't hide the company names. Why? We were working that companies. So we know the statistic data with the Mozart, Planet Win, or other companies, you know. So we pointed out, you know, they were building the empires in this area, and but, you know, it's hard for people to believe. It all sounds like, you know, when you say to people, okay, this company has 400 people, but I have a software that will shrink this to 15. But you have. Then it is hard to, you know, they don't want to. Also, the problem is that in many cases, if you build something great, you need to find a person that will understand it. How, for example, many investors don't understand these things. You have an investor that has 20 millions, but he doesn't know anything about online software for betting, or even how this functions. So it is hard. I mean, I understand completely why you have this problem, because... Thank you too. So, okay.
Thank you very much for sharing. Very interesting, insightful. I would like to ask a general question. So what happens generally if the client's assessment of the duration of work has not been mentioned, your duration? You said, oh, it will last 8 hours, but in actual fact it takes, I don't know, 16 hours.
So, yeah, well, you saw my example, that he wanted me to last 8 hours, but it was not possible. maybe the resolvement would be fixed price. But I don't like these resolvements and solutions because it's always more than you will save. So the hourly base, working per hour, is the most beneficial for you in any case. So I know, sorry. Most fair one, yes. And even with this software that Upwork has, with the screen capture, it is he can see what you're working on. So, but yeah. Yeah, this is the other solution, but I don't know. These are the harsh clients. You gotta explain to a client this is not possible. Or you can watch it yourself. Yeah. It's not possible to estimate in many cases. 99% of cases, I think. I heard many people here that I saw today that they are saying it's a little bit hard for me to charge the correspondence. But why? It is taking your time. Why wouldn't you? I'm doing video editing, and then I don't want to charge him that I wrote him an email. But why? It's your time. He's paying the time. He's not paying only your skills, but all skills in everything. You're talking to him in English, or I don't know, in German or whatever. So he's paying your knowledge in English. He's paying your knowledge in correspondence in some way, eloquence in terminology. So why wouldn't he pay? So I don't know, maybe fixed price would resolve this, but it is...
For a rendering time, with random 2 hours, and you're not clicking anything, the officer says you are
Well, the client is making you a problem about that. Well, I don't know. Yeah, this is the problem with the client. He doesn't understand how this functions. The resolvement would be maybe to send him your configuration. But yeah, you can, mock up your configuration. But it would be, fair if you would turn on your computer via TeamViewer and show him this is the computer where I work on. Maybe he will get some confidence in you. So if you have a 4-core processor and you don't have SSD drive, then rendering time for you is, or you say to him, okay man, I have this configuration, this is the rendering time for me. If he doesn't want to talk about it, then I'm not sure how to resolve this problem. This is also with the people working with audio, leading some post YouTube, how do you say it, like YouTube channels that are practically podcasts, radio podcasts. So what is it? You're not clicking anything, you're listening, you're changing the sound level, so checking if everything is okay, but not clicking anything. So also with rendering, I must say that I don't have problem with people, that never had problem with this, but there's many things involved here. For example, what about real preview rendering during work? You're waiting for something, you have 8 lines in a row to render in just one frame, So the explanation, patience. But I know, yeah, it is a harsh problem. Maybe I will remember later. Some. Okay. Okay. Well, according to no, of course, when you apply for a job on Upwork, you can change you have the, yes. Well, I think they're not watching that much the usual rate on the profile. They're watching the proposal rate. So you gotta, if you have a good, profile, in some cases you can see how many people apply for this job and what is the, or for the client, what is the, if he's charging $25 per hour for all his clients, you gotta, but you gotta count that he was working with developers also, so the price is $50 per hour, 60, 100, and there is a price for the Indians, or that creating hundreds of logos in 1 hour, that is $1 or $2 an hour, and the middle one is 25. So, and yes, but this is not a question. Yeah, you can. But I think watching the other people's posts also is good. Maybe checking other profiles from other freelancers or checking the middle price on the market. Yeah, it would be good to, don't or underestimate your knowledge.
I have a question. How do you charge your rendering times when manually allowed hours manually adding hours are not allowed? Because I charge my rendering time, it's my machine working, it's not me, but how do you charge it in that case?
I must say that in my case the clients understand it. He sees nothing is moving, but it's rendering, the line is going.
Yes, but when you have the count of the time and measuring machine, whatever it's called.
Okay.
After 10 minutes it stops to count time if there is no activity on the screen.
I don't have this problem. I mean, it's counting still time. With, if it's even an hour or two.
No, the clock.
The clock stops.
Stops after 10 minutes.
In the Upwork team is the application for checking time.
Yes.
I didn't know that because today I'm not today, but a month ago I worked with this. It was not stop. That didn't stop. The rendering goes.
It does after 10-15 minutes of inactivity. It stops completely. It pauses.
This is some technical problem. You may be asking them. I'm not sure. It should be.
No, I have no really.
So no screen saver was turned on. Yeah. Maybe there's something in checking of the monitors because that you can have screen capture of different monitors, but I'm not sure.
No, it's not.
There's no settings in the application.
I'm on Upwork. I don't know all desks from all desks.
Yeah.
I'm not first timer or something. I'm doing this since 2003, but after 15 minutes of inactivity, the clock stops measuring time.
Well, I don't know. Last summer, I was working on some rendering that was lasted for many hours, and even at the end, it was so many hours that the client said, "Okay, man," but.
2 years ago.
So it changed during time. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. This is something. Yeah, they probably changed it because of that reason. Maybe that was malversation or something, but it needs to be. I'm not sure. Ask them.
Have enough time, we will answer it if you don't mind. Yeah, because we have the guys for the community team, and they're actually the guys doing all the social networks and the community and the forums. So those are the guys actually literally to all of your questions. So please use the opportunity that we have him here. So, and also I'm here and the rest of the team. So just in order to have everything on time. Fedore, hvala ti puno. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks. Sada ćemo mislim malo na srpskom, je li tako, Dragane? Sada bih želela da pozovem Dragana. Dragan Radivojević je jedan od naših, da kažem, najboljih freelancera. 2017. godine je dobio nagradu za jednog od najboljih Upwork freelancera u Srbiji. Bavi se online marketingom i dolazi iz Niša, tako da izvinjam se na toj grešci koju želite u papiru. Posebno smo ponosni Nišem, doći će i njegov kolega, mislim da kažem još jedan naš čovjek iz Niša, Nikola, koji će predstaviti Morenu, koja je bila proglašena prošle godine za najbolju agenciju, tako da mogu da kažem da svi ti najbolji upravo dolaze iz Niša, da kažem imamo dosta iz Novog Sada, to su gradovi koje mi nažalost ne pokrivamo nekim dešavanjima, ali što se tiče statistike i brojeva, Niš je onako zaista na jednom zavidnom nivou i zaista mi je čast, Dragane, što si došao danas da podeliš svoje iskustvo. Reći ćeš im sve čime se baviš i šta i kako i uopšte Dragan je neko ko će danas pričati o odnosima sa klijentima, sa preko, da kažem, 150 klijenata i o svojoj online marketinškoj agenciji No Hassle. Hvala.
Tamara, hvala puno za najavu. Kako ovo radi, izvini? Aha, desno. Odlično. Zdravo svima, nadam se da se čujemo dobro. Planirao sam da ovo bude kao na engleskom zbog ovih ljudi koji su došli sa strane i tako dalje, da ih ispoštujemo, ali problem da su svi nekako uspavali, onda kao ajde malo da promenimo pa da i bude na srpskom i ovamo se već ljudi krenuli da komešaju i ovo je dobra prilika da pogovaramo ove ljudi iz Upworka jer nas ne razumeju, tako da možemo da pričamo o silnim ovim izmenama koje prave i tako to da lepo otvoreno popričamo o tome zašto oni to zaista rade i tako dalje. Tamara me je zvala pre 2-3 meseca, tako nešto, da budem učesnik na ovom događaju, ja sam tad prihvatio kao super, za 2-3 meseca imaću ovo vremena da se spremim i bit će to sve super zanimljivo. Onda me je pozvala pre par nedelja kad si me zvala oko teme i onda je bio kao dobro, ok, treba nam tema, ja imam puno iskustva sa klijentima i kao ajde ok, pričat ću nešto o klijentima i onda sam dao ovo kao naslov moje današnje prezentacije. A onda je došao period, ovo zaista treba da se spremi, ja imam 30 minuta i onda je bio kao nema šanse da ispričam sve što bih hteo da ispričamo o radu sa klijentima, odnosu sa klijentima u ovako kratkom vremenu, pa sam nabacao najbolje što sam znao i nadam se da će vam biti zanimljivo i uz malo sreće i korisno. Pre nego što počnem, mislim, moja glavna teza vezano za rad sa klijentima je da rezultat onoga što radite je manje bitan od odnosa sa klijentom. Dobar odnos sa klijentom će zameniti nedostatke u rezultatima. To je moje iskustvo sa baš dosta klijenata. Ako ste dobri u odnosu sa klijentima, u radu sa klijentima, ako ih razumete, ako, da kažemo, govorite njihovim jezikom, imate... Aha, pa... Ne znam da li ja mogu da pojačam nešto odavde, ali evo neko iz tehnike ako će moći ili će Tamara da podvikne. Tamara, interveniši. Ok, ajmo da krenemo, nema mnogo vremena i verujem da će biti pitanja pa ću da se ubrzam. Dakle, kratko o meni, ja se trenutno bavim online marketingom, pre toga sam se bavio programiranjem, završio sam marketinški fakultet u Nišu i prvih par godina karijere radio sam kao programer, a u online marketingu sam od neke 2010. godine i prva iskustva sa... Jel me čujete dobro, ovo malo kao da prekida? Ok. Prvo iskustva sa online marketingom su zapravo u firmi gde sam ja počeo da radim kao programer i onda sam malo pa malo došao do online marketinga, otkačio se od programiranja na moju veliku radost i dakle, krenuo tada da radim. Počeo sam da se bavim Google AdWordsom, to je sada se to zove Google Ads, tada je bio Google AdWords. U toj firmi 2011. godine, kada mi je tadašnji direktor rekao, Dragan, evo ti ovo snađi se, ovo je radio do sad neki Amerikanac i on to više ne radi i kao, to je to. I meni se to jako dopalo i uspio sam imao sam i solidne rezultate tamo i tako dalje i tako sam ja krenuo da se bavim Google Adsom. Krajem 2013. sam dao otkaz tamo, počeo da radim kao freelancer, to je tad bio Freelance, sada naravno Upwork. 90% mojih klijenata su zapravo klijente kojima pružam usluge menadžmenta Google AdWordsa. Probat ću minut da objasnim, znate ono kao what I really do. Viđali ste reklame na Google, kada ukucate nešto pa izađu one reklame na vrhu. To je ono zapravo od čega Google živi. I svaki put kada vi kliknete na to, neko plati Google nešto sitno. I Google je to napravio tako da svako može da otvori nalog i svako može da se reklamira i taj sistem je vrlo moćan i sofisticiran, ali ako ne znate šta radite, ode vam novac. I nećete dobiti rezultate i komplikovano je da se nauči i tako dalje. I to je ono zašto mene klijenti angažuju, eto tako najkraće, ostatak su ovako neke menadžovanje Facebook adsa, Binga, LinkedIna i tako dalje. Ukratko, klijentima samo ću ovo da pretrčim, dakle najveći broj su iz engleskih zemalja, dobar deo klijenata su lokalni uslužni biznisi, dakle od onih 150 recimo 1/3 ako ne i više su klijenti ovog tipa fizikalni terapeuti, ne, fizijatri, advokati, saloni lepote i tako dalje. Drugi tip klijenata su e-commerce biznisi koji prodaju svakako neku fizičku robu i tu sam radio sa dosta njih, to su tipično malo veći klijenti, tako dalje, tako da to je neka moje, eto, iskustvo vezano za ovo što radim i toliko o meni. O čemu ću ja pričati danas? Dakle, ovo su neke stavke koje sam ja smatrao da su bitne, da mogu da budu korisne, zanimljive i kategorisao sam ih ovako u ovih 5 kategorije. Dakle, malo ću nešto reći o očekivanjima klijenata, o tome kako ja vidim Upwork, kako ja smatram da ljudi koji su na Upworku, zašto oni su zaista na Upworku, kako klijenti iz mog iskustva vide nas, freelancere, koje su njihova očekivanja i kako, eto, po mom mišljenju izgleda realnost na Upworku. Pričat ću kasnije malo o tome, o odabiru klijenata, o apliciranju za poslove, kako kada dobijete posao, kako staviti što bolji prvi utisak, koji su neki ono kao moji tips and tricks za ostavljanje što je bolje mogućeg prvog utiska, koje su neke, mislim, ajde sad previše velike kategorije, managing relationship, o tome može da se radi kao ceo seminar, ali bit će i tu par stvari, i šta raditi u kriznim situacijama kad stvari ne idu najbolje, i probat ću tu par primjera da dam kako sam od nekih klijenata koji, ne mogu da kažem da sam imao rezultate, bilo je okej, ali su klijenti ostali sa mnom, na neko vreme bila prekinuta saradnja, vratili su se sa tu sa mnom godinama. Ne mogu da kažem da je bilo rezultata u startu, bilo je klijenata gde, nažalost, nije bilo rezultata, ali sam dobio i dalje 5 zvezdica na Upworku, tako da mislim da će to biti zanimljivo. Očekivanja klijenata i predrasude klijenata. Dakle, kako oni, klijenti vide nas. I zašto su oni zapravo na Upworku, po mom mišljenju? Glavni razlog je, po mom mišljenju, good value for money. To piše gore. Dakle, ljudi dolaze na Upwork zato što imaju dobar odnos između cene i kvalitete. Ljudi, to je glavna stvar. Dakle, mi možemo da mislimo što god hoćemo, ljudi iz Upworka će zvanično reći da sve ono što znate kažu inače, da je sve to tako. Ovo je, po mišljenju, glavni razlog. Zašto bi bilo ko je negde u New Yorku išao na Upwork, sarađivao sa nekim tamo koji je 5000 km udaljen i tako dalje, ako ima tu neko preko puta agenciju? Pa, good value for money. I to je realnost, mislim, onako možda da ne deluje kao najbajnija realnost, ali to je zaista realnost. Realnost vam je kao vreme, može da vam se ne sviđa, možete da gunđate, ali tako je, znate, nema tu. Naravno, klijenti traže ekspertizu u određenoj oblasti, to je validna stvar, to je naša prednost. To je plus za nas. Šta klijenti vrlo često očekuju? Speed of execution and hiring, naročito vezano za hiring. Čak i kod klijenata sa kojima dugo radimo. Vrlo često dođu na Upwork, speed of execution, dobro, ok, skopimo posao i odmah krenu da se dešavaju stvari. Brzina zapošljavanja i ono što je još zanimljivije, brzina otpuštanja. To je realnost, brzina otpuštanja. Ne znam koliko vas je imalo tu, kažemo, ne baš prijatnu situaciju da mora nekog da otpusti. Kažu da je to u biznisu jedna od stresnijih stvari, kada poslodavac treba nekog da otpusti. Napravo je to jednostavno. Klik, ćao, ne radimo više. Brzina zapošljavanja i brzina završavanja. Mislim, to je tako. Možda neće da se svidi nekom, možda jeste, ali to je tako. Dobra stvar je tu da isto važi obrnuto. Ako nam se ne sviđa klijent, imamo opciju da vrlo brzo završimo saradnju. Open relationship, mislim na ovo prethodno, dakle jednostavnost angažovanja, jednostavnost prekidanja. Dostupnost, ovde bih se nadovezao na ono što je Fedor pričao malo pre, kako onako mi idealno zamišljamo svoj dan i onako ustanemo, pa joga, pa šejk, pa sve tako lepo, pa malo radimo i tako dalje. To se ne dešava. To se ne dešava, jednostavno to nije tako. Ovaj deo mislim da može da, mislim, s ovim gore delom, ne znam šta bih vam rekao, ovo onako, mislim da treba imati u vidu u radu sa klijentima, jednostavno prihvatiti to kao realnost i mislim da je ovo onako, ok. Koje su predrasude klijenata prema freelancerima? Onako, ljudi dođu na Upwork, odnosno na bilo koja od tih freelancera, šta je njima onako po glavi? Jer razmišljali nekad o tome, ma kog ću sada nađem, da li oni su svi, šta kažem, oni su svi ovakvi ili su svi onakvi. Iz mog iskustva sa klijentima, vrlo često sam dobio komentare, Dragane, kao verujem, mnogo njih što smo angažovali, kvalitet nije bio sjajan. To je ono što sam ja dobio kao feedback od mojih klijenata. I vrlo često njihova predrasuda da kvalitet neće biti sjajan. Bez obzira na sve, ja imam fantastičan rating tamo, siguran sam da svaki put postoji neka vrsta onako predrasude za kvalitet. Šta ovo znači za vas? Kako ovo koristite? Tako što ostavite najbolji mogući prvi utisak. I na taj način razvijete predrasude da kvalitet neće bude dobar, onda taj čovek kaže našao sam nekog good value for money i imam kvalitet. I čovek je srećan. I vi želite da vaš klijent bude srećan, je li tako? Difficult communication. Vrlo često bih od klijenata dobio feedback, onako čujemo se preko Skype-a, pre nego što sklopimo posao ili kasnije. Problemi u komunikaciji u smislu nivoa engleskog jezika. Vrlo često bih od klijenata dobio feedback, oh man, I'm so happy you can speak proper English. Very often that will happen. So improve your English skills and practice them and try to get as fluent as possible, especially when speaking with clients. Zato što će onda da vas gledaju mnogo drugačije. Verujte, samo zbog nivoa vašeg razgovora će vas klijenti gledati drugačije. To možda nije očigledno, verujte mi, realnost je. Mnogo vas ozbiljnije shvataju. Ja imam klijente, recimo, dakle, bavim se online marketingom, imam klijente koji su agencije. I onda, dakle, marketinške agencije u inostranstvu. I pričao sam sa jednim od njih kao, pa čekaj Dragane, ti se baviš marketingom, zašto ne bi radio marketing sam za sebe, pa da, jeli, onako, dobijaš klijente i van Upworka, možda bi mogo više da im naplatiš i tako dalje. Ja sam rekao, pa vidi, ja bih u jednom trenutku došao do toga da razgovaram telefonom sa njima. I onda bi oni čuli da ja, ok, vrlo tečno pričam, ali imam akcenat. I to bi im bilo onako malo, ne bi bili baš najsrećniji i klijent je rekao, pa da, upravo si. Vrlo često postoji predrasuda prema tome. Šta vi radite s ovim? Što bolji engleski? Ljudi, to će klijent da vas shvati ozbiljnije. I želeće duže da radi sa vama i želeće da taj odnos koji imate potraje duže. Oni znaju da kvalitetnog freelancera nije baš jednostavno naći. Što su još predrasude? Da freelanceri vrlo često nisu posvećeni. Uzimaju previše projekata, da je rad površan, da je tako. Vrlo često bih dobio komentare pre početka posla ili na samom početku, šta se dešava ovo, ili imamo vremena ili ne i tako dalje. Dakle, posvećenost samom poslu. Opet, šta vi radite s ovim? Pa, potrudite se da prvi utisak bude što je bolje mogući. Mnogi freelanceri jednostavno ne znam kako bi se to rekao na srpskom, ne mituju deadline-ove. Ne postižu ono što je dogovoreno, samo time što ćete stvari, ako kažete, bit će u sredu i odradite u sredu. veliki plus za vas. Mislim, ovo je mnogim ljudima možda basic, verujte, čuo sam da se nasmejao i verujem da je tebi možda smešno i meni jeste, ali realnost je takva, freelanceri ispaljuju klijente i oni ljudi onda dođu sa predrasudom, ajde bre, kao naš. Jasno. Podelit ću sada sa vama šta ja radim pre sklapanja posla i šta je nešto što ja nudim klijentima pre sklapanja posla, šta je ideja iza ovoga. Dakle, vi želite da pre nego što sklopite posao, što je bolje moguće znate da li taj posao možete da iznesete, da odradite kvalitetno u datom roku i tako dalje. Sa druge strane, klijenti vrlo često ne daju precizno opisan ako bude I need a designer, I need marketing for my website. I nešto što je onako vrlo neodređeno. I vi onda možete da kažete, pa dobro, ok, ja sam najbolji dizajner na ovoj planeti i moj marketing to, mislim, bolje nego Coca-Cola i tako dalje. I možete pričati o tome, vi ne znate o čemu se tu zapravo radi. Ono što ja nudim klijentima je, ja to zovem project evaluation, i sad, ja to radim na određeni način u mom poslu, ali šta je ideja? Ja sam u ovome što ja radim, u online marketingu, našao vrlo brz i efikasan način da uradim evaluaciju projekta. Da vidim da li ja taj projekat mogu da iznesem ili ne. Da se upoznam sa detaljima projekta i da klijentu onda ponudim konkretno rešenje i konkretne, ono što bi rekli, action steps. Jer ako se upoznam detaljnije sa projektom, ako mi klijent pruži priliku da se upoznam detaljnije sa projektom, ja ću onda moći da mu dam detalje, kroz tako nešto ću moći da demonstriram svoju ekspertizu, pokazat ću klijentima šta ću zapravo da uradim i daću im nešto što njima može da bude korisno, bez obzira da li će da sklope posao sa mnom ili ne. Šta je ovde ključ? Kroz tu evaluaciju projekta, kao you set the expectation, da klijent tačno da zna šta ćete vi da radite. I to bi u realnosti, to bi bilo super kada bi imali beskonačno vremena. Zato je ključ ovde efikasnost. Sad, ja u mom poslu klijentima nudim, pošto se ja bavim Google Ads managementom, ja njima kažem, ok, ajte, ako ste vi radili ranije Google Ads, dajte mi da pogledam vaš nalog, da vidimo šta je tamo rađeno, ja ću onda da vam se vratim sa konkretnim planom, imat ćete tu stavke šta bih radio, kako bih radio i tako dalje. I win-win, ja znam da li mogu da iznesem projekat ili ne, jer ja ne želim klijente kojima neću moći da iznesem posao. Takvi klijenti neće biti zadovoljni, davat će mi loše ocene, neće me preporučivati kod svojih daljih klijenata, dakle, niko to ne dobija. Možda ću ja da zaradim neki novac, ali mislim, zaista nije nikom u interesu. Klijent takođe gubi vreme. Šta je nedostatak? Pa, vreme koje je potrebno da se tako nešto uradi. I ovde je savjet za svakog od vas da onako razmišljajte na temu kako možete da budete ovde što efikasniji u onome što radite. Ja ne znam kako bi ovo išlo u oblasti dizajna, ne znam kako bi ovo išlo u oblasti programiranja, ne znam kako bi išlo u nekim trećim oblastima, ali siguran sam da može nešto da se uradi tako da vama ta evaluacija projekta traje vrlo razumno vreme. Ja evaluacije projekata koje radim klijentima traju manje od sat vremena i ja sam super srećan sa tim. Vrlo sam srećan da odvojim sat vremena svog vremena pre početka posla da vidim da li ja taj posao mogu da iznesem. Ako procenim da mogu, klijentu se javljam sa detaljnim planom. Ono što sam dobio kao feedback od klijenata je i pa ovo je strava, ovo mi niko do sad nije ponudio. Ovo je odlično. Vrlo često bih od klijenata dobio takav feedback da kao baš lepo, ovo kao do sad nije bilo, jer izgleda da freelanceri šalju propozale u kojima piše, vidi, ja sam baš veliki frajer i mene treba da zaposliš zato što sam baš mnogo cool i vidi moju ovamo reputaciju i sve ovo i zato treba me zaposliš, jer vidi ono kao baš sam cool. Mislim, to je sve lepo, ali na kraju dana klijent želi rezultate. Te Znate, ovako nešto, topla preporuka. Topla preporuka, meni ovo zaista radi. I onda, mislim, dešava se i da klijentima kažem, ja ovo ne mogu da ispunim. I kažem tamo, preporučujem ti, ne mogu zbog toga i toga, da mi malo detalje, klijenti odu srećni. Vraćali su mi se klijenti, ti nisi mogao da odradiš onaj projekat tada, ali evo sad imam ovaj drugi projekat, jer sam im tada demonstrirao da neću da prihvatam poslove koje ne mogu da iznesem. Ok, sklopili smo posao. Klijent srećan, konačno našao neko ko će da odradi to što mu treba, mi srećni konačno ćemo da zaradimo neki novac, nadamo se. Kako staviti što bolji prvi utisak i zašto se uopšte truditi? Evo šta je moja neka teorija. Ukoliko vam je prvi utisak što je bolje moguće, vi želite da vas vaši klijenti vide kao ultimativnog eksperta u toj oblasti, kao nekog ko je mega kralj u toj oblasti, kao nekog ko je maksimalno posvećen, kao nekog ko će apsolutno da adresira sve ono što je bilo na drugom slajdu u predrasudama. Kvalitet, komunikacija, sve te stvari želite da eliminišete što je premoguće, da klijent kaže, konačno sam našao nekog s kim mogu da radim. Kako to radite? Over-communicate. Što više i što brže komunikacije sa klijentom u početnom periodu. Kada sklopite novi posao, postojeće klijente sa kojima duže radite, na dan, dva, tri, malo sklonite po strani, neće ništa da im fali. Vi znate, s vašim dužim klijentima ništa neće da im se desi, koji dan, dva, tri, ili ako malo nešto se desi spori, 100% se posvetite ovom novom klijentu. Postavljajte, šaljite im 5 mailova dnevno ako treba i nađite način da se zaista iskreno zainteresujete, obaveštavajte ih 2 puta dnevno, pošaljite im ujutro mail gde ćete nešto da im zatražite, onda im za 12 sati pošaljite follow-up. Jel si stigao da pogledaš? Keep clients updated on a daily basis, dakle, svakodnevna komunikacija u nekom početnom periodu. Šta vi time pokazujete klijentu? Da ste maksimalno posvećeni, da vam je stalo, da ste profesionalci, da tako, svašta nešto lepo što klijenti nemaju često priliku da vide, pogotovo ne na Upworku. To im se ne dešava često. Oni sklope posao, angažuju nekog freelancera, kažu ok, onda taj ne stane nedelju dana, posle nedelju dana im kaže, pa poslao sam ti mail pre nedelju dana. Ja kažem, to je realnost. Demonstrate interest. Kako demonstrirati interesovanje za projekat? Nađite način da dublje uđete u to što klijent radi i postavite mu pitanja koja nisu očigledna, njemu ili njoj. Dakle, što dublje zađete u projekat koji imate da radite, šta će da se desi? Saznaćete nešto što vam klijent nije dao u početnim specifikacijama. To će neminovno da se desi zato što razmišljate o tome, zato što se bavite vašim klijentom i zato što vam je na kraju dana stalo da sve to ispadne kako treba. Naići ćete na pitanja koja nisu adresirana na samom početku. 100%. U bilo kojoj oblasti. Onda mu postavite takva pitanja. Njemu ili njoj. Vi na taj način pokazujete da ste razmišljali o projektu, da niste samo neko ko, tako, eto, ja bih da odradim i ćao zdravo. I na taj način se dosta odvajate od ostatka i ostavljate zaista dobar prvi utisak. Pardon. Ovo bi moglo da bude tema za ceo seminar, ali evo par stvari koji bi bili ono kao dobri tips. Have a plan. Šta to znači? Klijenti će vrlo često da vas pitaju well, what's the plan with this? What are we going to do? Uvijek morate da znate šta su naredni koraci. I, mislim, čak i ako to možda za vaš projekat nije očigledno što su naredni koraci, možda vi od njega čekate što su naredni koraci. Mislim, što zapravo znači kada klijent pita, well, what's the plan? To zapravo znači da on čovjek nije baš u toku sa svim stvarima, jer vaš klijent ima svoj biznis, ima svoj život, ima ima svoje možda zapošljene, ima mnogo stvari koje mu se dešavaju pored vas. I moguće da nije u toku sa tim šta se dešava sa projektom. Jednostavno nije. To je realnost, to je tako. Kada vas on pita, what's the plan? To u stvari znači, evo, sve pod kontrolom. Jel ti znaš ovde šta radiš, jel ja mogu da se vratim svom poslu i da ne brinem previše, jer je ovde sve u redu. To znači. Klijent ne očekuje nekakav spektakularan plan, očekuje da znate šta radite i da znate šta su vam naredni koraci. Jer, zamislite da vi nekom plaćate za nešto i pitate ga, well, what's the plan? I on kaže, pa ne znam. Zapitat ćete se, pa čekaj, šta još ne znaš? Ko zna šta sve ne valja onda ako ti ne znaš šta su ti naredni koraci, šta znaš onda? I vrlo brzo izgubite poverenje klijenta. Vrlo brzo. Kada vam klijent postavi pitanje, what's the plan? Imajte nekakav plan. Pred sastanak sa klijentom se spremite za to pitanje, ako će tako nešto da vam postavi. Explain things so they understand. Vaši klijenti imaju različit nivo ekspertize u oblastima u kojima vi radite. Neki vaši klijenti imaju ekspertsko znanje i vi možete sa njima da komunicirate na istom jeziku. Možete da koristite iste termine, možete da, upravo to, iste terminologiju. Možda ćete nekom klijentu iz oblasti dizajna da kažete, i sad ću verovatno da lupim, pa ovo mora da se renderuje sa ovim, ne znam ni ja čime. Razmislite da li vas klijent razume šta ste hteli da kažete kad ste to rekli. Vama je to očigledna stvar. Vama je rendering 2266 ono kao svakodnevna stvar. Klijentu kad kažete rendering 2266, on je kao, ajde bre, mani me, nam pojme šta pričaš. Isključi se. Imajte u vidu koji je nivo znanja vaših klijenata i onda prilagodite to što želite klijentu da iskomunicirate njegovom nivou znanja. Sad, što je klijentu niži nivo znanja, to vam treba više vremena da to objasnite, da spustite na nivo da tom nekom bude razumljivo. I u vašem je interesu da to uradite, sad, to zahteva vremena, ali tako, da objasnite nekom, da se malo isključite, da zamislite kako bi bilo da ja komšinom malom to objašnjavam, pa onako baš kao za njega da pričam. To zahteva vremena, nije jednostavno. Koristite email template, mislim, koristite template za to. Pravite neku svoju bazu nečeg što bi bilo frequently asked questions u vašoj oblasti. I kako klijentu objasniti nešto što, eto, da bude njemu razumljivo. Pogotovo i što vaši klijenti imaju manje znanja u toj oblasti, to mi je ovo bitnije. Jer zadnja stvar koju želite da vam klijent postavi, pitanje je, pa kako ovo radi? Klijent koji nema znanja u oblasti i koji vam postavlja pitanje, pa kako ovo radi? Da umrete dok mu objasnite to. Bolje da mu vi date nešto unapred. Nego da sačekate njegovo pitanje koje je, kao, kad vas on pita, kako ovo radi, što to u stvari znači? Pa nemam pojma ništa, aj kao ti kaže mi sve. I onda, ako ste imali takve klijente, znate koliko je to frustrirajuće, vrlo je frustrirajuće, onako objašnjavate nešto što je vama vrlo basic stuff, u sebi ga psujete najstrašnije, kako ne znaš ti, i tako dalje, mislim, email template. Know about the problems before they do. Dakle, ja se bavim online marketingom i vrlo često se dešava da te kampanje koje mi pravimo nekad rade bolje, nekad rade manje dobro, neki put imamo nezgodnu konkurenciju i tako dalje. Dakle, dešavaju se problemi. Nijedan jedini put se nije desilo da ja identifikujem problem pre klijenta, da onda dođem kod klijenta sa problemom i da mu kažem, vidi, imamo ovaj problem, ovaj konkurent nas je napao, ima bolju ponudu, itd. Google je uveo novu polisu, pa zbog te nove polise naše reklame ne rade kako treba. Dakle, ja klijentu dođem sa problemom koji se njega tiče. Nijedan jedini put mi se nije desilo da klijent kaže, pa Dragane, vidi, mislim, ajde, čao, zdravo, snađi se. Kada vi imate problem, kada vi prvi identifikujete problem i onda dođete ka klijentu sa tim problemom, znate šta se onda desi? To onda postane vaš zajednički problem. I onda je to lepo. Onda vi zajedno sa vašim klijentom rešavate taj problem. U suprotnom, ako klijent prvi nađe problem, onda je to vaš problem. Jer zašto vas plaća? Ima svo pravo da vas napne, da kaže to je tvoj problem, ima sad ovo da mi rešiš. I kad to kaže, budite sigurni da još mnogo toga nije rekao, ali je pomislio. 100%. Dakle, you want client on your side, dakle, šta raditi u, kažem, ja sam ovo nazvao u kriznim situacijama i sad u zavisnosti od toga čime se bavite, nekom će krizna situacija da bude jedno, nekom će da bude nešto drugo. U mom poslu je krizna situacija kad nema rezultata. Kada ono što mi radimo nema rezultata, kada klijentu troši novac i to je nešto što ja nazivam kriznom situacijom. U vašim oblastima će to biti nešto drugo. Možda će programerima biti ovaj kod jednostavno ne radi dovoljno brzo. Možda će biti dizajnerima, ne znam, oni su previše specijalni, kako god, dakle, svaka oblast ima svoju neku kriznu situaciju. Klijenti će da vas napnu tad i bit će onako, neće biti prijatno, bitna je stvar da ostanete sve vreme tu sa vašim klijentom. Što je i vrlo često se freelanceri povuku kada je problematična situacija u pitanju i ostave klijente same sa svojim problemom. I vi to ne želite da uradite ako vam je stalo do vaših klijenata i na kraju dana do vaše reputacije. Da neće biti baš jednostavno da imate komunikaciju 4 puta dnevno sa klijentom, da stalno šaljete mailove i da ono što vi zapravo želite da demonstrirate klijentu je da radite sve što možete. I to demonstrirate na taj način što zaista radite sve što možete i to komunicirate klijentu redovno, što je češće moguće, 3 puta dnevno. Imao sam klijenta koji, dosta para je potrošio na Google Ads, solidno novca je potrošeno i nije bilo baš najsjajnijih rezultata. Došlo je do toga da su morali kredit da dignu, da bi tog meseca mogli da sva sredstva srede, da imaju za troškove, jer AdWords nije davao rezultate. 3-4 puta dnevno sam imao sa njima razmene mailova, šta god. I pokazao sam im da radim sve što mogu da uradim. Dakle, double down on the efforts you're putting in. Go above and beyond. Dakle, u svakoj od oblasti će to biti različita stvar. Kod mene je određeni set aktivnosti o kojima nije previše bitno da se priča jer su specifične za moju oblast, ali svako od vas može da nađe nešto tog tipa. Šta možeš dodatno da uradiš da svog klijenta ne ostaviš na cedilu, ako nema rezultata. Finalno, kada ste uradili sve što ste mogli da uradite i kada onako znate za sebe da je to, više ne možete. Ja sam kod tog klijenta pokušavao ne znam šta sve ne. Kažem, nema svake da ulazimo u tehničke detalje, dosta vas neće razumeti, ali što se mene tiče, apsolutno sam sve uradio što sam mogao. Kad sam vidio da to nema rezultata, rekao sam, ljudi, nađite agenciju koja se specijalizuje za to i to i to i objasnio sam im tačno kakvu agenciju treba da nađu koja će da im reši problem. Dobio sam 5 zvezdica na kraju i siguran sam da ako oni nađu projekat za koji smatraju da ja mogu da odradim, da ću da dobijem preporuku. 100% sam siguran. Imao sam još jednog klijenta sa kojim u prva 2 do 3 meseca jednostavno nije išlo. Šta god da sam radio nije išlo, ima neke rezultata, nije bilo baš najsjajnije. Bila ista situacija. Ja sam uradio sve što sam mogao, nastavi dalje. Dobio sam 5 zvezdica, vratio se posle 1.5 dana jer je pokušavao, ko zna gde je sve pokušavao i na što je sve naišao i klijent mi je zadnje 3 godine skoro. Tako da se vrlo isplatilo. To bi bilo to. Hvala. Imamo po rasporedu još 15 minuta za pitanja, tako da izvolite. Tako je. Ja nemam trenutno 150 klijenata s kojima aktivno radim, ovo 150 je brojka svih ukupno do sada aktivnih plus neaktivnih. Nisam još čula? Od 2014. Takva je oblast da jednostavno uspevam, imam i mali tim koji vodim, koji mi pomaže sa egzekucijom, ja sam uključen lično u bukvalno sve projekte, tim pomaže oko nekih stvari koje su jednostavne za egzekuciju, ali zahtevaju puno vremena i na taj način dobijamo puno efikasnosti. Nema na čemu? Ja imam agenciju privatno zato što dobijam klijente i sa Upworka i preko referala i tako dalje. Na Upworku imam lični profil i sve što radim na Upworku sam lično uključen u te projekte u solidnoj meri. Morali bi da, ajde sad ne znam šta bi bila tvoja definicija outsourcovanja, možda ljudi iz Upworka mogu da ti daju precizniji odgovor. Ono što ja mogu da ti kažem je da ja svakom klijentu unapred kažem kako radim. Bukvalno svakom. I to napišem na samom Upworku. I do sada nisam imao problema sa tim. Klijenti su mi takođe ostavljali feedback javni na kojem piše Dragan, thank you very much Dragan and the team. Vidi, ja se precizno bavljenjem polisa nisam bavio. Radio sam na taj način kako sam radio i do sada nisam imao problema sa Upworkom. Ako oni dođe i kažem, Dragane, vidim, bukvalno najbukvalnije sve što radiš moraš ti lično, bez obzira što se klijenti slože da je to malo drugačije, ja ću onda morati da promenim svoj način poslovanja i to je u redu, ali za sada, dok god sam ja uključen lično u sve projekte, nisam imao problema sa polisama. Sad, ponovo, striktno gledano, možda da, možda ne znam, možda neka siva zona. Ne bih znao da ti dam precizan odgovor. Ali nisam imao problema, eto tako. Svaki pristup koji radi je dobar pristup, to mi je onako moj generalni odgovor. Ako to tebi završava posao, fantastično. Ono što ja radim sa klijentima, ja njima ponudim taj neka project evaluation, onda im to šaljem vrlo često u video formatu. Vrlo često radim screen recording, gde onda direktno objasnim, odradim 5, 7, 10 minuta videa, neki put malo više, gde im sve to što bi pisao kažem u videu. Na taj način imam priliku da ispričam od toga više, da demonstriram svoju ekspertizu i tako dalje. I sad, razlikuju nam se oblasti. Verovatno, ti kažeš da se baviš copywritingom, verovatno, manje više bilo šta da ti naleti za copywriting, ti ćeš da kažeš, ok, dobro, važi, može. Tako je. Ja sam recimo imao dosta klijenata, imam ih sad koji su fizioterapeuti. Ako mi dođe potencijalni klijent koji je fizioterapeut, ja njemu samo pokažem listu kontakata, da mu kontakte prethodnih klijenata, aktivnih klijenata i kažem, vidi, ja ovom radim dugo i, znaš, kao, evo, da bi olakšao stvari daću ti garanciju, ono, kao, ne znam, da im kažem nešto kao imaš 30 day, no questions asked, bla bla bla. Jedno mi se samo desilo da mi jedan tražio povraćaj novca, da živi zdravo. Tako. Nadam se da sam ti odgovorio na pitanje. Na koji način misliš da se ne podcenim ili precenim? Mislim da najbolje razume, izvini. Ne bih imao bolji odgovor, nažalost, osim iskustvo, ispališ se par puta, prihvatiš što ne treba, pa naučiš na teži način. Sa par klijenata sam se, mogu da kažem, opekao. Prihvatio sam veće klijente nego što sam mislio da mogu da iznesem. Na početku je delovalo kao da, super, vidio sam neka mesta da ja mogu mnogo da unapredim to što oni rade i kao, ok, cool. Posle toga, ipak, nisam bio na visini zadatka, bili su preveliki projekti za mene i sa par takvih sam naučio svoju lekciju da projekte preko određene veličine jednostavno ne hvala. Dakle, da skratim, tako što izgrešiš, pa naučiš na tome, eto tako. E-mail. Ne očekujem. Ne, kolege sa kojima sarađujem su full time zapošljeni. Sa njima imam takvu vrstu odnosa. Dakle, ja ne radim subcontracting. Jednostavno se ne bavim time, kvalitet ne bi mogao da ostane na nivou, apsolutno ne bi. Potreban je veći nivo kontrole. Što se tiče konsultacija, moj email je dragan@nohassledigital, dakle ovdje imaš naziv sajta, moj email je dragan@to, pošalji email, ne znam, Skype možda zapišeš draksa sa x.radivojević, pa me cimni bolje preko maila, pa ćemo nešto da smislimo već. Dragan@nohassledigital, hassle, H-A-S-S-L-E. Nema na čemu?
Hvala sa ovo brzo pitanje, pošto ste dali odlične savjete vezano za komunikaciju sa klijentima. Iz nekog mog iskustva, ako su klijenti teški, ako postavljaju pitanje, čak i ako kritikuju, to je dobra varijanta, ali šta vi radite, dajte neki savjet kada klijent jednostavno ne odgovara, kada nije komunikativan, kako ga vi, da li izmišljate probleme koji ne postoje, da biste ga malo cimnuli i šta dajte neki savjet na to vezano. Odgovora njega jednostavno nema, da šaljete 100 mailova je glupo, ali jednostavno kako, šta vi radite?
Sa klijentima koji slabije komuniciraju, koji slabije odgovaraju na mailove i tako dalje, šaljem im follow-upove redovno, recimo, ne znam, na po par dana ću da im šaljem follow-upove. Ako pošaljem 3 i dalje nemam odgovor, onda ću možda da pošaljem klijentu mail u kome kažem, vidi, pretpostavljam da si zauzet. Ja sam ti postavio to i to pitanje i ako mi ne daš odgovor, ja ću da uradim to i to će biti neki moj defaultni set akcija, daš mu onda par dana da tu kažeš, ok, ako ne dobijem odgovor, ja ću od ponedeljka da krenem sa ovim. I na taj način si ti svom klijentu demonstrirao da dao si mu vremena da te spreči u egzekuciji toga ukoliko nije zadovoljan, poslao si mu pre toga par follow-upova, postavljao si mu pitanja i mislim niko normalno neće ti kaže pa čekaj zašto si ovo ipak uradio, ako se tako nešto desi, gledaj da završiš sa takvim klijentom što pre, topla preporuka, ali to onda recimo, ako mi klijent ne odgovara često na mailove, a ja mu šaljem nekoliko mailova, klijenti vrlo dobro reaguju ako im pošalješ kao email summary. I onda kažeš, vidi, u prethodnih par mailova sam ti postavljao različita pitanja, ali evo sad sam ti sve ovo skupio na jedno mesto, ti bude zgodno. Vrlo često bi dobro kao mail koji kao, hvala ti puno, kao baš znači, njima stiže to na mailova isto koji tebi ne stižu. I sve su šanse da si ti bolje organizovan sa svojim mailovima nego oni. Eto tako. Zašto, brate? Naplaćuju. Nemam generalni odgovor, dakle, moj pristup je da klijentima šaljem nekoliko follow-upova, da probam sve što mogu da odradim na svoju ruku, da to bude bezbedno za klijenta, da bude možda na neki način da se to podrazumevalo iz prethodne komunikacije, da ću ja da nastavim sa tim radom. Ajde sad, ne znam čime se baviš. Da. Moj posao je takav da ja klijentima održavam naloge i ja uvek imam posla tamo jer treba ti nalozi da se nadziru, da se optimizuju i tako dalje i onda, da kažem, ako klijent ne odgovara, meni to takav mi je posao, ne pravi veliki problem, ja uvek imam posla, uvek mogu da smislim nešto što ću da uradim za klijenta zašto znam 100% da je njemu korisno. Eto tako je, sad u ovome što ti radiš, ne znam, gledaj da ideš na sigurno koliko god možeš i da ono što radiš, da si siguran da će klijent da kaže, super što si ovo odradio. Eto tako. Vrlo često klijenti pošalji mail u kome, gde ti je subject maila all good i znak pitanja. I ispod toga napiši, slao sam ti par mailova u zadnje vreme, ali sve ok, znaš kao javi se. Skoro uvek dobijem odgovor. I njima to stigne, pogledaju, ne pogledaju i tako dalje. Pošalji email sa takvim subjectom. Tamara, sa vremenom ne znam kakvi smo, 45 minuta je prošlo. Ja jesam apsolutno nego zbog tebe, pošto... Da. Izvolite. Naravno. Da, naravno. Ljudima koji tek kreću, savjetujem da, nadam se da nema nikog iz poreske, dok ne dođeš do 1000 evra mesečno, povlači novac preko pionira i snađi se. Kad dođeš do neke 1000 evra, registruj se kao paušalac i plati neki porez državi da si miran. Eto, to kažem. To ti je cost of doing business. Do tad, mislim da je rizik toliko minimalan da apsolutno ne postoji posle toga. Mislim, znaš, ima mnogo benefita registracije. Ako treba nekav kredit u banci, drugačije će te gledaju, ipak ti ide tamo neko, imaš neko zdravstveno, imaš neko kakvo, takvo, socijalno i tako dalje, zaista ima benefita. Tako da, eto, to je. Idemo na čemu? U redu? Da.
Hvala, Dragane. Dragan isto takođe ostaje ovde sada na pauzi, tako da ako imate još pitanje možete ga naći kao i sve nas drugi. Želela bih da vas pozovem sada na pauzu za ručak. Ručak će biti poslažen napolje, ići će momci pa će nositi to sve, možete i ostati unutra koliko vam je mnogo vruće ili napolju. Nastavljamo sledeći deo predavanja od 13:30.
My name is Katerina Boshkova, and I work as Upwork Business Development Partner, taking care of freelance communities and agencies in Central Eastern Europe. So really my last name has Serbian roots, because my granddad on father's side was from Serbia. So even though my shame, just besides few words, I don't speak Serbian, but can understand a lot. So it's a real pleasure for me to come back here. It's, I think, the third year we are doing these big events in Serbia, and it's double pleasure to see again many of you, many familiar faces. So I just want to ask, because it's always good to know, please raise your hands who are rising talent, or as that lady called, newbies here in the room, who just started on the marketplace. All the rest are top rated? No? Who are top rated? Please raise your hands. Oh, so many experienced guys. Anyway, nice to meet everyone, and again to see everyone here, in spite of this heat. Before we gonna speak with you about a little bit different things, because I think my colleagues on the start told so many new insights, product updates that are happening on the marketplace right now. So when we were preparing this event, I asked Tamara, what is the best probably thing to share with you guys? And she told me that last year when we made like a small sneak peek to how Ukrainian community looks like, that would probably be the best to share with you how Ukrainian community lives, where they are strong, probably where the problem is, like a kind of hint, how it looks like, and what makes the country a leading country in Europe. But before we start, I will probably invite you to do one crazy thing, if you allow me to do that, all right? Because it was so hot outside, and you had just small lunch, some drinks, and for those who are in public speaking, this time after lunch is, public speakers call it like a hippo time, because everybody is sitting back on the chair, and the food is going down. And I don't want you to fall asleep in 15 minutes. So I suggest to do one crazy thing, but I would really, really appreciate if all of you will do that, okay? Just take one piece of paper, whatever you have. It can be agenda, you don't need it. We will announce what is next ourselves. It can be one paper that you will take away from your notebook. Everybody got it on the check-in, I know. Just please, everyone, take it. Whatever paper you have. If you don't have, just ask your colleague next chair to borrow you. And make a paper ball of it. Just a paper ball of this paper. Like that. All right? Did you manage? Show me. Okay, everyone has it. Now let's do one fun thing. It's about imagination. To a little bit take the heat down. Just close your eyes, everyone. Close your eyes like a big festival. Close your eyes. Imagine this is a snowball. And just any direction you want to do it. Just throw it away when I say 3, after 1, 2, 3. Hopefully it's not going to be myself on the stage, but you are allowed to do that. So just imagine that this is a snowball and it's going to help us to be and to feel a little bit cooler, all right? 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Yes. Okay. So, I will invite you for the journey to our Ukrainian community. This is the recent picture from our family day that we regularly host here in Kiev and in other regions of Ukraine. So actually when freelancers can visit with their families, I think you also have to create meetups, so you know what I mean. So that's the latest picture when all these crazy guys were doing football games. They even built an Upwork office from the boxes, paper boxes. I did not put all the pictures, but believe me, there was even Upwork office on Mars, on another planet. So the creativity was really great. But the thing is that I really would like you to understand how the community lives, how freelancers in Ukraine look like, how actually the industry look like, because we have lots of similar things, lots of in common, just a little bit of difference when it comes to categories and when it comes to ratings. So Katrin shared at the start of the day how the freelance market looks for Serbia. So if you check Ukrainian freelance markets when it comes to categories, almost the same. It's web mobile software development, design and creative, engineering and architecture, sales and marketing, and a little bit data science, science and analytics. So basically two first categories are very similar for our communities. Just you are leading in designing creative, Ukraine is leading in web mobile and software development. But basically, there are lots of cross skills because I will give you an example. For instance, in Ukraine, you will rarely see UI UX designer in designing creative because they more likely or by mistake can put the category web mobile and software, but by fact they're in designing creative. When it comes to skills, so once again, top 10 in-demand skills for Ukrainian community. This is basically, again, everything around designing creative and web mobile software. So graphic design is leading, WordPress, Adobe Photoshop, video animation, Swift, Java, React Native, so all these skills that you can find as anyway on the markets as a top in-demand skills for tech and design industries. How actually, if we look to the numbers for Ukrainian freelancers, so you can see on the slide 300,000 freelancers. That's the number of registrations for Ukrainians on the marketplace. So that's a big number. I would really wish if all of them were earning freelancers, but of course it's not the thing because many freelancers, no matter the country is, make one mistake. They are registering on the platform, doing nothing and waiting until some golden client will find or will just bring the job on the plate. That would never happen. You know it even better than I do. When it comes to average hourly rates that Ukrainian freelancers are actually working on the jobs and marketplace. So for two top categories like web, mobile and software, that's almost $26. Of course, it again depends on the skills and on the skill set that you are doing. And designing creative, 20 plus. So this is something for all other categories, but that's an average. Of course, you can meet just during our recent expert year, we had a freelancer who is doing UI UX and his rate is $66 per hour. So $66.66 per hour. And he started with this rate from scratch on the marketplace, just as really strong and able to sell himself with such a higher rate. So of course the numbers can be different. When I said 300,000, it means that all these freelancers and agencies, including agencies, they are presented all over the country. So basically that's not only Kiev, that's all our big country. And we are lucky to have a big team of ambassadors there. It's 5 people in total, including myself, who are doing events and who is actually nurturing the community in all these regions. So that's 5 cities of Ukraine. And if to speak about the last year, we hosted 50 plus events and almost 6,000 people actually attended these events. So pretty much big amount. I just want to introduce to you one of the, because some guys were asking me today, what did we do last year? Really big thing for Ukraine, and I think actually it was the biggest freelance event in Central Eastern Europe, I would say ever, because nobody except Upwork is doing any kind of events, such big educational and social for freelance communities. We had a regional tour all over Ukrainian cities. So it was 10 days, I guess, that we spent with the team on the road. So it was, 10 days, 5 cities. We hosted 5 big summits. And as you see, it was 13 events in total, 35 speakers on the stage, 1,500 people attended offline, so sitting like you in the room, and almost 16,000 people actually watched the live stream. So I will show you one small video that will just give you understanding how it was. All right. So it was really a big event for almost 700 people that were in the room with a live stream, so whole day, but really fruitful content and everything. Doesn't want to disappear. Yeah, also a good initiative I want to share about is, you've seen the awards, and actually we're doing it in Serbia as well when we award the best freelancers of the year. We just had one of them on the stage. And actually this initiative started in Ukraine a few years ago, and usually we do it during big events. So just one news also that I want to share, that this year we took a little bit different approach. We did not do it during the big awards, big event in Ukraine, but we filmed, we called it Upwork Awards Vlog, actually a vlog about the best freelancers and about the best agencies in Ukraine. When it comes to agencies, we visited their offices, and the idea was that they will tell more about themselves, actually to present themselves when they are featured as the best. The typical question that I think most of community ask, what does it mean, the best freelancer of the year or the best agency of the year? So actually it's a number of criteria, which include among others, like of course the earnings for the past years, but also client communication and the feedback, quality of jobs on the marketplace, and many others. So that's not just about how successful you look on the marketplace. So hopefully soon, at the end of June, we're going to have this vlog, and it could be a good idea for other communities as well. Yeah, that's some picture from our awards evening that we had also with freelancers and those agencies who work remotely, who do not by fact have office, and were not able to host us there just to present how their business life looked like. But the interesting things that it's not just because Upwork love Ukrainian community. So why we are doing so many active things there on the market? It's just because the country is really strong itself on the marketplace. That's why I think it will be really useful for you to know what makes Ukraine a #1 tech hub in Europe overall, if we look to any data, any stats. So it's an open fact that Ukraine is really #1 tech hub in Europe, especially when it comes to web, mobile, and software development. And your main category, designing creative, is on our second place. So today, Ukraine is run about 185,000 developers. So if you compare it with those number of freelancers that I said on Upwork, 300,000 freelancers, and developers is 185. So all this difference, it's about other categories, about other skill set, including designing creative that you guys have. And all these almost 200,000 developers are working in 4,000 companies. So that's a really, really big number of mostly outsourcing companies that are working from Ukraine, that are based in Ukraine, but they are working with other markets. Of course, it's very much related, and the same as for Upwork, that for Ukrainian IT companies, the main markets are the United States, European Union countries, Israel, Emirates, so these top client markets that are well known to you as well. Ukraine is number one in tech is actually number 2 industry in the country. So it was the data for the last year. Number 1 is agricultural, but tech is actually the second industry in the country that generates the main revenue for the country overall. That's why within the last year and within the previous years, I will explain you what I mean now, the country and the government was pretty much flexible towards tech industry, freelancers, because we had lots of problems when it comes to legal work and everything which is related to freelancers to be legalized in the country. More than 100 companies of Fortune 500 are actually using the services of Upwork tech industry. So that's also a well-known fact that you can find on the internet. And 20% of the world's leading companies like Microsoft, Samsung, Huawei, they are opening their research and development offices in the country. So basically using the talents that we have in IT, most likely. I would like to show you like what is the state of the country in IT global market. So again, it's the largest exporter in Europe when it comes to IT. It ranks 24 in the world when it comes to software development out of 50 countries, have some ranking. UA developers quality ranks 11th out of 50 countries. It's this data from Hacker Rank portal when they evaluate the quality and the perception actually as well. Ukrainian exports of IT services the last year was 3.2 billions, and the prediction for the next year is almost double, so 5 and 4 billions. If we speak about 2025, it's almost triple times, so $8.4 billion. And almost the leading role in this takes all these big outsourcing companies that by fact graduate experienced IT specialists, because the problem of education still exists. And more than 110 international companies in general, I just named you the biggest one, they open research and development offices in Ukraine. And also what was really interesting, that freelancers from Ukraine rank 7th when it comes to the quality and efficiency in the world. So it's not only about developers. Why 7th? Why not the 1st? I don't know, that's a good thing actually for us to aim. But why in the top 10? Because actually, especially when it comes to developers, they have in a good meaning, like a pure hunger for work. So they start from university, which gives just a theoretical basis. Then the most talented can develop themselves in outsourcing companies, and in parallel, they can start their work on such marketplace as Upwork. So basically, that gives them like 2 directions to earn money. What makes them strong? And in this sense, Upwork, I will say in a certain manner, probably lucky that Ukrainian freelancers are well prepared when it comes to development and IT, because they get these practical skills in outsourcing companies, and we have a lot of them. Another thing is state of investment in startups, what makes country really, really strong, again, when it comes to tech. So it was a huge record in the industry, but in 2017, 44 deals of total like 265 millions were with Ukrainian startups, where they get investments from international investors, venture funds, and so on. They either were from Ukraine, or they got like Ukrainian roots. Like the largest of them that you might know is well-known Grammarly. It doesn't work for us. Yeah, Grammarly, PetCube, Deposit Photos, that's all Ukrainian startups that are well-known nowadays, but by fact they are still based in Ukraine. Yeah, may have like offices in US or somewhere else, but all the development centers are still in the country. How actually an average developer, I would say even developer freelancer, look like in Ukraine? So basically an average age is from 21 to 30. That's also a survey that was done by HackerRank. That's usually the person that earns $2,000 plus, which is 4 times, 5 times more than average salary in Ukraine, if you speak about other industries, which is not agriculture and not tech. The big thing and problem that, as I mentioned, in Ukraine we have lots of technical universities, but only one, which is based in Kharkiv, is actually, you can see this university in the international ranks, because all the rest, they are old universities with the brand on the local market. But when it comes to IT, they provide just theoretical basis. So it's not enough. You can know the theory, but you come out from the university and you can do nothing. And here the huge impact for Ukrainian tech industry is done by those outsourcing companies, a big top 10 especially, who are working on foreign markets, and they take even these guys from the university, educate them, give them practice. Of course, when it's like junior or middle level developer, he can or she can like, hey, I have another opportunity, and probably when I become stronger doing freelance on Upwork, I will think whether I should work in the company, following this corporate career, or choose any kind of freestyle and earn money myself, or build business myself on the marketplace. So yeah, still we have a problem in the country that the last year almost 10%, especially when this conflict starts, almost 10% of people left the country. It's like a brain drain, and we still have it. All the survey shows that around about 22% of people, of developers, I mean, open for relocation and working on the other markets. But yeah, still those who are in the industry and lives in the country, I would say in a very good position if they are working with foreign markets like United States or anything else. Another thing is Ukraine. That Ukraine is a state of ecosystem. So I think you all will agree that for tech industry and to develop the ecosystem, to grow the industry, it's very important. So everything like universities, companies, business, venture funds, government, they should bring this sharing of knowledge, of plans, so to be aligned and follow one strategy. So then it will have an impact for the industry overall. So Ukraine just probably started, that's the first, so we can't compare it, let's say, with tech in US. So we just started, but the good thing that was done and how the Ukraine developed this industry, we now have almost 20 IT clusters, which you can find almost in every city in Ukraine. So IT clusters, it's like clubs, I will call it like a business club that unite together companies, institutions, and everything that help community to grow. We are now open lots of tech hubs, so-called hubs or parks, like Unit City, you can Google that. That's a huge complex where you can rent an office, where you can host an event. So it's like an incubator for different companies that help you to stay connected, develop each other, work with each other. So it's like a, yeah, like a unit. As well as more than 50 different co-working spaces that are used by many freelancers, many companies, startups, IT specialists who are working individually. So that's all help to bring community together. And of course, events. Just recently, we have 2 big established brands for events. It's IT Arena and recently hosted iForum that was in May in Kiev that gathered together like almost 40,000 people. So that's basically like a world-known web summit that is happening in Portugal. That people from Ukraine, from Central European countries are coming there and they get knowledge, meet companies, find clients. So that's a big ecosystem. When it comes to competitiveness, just one thing to mention probably from here is that from the last year, 2018 report, 18 Ukrainian outsourcing companies from more than 5,000 that we have, they got to top 100 well-known outsourcing companies that were recognized for the quality and everything. So basically, the talent and one company out of like the leading top 10 is thousands of people that are working. Like the biggest, it's from 2,000 of developers that are in the company to 5,000 developers. So that's a huge outsourcing companies. That gives us a state of competitiveness. Yeah, that was something that I also wanted to mention, because I know that the problem still exists also for freelancers in Serbia with how to get paid officially, how to make it an easier process maybe. I just want to share what was with us, because when I started with Upwork, it was a huge problem, really. We freelancers were all using different methods of getting payments on Upwork, but for them to work officially, like a private entrepreneurs, for instance, or being registered as a company that's applicable for agencies, it was a huge problem, because you had to submit to bank contract, imagine, in hard copy. I don't know if it works still for you, and confirmation of services for each $10 or $100 that you withdraw from the marketplace. So it's a nightmare. And you have to put the signature of the client, not Upwork, and to show it to the bank. So nobody do it. It was a huge problem that actually limited Ukrainian community and Ukrainian talents to start freelancing and to do it officially. Like, it was like a hidden industry in tech. And we did a great job with so-called initiative group, like freelancers, volunteers, legal guys who just do it for free. It took us 1.5 years to introduce the law and actually to make it, to approve it within the government, that now simplified, totally simplified all this process for freelancers. So they just need one invoice, one paper, one pager that they submit online to the bank, that they sign themselves, put the amount they withdraw, and that's it. So no hard copies, no visits to the bank, tax inspection accept this invoice, and e-signature is also valid now. So that basically was huge improvement. I will show you this picture. I now recognized after we have new president that this will be historical picture for myself as well. It's our ex-president here, and this is me and some guys that helped from the National Bank and the Ministry of Finance really to work and get this law done, to get it approved. And now it's really this head pain for freelancers and agencies in Ukraine. It gone away because they have an easy process to work via such marketplaces as Upwork, or if they sell something on iStore or Google or whatever. So if you are doing it online, that's totally another process for you. Yeah, that's probably it from my side. I do really hope that I was able to share with you some insights that maybe you can try out, or knowing that designing creative is #1 for you. Like one of our colleagues said, copy-paste to the local market and try to see what you can improve. I would like once again to encourage you guys to use the hashtag #UpworkLive and to make posts on Instagram, because before our panel discussion with community team, we're gonna actually rank top 10 posts that will get 3 months plus membership for free. With the new Connect, it's a good present, I think. So thank you so much for your attention, and if you have any kind of questions, welcome. Thank you. Yeah, I will really appreciate, because we have a live stream and it's better if...
Are other plans from the Ukrainian government to increase number of freelancers or freelance companies in Ukraine? Because from your presentation, with the ground
It's very hard to say what are the plans of the government to improve, because they were really flexible. The past president was really flexible when it comes to tech industry. So it's really hard to say, because we just had the president election and many things are changing now. So it's really hard to say what to expect. But honestly, when it comes to market itself, so when I gave you the stats for the developers, actually when you don't look from the Upwork perspective, so just tech industry, it's very hard to differentiate freelancers and developers from the company, because many of them, almost 80%, they do both. So they're working in the company and they do freelancing. So basically data, it's a little bit like crossed with each other. So how they plan to grow it, I think we had a huge win with this law that make freelancers and agencies in Ukraine who selling their services on Upwork, that actually help them to do it easier. What the plans for the future to grow it, I don't know, really. I really hope that we're not going to have any kind of limitations and increase in taxes, but the talks are that it will be, because the industry is the second generating one. So I expect that they will raise the taxes for all tech industry. I can't say that it's going to be an improvement, but we'll see.
The rest of creativity.
Maybe. What is really great on the market, that they are very open and supporting when it comes to developing of this ecosystem for tech business. So they are really supporting opening of these IT parks, huge co-working spaces. So if you ever come to Kiev, you will see how it works, because it's really different from the rest of the countries nowadays. Yeah. Yes. So it depends how you work. So if you, let's say we can take an Upwork example. So if you work officially as private entrepreneur, so your official tax is 5%, but there is also extra taxes like social, pension, that brings it to 7.5 monthly. I know that in Serbia is much higher. And the case that Ukrainian community is not so still open for that, because they were so frightened back then with all these limitations, yes, and hard process around that. So we are now getting this law approved when it's much easier and process is simplified. We are starting, I will call it like rolling out that to the community, and they are open to use it. You can also withdraw to your personal card, like bank card that belongs to you, not a private entrepreneur account, but you have to pay 18% of taxes. So that's much higher. And if you work as a company, like LLC for instance, that depends which type of company do you use. But if you have employees inside the company, it's run about 36, closer to 40. So it again depends on the site and on the model. Yeah, you're a private entrepreneur, you're individual, you have annual turnover around about 5 million, which is really great, and you're allowed, this is like a third type of private entrepreneurs who are allowed to work with foreign customers, because we have like first group, second group. Yeah, and I think that in total 7.5, that's really low percent, but still somewhere here in the heads for many, it's, yeah. Okay, thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Rakia for you, of course. Thank you so much. Da se razumemo, ja verovatno neću sedeti sa našim predsjednikom na sastanku. Nadam se da vam se svidjela. Moja ideja je bila da ona priča malo o Ukrajini, zato što mi prosto imamo veliki potencijal. Ja retko kad imam priliku da vidim te statistike njihove, znate da nam je zabranjeno i sve, ali kad vidim te brojeve onda mi nekako teško, zato što znam šta mi možemo i znam da smo tu dosta onako limitirani sa strane, pravne strane i države. Opet, s druge strane, radimo dosta tih predavanja šta možemo, šta ne možemo, ali znate prosto neku našu situaciju. Ali se zaista nadam da ćemo i mi doći do nečeg sličnog, ako ne i boljeg, barem do neke 2000... Što? Ne, u odnosu na... Nije, stvarno nije. Znači, stvarno, oni imaju ogroman broj freelancera. Ne, ja ne znam, znači, kad ne govorimo o milionima, govorimo o procentima tim kojim je između, ali oni su podstaknuti. Znači, moraš da shvatiš tu razliku koja je... Ne, oni su napravili boom. Mi smo bili, mislim, nisam ovo kao poređenje, ali mi smo bili iznad. Znači, kad smo bili na istoj situaciji, mi smo bili iznad.
Znači, hoću samo da kažem, to je ono nešto što ja stalno imam neke sastanke sa bankama i slično i ljudi koji me poznaju znaju da stvarno pokušavamo, znači mi smo imali neku freelance zajednicu koja više ne postoji i sve, znači stvarno nešto pokušavamo, ali mislim prosto naš predsjednik nema razumevanja za to. Banki imaju, nešto se nadamo ipak da će se možda i desiti, ali hoću da kažem primer kada se to reši i tekako funkcioniše. Tako da mi je neka bila želja, pošto su Ukrajinci stvarno broj jedan što se tiče freelancinga, da čujete i neku njihovu stranu. Ono što nas čeka sad u ovom nekom drugom delu, imat ćemo još dva naša freelancera, Slađanu i gospodina Nikolu iz Niša iz Morene, koji će podeliti svoje neko iskustvo i pričati o njihovim agencijama, a to je ovaj drugi deo zapravo o agencijama, znači ne o freelancerima. I posebno mi je drago da vam predstavim Dafinu. Dafina dolazi iz Makedonije, predstavit ću naravno i kasnije, ona je Premium Service Talent Agent i na kraju nas čeka debata, praktično imat ćemo community team koji će sedeti ovde, imat će svoj panel diskusiju praktično i bit će otvoreni za sva pitanja. Sad bih želela da pozovem Slađanu. Slađana je, da kažem, osnivač i glavni arhitekta Rea dizajna, jedna od, da kažem ovako, agencija na Upworku koji su onako prilično i više, da. Dakle, hvala Slađa, izvoli.
Hvala. Hvala tamo. Ja ovdje imam jednu fenomenalnu modernu prezentaciju za vas i 7 tačaka. Ovdje se ne vidi moje ime baš najbolje, ali hvala Tamara na ovom JPEG-u podignutom gore. Elem, u suštini KYC je nešto moderno i nešto podvedeno pod neki termin, ništa vam ne znači, verovatno. KYC je skraćenica za Know Your Client ili Know Your Customer. U suštini je poreklo iz bankarstva, odnosno iz generalno trgovine i to je nešto što je široko primenjeno, recimo, na američkom tržištu, gde je obaveza transparentnosti poslovanja nešto podmoranje. I to je način da jednostavno vi proverite svog klijenta ko je, šta je, kako je i sad je pitanje kako to uraditi na Upworku. Sad ja imam pitanje, ovde ima masa njih koji nisu početnici, pa imam pitanje kako vi proveravate klijente. Kako, gospodine, vi proveravate klijente? Recimo. Dalje li ima još neko nešto? Kako krećete? Možete proveravati svoje klijente, ali vas uopšte interesuje s kim radite. Recimo od sektora do sektora. Neću govoriti o arhitekturi, ja sam arhitekta, meni je jako bitno s kim radim. Ali recimo dalje za neki IT sektor bitno da zna s kim radi. Jer ima ovdje iz IT sektora nekog. Ajde ljudi, uspavat ćemo se, ajde da komuniciramo. Da vam ja pričam svoje iskustvo, to je bez veze. Možemo da pričamo novu temu. Izvoli. Nećete da sarađujete. Ok, onda ću da vas smorim. Izvolite.
Nije pravno. Nego profil provodi iskucene koje je najbitnije, je meni, kažem da li je identifikovan član na Upworku, koliko smo sve postrošili do sada, znači da ocena, i ako ostavi neke bliže podatke, gdje ovo mogu su postaviti ime firme ili nešto, obavezno Google, ili sve to što može da se fajla tako.
Da li to znači da ne radiš sa početnicima? Da li to znači da ne radiš sa klijentima koji nemaju apsolutno nikakvih informacija ostavljenih ili traga na Upworku? Ono što ja hoću da ukažem jeste možda to rani način, rani principi možda utvrđivanja u trenutku kada vi apsolutno ne znate ko je klijent. Znači u trenutku kada on nema ostavljen trag na šta je ono što recimo ja radim, a što se poklopa sa tim KYC principima. U suštini oni u sebi imaju proveru pre svega identiteta sa kim radite. Znači to se vrlo lako može ustanoviti bez obzira, kažem, na sektor. Vrlo lako vi već iz job posta znate da li je neko profi ili ne. Da li barata terminologijom ili ne. Ukoliko ima ostavljen trag u smislu prethodnih poslova, vi ćete znati da na onoj historiji da pretražite šta je, ko je, kako je, kakav je feedback. Međutim, triki deo je kada on apsolutno nema nikakvu istoriju i kako pojuriti te tragove. Recimo, u suštini da kome su ovi principi namenjeni. Oni su namenjeni za nekog koga vi ne možete da istražite tek tako. Znači vi ćete, ne znam, ako dobijete invite, vi ćete imati samo ime, ali tako? U tom imenu ćete imati i kroz job post i kroz istoriju imat ćete mesto, dakle je vremensku zonu, mesto i državu. Šta radite sa ta dva podatka? Mislim, vi možete da koristite Google, koji baš i nije nešto precizan, možete da koristite Facebook, Instagram, možete dalje da tražite na društvenim mrežama, ali ono što ja recimo volim da uradim jeste da recimo pretražim white pages. White pages su klasične bele strane koje su na američkom tržištu digitalizovane, gde vi možete da znate apsolutno sve, možete da znate adresu, možete da znate koliko ima godina, koga u porodici ima. E sad, tu dolazi ono pitanje koliko je vama to bitno. Mene ono interesuje recimo koliko je bitno za IT sektor da znate sa kim radite, zato sam i pitala. Recimo, vama je verovatno bitno samo da li je on platežan ili ne, da li eventualno poznaje terminologiju ili ne. Za arhitektu je jako bitno da zna i porodicu, da li je to firma u pitanju ili pojedinac, da li je neko ko apsolutno nije iz domena arhitekture i potrebno mu je da recimo nešto uradi. Onda ćete vi onda lako znati koja je i njegova platežna moć, zato što u okviru tih white pages imate recimo general check, pa znate i gde je radio, pa znate i generalno njegov status, imate i adresu, možete da posetite i jednostavno mesto gde živi. Ono što hoću da kažem jeste da vi sa intervjuom možete da krenete u celu tu priču. Međutim, pre samog intervjua treba da znate sa kim poslujete, da li uopšte treba poslovati sa njim. Ne govorim o tome da je neko verifikovan ili ne, to će Upwork uraditi za vas. Govorim više u smislu da li ste vi na nekoj istoj frekvenciji, da li se razumete, da li ne, da li uopšte možete da radite sa tako nekim ili ne. Recimo, meni se dešavalo da prilikom pretrage naiđem da recimo to nije moj glavni klijent, nego da je klijent recimo supruga koja ima biro, a da je recimo suprug samo uzeo da za nju nešto pomogne na Upworku i tako to. Tako da u suštini nekad glavni klijent nije onaj sa kim pričate, nego je glavni klijent neko drugi. I to je sve ono što treba dalje istražiti. Ono što je kod mene prvi korak prilikom pretrage tih klijenata jeste da prilikom intervjua saznam što više, ali naravno neke stvari ne otkrivam direktno, ne otkrivam da znam recimo koliko njih ima u porodici ili da znam da li je to biro u pitanju ili pojedinac, da znam da je to firma, naravno pretražite website. Ako nemaju website, onda nisu ni ozbiljna firma. Ako je neki pojedinac koji se ne bavi tom strukom, nego jednostavno je, se izvinjam, meni jako vruće. Katastrofa. Znači, ako je pojedinac, ako je u pitanju, ne znam, domaćica iz West Palm Beacha, opet trebate znati da li je to realno nešto što možete da se upuštate i koliko je ona, znači, u smislu terminologije od svega potkovana znanjem i šta je ono što njoj treba. Dalje, ono što ja koristim kao korisne alate su naravno pre svega Google, white pages, Facebook, Instagram i sve što mogu da nađem od dalje podataka. Naravno, jednom kad se krene u intervju, vi poprilično toga možete da saznate o klijentu, ali možete da saznate i nakon par dana. Ono što ja radim nakon i dobijanja posla jeste da radim stalni monitoring tog konkretnog ugovora, odnosno posmatram da li je zaposlio možda još nekog od freelancera, posmatram po kojoj cifri je taj freelancer zapošljen i generalno pratim status tog posla. Nisam čula, ima neko pitanje? Pa u suštini vi možete na tom delu, recimo i kad je apliciranje u pitanju, kad je intervju u pitanju, vi uvijek možete da se vratite na View Original Job Posting. Tu možete da vidite količinu intervjua koja klijent radi, a onog trenutka kada vas zaposli, vi takođe možete da vidite ako pored vas ima na istom job postu sa istim imenom, ima još par freelancera. Mislim, dešavalo se da na jednom poslu, se izvinjam, meni je jako teško. Ja stvarno ne mogu, ovo mi je vruće, užasno. Znači, dešavalo se da recimo na istom poslu zaposleni budu još 3 freelancera i recimo da su različite cifre, onda možete da pogledate kakvi su njihovi profili. Da li je to u stvari, to bi značilo da na jednom poslu vi radite u stvari trial. Jer ako su još njih 3 zaposlene na istom poslu, onda je to trial koje jednostavno zavisi da li ćete, koliko ćete dobri biti i koliko ćete ostati na tom poslu. Mislim, klijent ima pravo da kaže da je trial verzija, da će imati još 3 njih zaposleno na tom poslu, ali u suštini može da angažuje koliko god ljudi želi. Na vama je da stalno radite monitoring u smislu da znate, možda će se dok vi ste recimo na sredini tog projekta, on će angažovati recimo još 3 ljudi. Jednostavno morate da znate kad je vreme da budete jaki, da se izborite, a kad je vreme da već imate oformljen posao i da je to to. Kako? A čime se baviš? Programiranjem. Rekla sam i rekla. IT sektoru možda nije bitno, ali recimo zamisli sada arhitektu koji radi posao i kažemo da ograničavam tu na arhitekturu, moram da znam zato što možda krajnji korisnik nije on. Recimo imala sam zahtev pre mesec, da mora da se radi render 3D svetala i da se to vidi koliki je to fluks. Krajnje zahtevi koji nisu specifični za klasičnu arhitekturu. Da bi na kraju saznala da je jedan od 3 klinaca slabovat. Znači, mora da se upozna u arhitekturi i to je jako bitno zato što je arhitektura malo i psihologija prostora i korisnika. Zato je jako bitno da se zna, ali recimo u tvom nekom domenu je jako bitno da znaš da li je posao u pitanju firma ili je pojedinac. Recimo, šta je konkretno, koje ti imaš klijente kao poslodavci? Kako ih istražuješ? Šta ti je bitno? Ne mislim kako ih istražuješ u smislu klasičnog stalkinga. Ja ovde ne govorim o stalkingu, hođenju i u tom smislu. Ne, nego jednostavno kako istražuješ da li je to dobar meč za tebe. Da li ti možeš da odgovoriš na njihove zahteve. Kako istražiš tako nešto, a ako imaš samo Upwork informaciju. Dobro. Dobro, a kako znate da je taj start-up ili već ko pouzdan, da neće za nedelju dana priča nestati? A da li postoji način da to ne bude osjećaj, nego da se proveri kroz nešto? Da li možete moju firmu da proverite nekako? Da li postoji APR američki? Da li postoji banka koja će reći da su u blokadi ili ne znam? Znači, apsolutno je slično kao kod nas s tim što je američko tržište baš transparentno. Ne po želji i ne po htenju, već po moranju. A obzirom da je 70% poslova sa američke teritorije, sa američkog tržišta, znači, apsolutno postoji način da saznate sve. Ja sam dala primer da se sazna koja je porodica, zato što arhitekta radi generalno za porodicu. I zato što moram da znam šta je, koja je generalno background. S druge strane, imate ne samo taj psihološki moment, nego Upwork malo pravi rasiste od nas. U smislu da moramo da znamo različite mentalitete i različit mindset i odmah se postavljate. Ne mogu ja da pitam tako direktno pitanja, šta ste vi by origin? Ali ako mi kaže da je, ne znam, jučerašnji klijent da je on iz Nemačke, odnosno saznam da je Ulrich srednje ime da je Nemac i da je žena iz Kine, ja odmah znam otprilike da to nije klasičan američki mindset. O tome se radi. A što se ovog vašeg tiče, mislim u suštini da je vama jedino bilo bitno da li taj startup funkcioniše i da li će biti tu narednih 6 meseci ili ne, koliko je ozbiljna firma. Dalje biste saznali koliko imaju, ne znam, zaposlenih, da li je 3 ljudi ili 33 ljudi, da li su na putu da prestanu da budu start-up ili su i dalje samo freelance spora kao i vi. Jer u suštini masa start-upova nije razlika veća od vas. Eto, kažete. Nije njega jedino zato što je najtransparentnije.
Vi možete da platite report i da dobijete izveštaj za $1, 2, 3 bukvalno i koje su mesečna primanja, godišnje primanja, šta ima, od imovine i tako dalje. Ali ja ne znam zašto je to toliko bitno za posao. Mislim, jeste ovaj deo finansijski kao da budete sigurni.
Opet ponavljam, ja ne govorim...
Sa neki možete da komunicirate, to je kao kolega što je rekao pre vas, Dragan, da u stvari je ta komunikacija najbitnija sa klijentom, a vi to ništa nemate do trenutka dok ne krenete sa intervjuom ili sa nečim malo zbiljnijim.
Jeste to sve tako?
Znači kao jedan uvod u neki posao koji ćete da osmislite. Ali ne determiniše kvalitet. Ja ako imam kuću na Beverly Hillsu, ne znači da sam dobar komunikator i da dobro znam da vodim tim.
Mislim da se nismo razumeli. Ajde još jednom da proverim. Znači ja ne govorim ovde o verifikaciji da li je neko platežno ok ili ne, da li je kreditno sposoban ili ne. Tu je Upwork da proverava takve stvari i vi prilikom prihvatanja ili neprihvatanja ugovora vi ćete već znati da li je on verifikovan ili ne. Dalje, ne pričamo o satnici, ne pričamo o tome da li treba da mu naplatite 15 ili $55 na sat. Ne pričam ni o tome. Ja pričam više o tome da znate background njegov. Evo čemu se radi. Evo čemu se radi.
Najbitnija za posao. Znači da vama klijent zna da objasni šta želi od vas. Ja sam iz drugog sektora, ali ono što sam mogla da primetim, ja stvarno se divim kolegama grafičkog dizajnera, zato što je to vrlo opipljivo. Vrlo je onako neopipljivo u stvari, svako ima svoju neku viziju, vrlo je teško, to je recimo jako važna ta komunikacija, a vi svih ovih podataka dobijete samo jednu globalnu sliku. Vi kad počnete da komunicirate sa klijentom, znači, ne znam kako radite sistem eliminacije, na konto čega da vi znate, ok, ovaj klijent mi iz ove statistike ne odgovara, ovaj mi odgovara, ali kako mogu da znam ako ja nisam ušla u interakciju sa klijentom?
Evo, odmah ću vam dati primer. Znači, klijent je jako potkovan što se tiče toga šta mu treba, zna šta želi. Znači, u komunikaciji on se obraća jako fino, zna šta želi. Takođe me je pozvao na intervju, znači zna tačno kolika mi je satnica. Međutim, proverom ja vidim da on jednostavno neće biti dobar klijent za mene. Zašto? Zato što takvom jednom proverom vidim da ih je, ajde sad ću biti, loše ću zvučati, ali vidim i koje je stalež u pitanju u smislu da su na socijalnom i da mi nećemo raditi.
Novac nije važno.
Nije važno, ali to je trenutak kad ja mogu da presečem da radit ću sa njim i da neću raditi sa njim.
Znači, kao sveki drugi eksperiment, ali dobro, znači šta je u stvari poenta, što govorite, ja jako bolje posao Sherlocka Holmesa, jer imam taj karakter u sebi, volim da istražujem, ali šta je krajnji cilj? Znači, ja znam da izgledam...
Krajnji cilj je long term client.
Trebam da izgledam prvo pod broj jedan, mi kad apliciramo na neki posao, to je tabula rasa, vi nemate pojma ko je klijent i kako se zove ili bilo šta. Tek onog momenta...
Uvek tako? U 100% slučajeva?
Kad počne komunicati, znači možete istraživanjem tipa idem kako ja nalazim, idem na reviews pa gledam kako ga je neko oslovio sa Ken, a onda sledeći review je recimo share, što onda zaključam...
Šta vam onda kaže to?
Da je više ljudi uključeno, ne znači da je on loš. Ja radim za mog klijenta i kao klijent i kao freelancer na Upworku, ja predstavljam njegovu firmu. Znači,
ali što to vama direktno kaže? To znači da nećete imati prenesene informacije direktno od klijenta, nego ćete imati prenesene informacije od saradnika.
To ne znači da je on loš klijent, to samo znači da on možda ima dobar tim oko sebe.
Naravno, ali na vama je da procenite da li ćete raditi sa takvim klijentom, znači o tome se radi. Ovde nije sistem eliminacije u pitanju.
Pojenta, zašto onda radim sve te izveštaj? Ako što tražimo...
Koji izveštaj? Ne govorimo o izveštaju, govorimo o principima informisanja.
To je ipak izveštaj na kraju. Ja koji idem pa tražim, pa se informišem, gde živi, šta radi, koliko ima, čega ima, zašto nema, to je na kraju neka statistika ili neki izveštaj.
Dobro, vam to daje bolju sliku o klijentu ili ne?
Globalno, ako me ali kvalitet rada ne mogu da procenim na kontu toga što interakcije...
Kog rada? Kog rada?
Se radi.
Rad je uvijek na nivou. Znači, uvijek morate sa svakim klijentom da date maksimum.
Ali taj ekvivalent zavisi od komunikacije. Znači, ako je moja komunikacija, a ja to ne znam dok ne krenem.
Naravno. I onog trenutka kad krenete u komunikaciju, ne istražujete ništa. Da li radite neku pretragu?
Kao što rekao, ja volim
Znači, vi ipak pokrenete neku pretragu.
decenju kao vi što predstavljate i...
Ja sam dala samo opseg dokle može da ide. Možemo da nađemo i šta je imao juče za ručak.
Naravno, ne kažem šta je point toga. Jer vi kad istražite imate samo taj jedan deo koji je vezan za finansije, ali sam kvalitet...
Ne, vi ste se uhvatili za deo za finansije. Ja sam rekla da možete da istražite gde živi, u smislu da možete da znate da li je u pitanju sever Karoline ili je u pitanju jug Kalifornije i onda za mene to znači da znam klimatske zone. To za mene znači da znam da li je toplo ili hladno, kao arhitekte. To su podaci koji meni, ja mogu da vam samo prosledim ono što znam kao arhitekta. Naravno, za IT sektor to neće biti bitno, ja sam u startu pitala šta je za IT sektor bitno. Razumem, na vama je da li ćete istraživati klijenta ili ne. Moj stav je da treba istražiti sve. Da biste imali globalnu sliku preko nečega što nemate dodir fizički.
Donosite odluke šta je krucijalno, evo samo ovo, znači šta je krucijalno da vi odlučite da baš...
Šta je da odlučim?
Šta je krucijalno?
Šta je krucijalno?
Da vi odlučite...
Pa pre sve... Apsolutno nije problem, istopit ću se.
Hvala vam. Defina? I would like to invite Defina Cvetanovska from Macedonia. She's a premium service talent agent and she would like to talk about opportunities. Vi svi znate, s vremena na vreme pominjemo taj premium services. Je vam to jasno? Ne. So, not a lot of them know about premium services, so you will also explain that part. So, za oni koji znaju da mi dosta, onako, jedan period je bio onako dosta smo ulagali u taj servis, pričali ljudima i sve i onda negde onako je to negde zastalo, tako da mi je ideja bila da pozovemo Definu koja će pričati malo više o tom programu. Defina.
Hvala. Dobar dan svima. Ja sam Defina i dolazim iz Skopja, Makedonija. Srpski pričam, ali isključivo bez padeža. Znate, kad pitaju Makedonac jel pričaš srpski, on kaže, ma naravno pričam, samo stavi u na kraju svaku reči, to je to. Tako da mi kažemo obuci konduru. A vi Srbi kažete da smo mi Makedonci Srbi sa teškata govorната маната. So to be on the safe side, and I provide the most accurate information, I would proceed with this presentation in English. So I already told you, I come from Skopje, Macedonia, but I'm talent agent for premium services. And after 14 years of working in the corporate world, I've decided to start freelancing on Upwork in 2016. And I work with the Upwork team since May last year. So this is a pretty much quick introduction about me. Does it go forward or backward? Okay, all right. So in terms of today's agenda, but before I continue with the agenda, I would like to ask, do we have premium freelancers here? or agencies? None of you? Okay. That's different. No.
I was paying $10 per month for Flame. I'm not sure, but I went back to pay.
You're talking about the membership plans, so this is totally different. Yeah, it's not a membership plan, it's a program.
Then I'm mistaken, I'm not a premium.
Okay. No worries. So, in terms of today's agenda, we are going to talk about what premium services are. We're also going to talk about some premium services eligibility key points. I'm going to tell you about premium services perks that are available to premium freelancers and agencies. And I'll also share some premium services tips for best practices that I feel to be very important. In terms of today's goals, what I hope that you will accomplish after this session is that you will have more information about this program. Then you can learn about those perks that I mentioned and that are available to premium freelancers, and also learn some pro tips that are available to premium freelancers that I work with on a daily basis. So let's talk about premium services program. First of all, I would like to mention that premium services is completely free offering for top freelancers on Upwork and agencies. And what we are trying to do for our premium services is to identify highly skilled freelancers on Upwork, but not just freelancers, also agencies. And we define that by highly required skills on the marketplace. At the moment, premium services, it's invitation-only program. So unfortunately, you cannot request invite. If you're eligible, you will receive an email that will have a link that will take you to the premium application. And once you fill up that application, you will either have to pass assessment test for your skills, or you will have to prove your skills on or off Upwork by providing additional information now about your past experience and also information about your background. So our goal as premium is to help highly skilled freelancers to be more successful on Upwork. So this means that we help freelancers who just sign up on Upwork and they have highly demanded skills on the marketplace to help them get started and increase their earnings over the time. But we also help already established freelancers who are already working on the platform to help them grow their business on Upwork even more. Our team also works with other sister teams, such as teams that support enterprise clients, but we also work with other teams that support our premium freelancers. So by working with those teams, we help premium freelancers to increase their earnings and grow their business on Upwork, but we also help our sister teams to find the right talent for their client. So this is pretty much, these are pretty much the general information about the premium services. So I'm not directly involved in the invitation process, so I really don't know who's being invited and how the vetting process goes. But I can share with you some premium services eligibility key points. So how are you going to be eligible for premium services? So for freelancers, I already mentioned, they have to have skills that are highly demanded on the marketplace, and they should have proven experience working with high-skilled clients. The job success needs to be at least 90% or above, or they shouldn't have earned job success yet if they're new to the platform. Another thing is that I mentioned already in the application process. So all freelancers that apply for premium, they have to pass assessment test, and they need to pass behavioral interview done by Upwork. For agencies, same as the freelancer, the skills must to be highly demanded on the Upwork, on the marketplace, and those agencies have to have demonstrated ability to work on complex projects, and they have to show consistent performance on working on large projects with an expert level project with client on or off Upwork. For existing agencies, those that are already working on Upwork, they have to have, they need to be top rated. And new agencies who just sign up on Upwork, they need to be evaluated, and there is a reference check done for those agencies. Also, agencies are being video interviewed by Upwork. So there's a behavioral interview with either the agency owner or the business manager. So let's move to the next slide. Okay, so let's talk about premium services perks. What actually, the next slide, okay, so what actually premium services receive from our team? They get one-on-one support with a talent agent like me, so they can contact me or another talent agent if they have any question or if they have any concern, if they need any kind of help, or they can even schedule a call with the talent agent and discuss eventual issues, problems, concerns, questions that they may have. To premium freelancers who just enrolled to premium program, we give them 1 month complimentary Freelancer Plus. That's the membership that was mentioned earlier. Or we give them 30 free connects. So why we do this? We do this because we want to help the premium freelancers to apply more, to be comfortable to apply more, or to see the bid ranges of the other freelancers. And in this way, they can apply to more jobs. And as much as they apply, they're more likely to be invited for new projects and eventually land those projects. We also do priority for shortlisting. So what does it mean? Premium freelancers can be prioritized for shortlisting. This means that when they send a well-written and customized proposal, which meets the client's requirements in terms of required skills, experience, location, and other similar requirements. So in this case, we can shortlist their proposal, and it will be more visible to the client. And this means that that freelancer will have increased chances for receiving an invitation. But then it's totally up to the client if he will decide to proceed forward with that freelancer. So we don't have influence or impact on that part. We do prioritization for promotion in Upwork emails and on marketing pages. And the other perk that premium freelancers receive is that they receive tips for best practices. And we're going to talk about these tips in the slides, in the next slides. So earlier today, it was mentioned that majority of the job posts that are posted on Upwork by enterprise clients are invite only. Actually, they're privately posted and they're invite only. And we tell our premium freelancer that the profile, having a great profile, it's very important because it will help them to get noticed by those enterprise clients. So if their profile is not that great, they might miss a chance working with great clients. And why is that? Because profile is how you present yourself to the prospective clients. And it might help you to grab their attention and possibly win new work. And when talking about the profile, differentiation is a key. So you must stand out from the crowd. And my recommendation would be that when you create your Upwork profile, think of it as your professional brand and define that unique brand. So instead of just the information that most of us usually have it on our profiles regarding our skills, experience that we have, services that we offer, I would really recommend that you mention what are your goals and what are your values. Are you really passionate about something? For example, I'm passionate about helping others to be more successful in their career. So it would be great if you can mention what are you passionate about and what makes your services that different. Then I would recommend that you identify your target market and understand how your profile can best support your services. So tell the client what distinctive services you can provide and what makes your services that important and unique. I know that nowadays specialized profiles have been rolled out to all categories, and that there are freelancers who have option to create specialized profiles to showcase their different skills in different categories. But if those categories are very similar, or if they're different, I would recommend you really stick to what you do the best. Because most of the clients on Upwork are looking for experts and they're not looking for generalists. And for example, if you're a client and you want a graphic designer who will make an outstanding logo for your company, are you going to hire someone who has on his profile that is graphic designer, writer, customer support, admin support, or hire someone who has clearly demonstrated his experience as a graphic designer? I would choose the second one. So, profile helps Upwork to match you with the right clients, but also help to boost your visibility in client search. So, in order to be able to achieve this, I would really recommend that you keep your profile updated. If you have learned any new skill, or you have completed any job that required new skill, then go ahead and add that skill on your profile. Do you have education to add? Add it. Go ahead and add it and update your profile. It's very important. As I said, the profile talks about you. Who are you and how you present yourself in front of the prospective clients. About the profile being cohesive, I would also say that this is very important. So let's say your profile overview talks that you are customer support and translator, but your skills don't match that. So you haven't mentioned, your skills only reflect like customer support, but there's nothing about translation, and you're trying to get translation job. Clients cannot see in your skills tags that you are doing translation, so to reflect the best your skills, try to have cohesive profile across all sections in your profile. Also earlier today it was discussed about the portfolios, and having a creative portfolio that reflects different ranges of skills, I would say that this is very important. For example, if you're a graphic designer and you do logo design, you do packaging design, you do business card design, so make sure that your portfolio covers all these sections. Otherwise, clients might not see your work and see how good you are at that. Different freelancers set the visibility status to set their availability as public, private, or Upwork users only. And if you're really looking for a new job on Upwork, I would say that you should go ahead and set your profile visibility to public, and because in this way, search engines can index your profile and you're more likely to receive an invitation and potentially land a new contract. I've been working before on behalf of clients on Upwork, and I do recommend to the freelancers, premium freelancers that I work with, to proofread their profile before they publish or edit, and to check for any grammar or misspelling errors. Because for some clients, especially to clients who are paying higher budgets, this is very important. I use Grammarly. This is free from on ad, and it works perfectly on Upwork profile edits, in messages, in proposals. So if you want to have a perfect profile error-free, I would really recommend using a tool like Grammarly or similar. Sorry? I'm using free version because we are not looking for style or something. If you want to go with, you know, having your profile in a higher level language, then you can use paid version. But I use, at the moment, free version, and that works perfectly. Okay, so benchmark. How many of you have tried to compare yourself with your competition on Upwork lately? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, good. So, sorry, someone had a question? No. Okay, so your business will always have competition within your skills, or just they will offer different variations. So I would say that it's very, very important to go ahead and compare yourself on the platform, how you stand compared with the other freelancers on Upwork. So I'm going to show you how I benchmark myself. For those who didn't raise their hand and mention that they compare themselves with the competition on Upwork. Maybe better just to move to the next slide. Okay, so that on your left is my profile, and that on the right are freelancers that have similar skills like mine. So how I came to that. In the search box, for those who are not familiar pretty much with the platform. In the search box, I was searching by my strongest skill or by the skill that I'm looking project. So, for example, I was looking for human resources projects. And what did I do? I used the filters. This is really cool tool that's available on Upwork. If you want to narrow down the list of freelancers, the result search that will appear. So I selected as per my preferences. I've choose freelancers who earn more than 10K on the platform. I've choose freelancers who have 90% job success score and above. I've choose freelancers who have built more than 1,000 hours on Upwork. I've choose freelancers only because I work as a freelancer, I don't work as an agency. And I've choose freelancers who were active in the past 2 weeks because I consider that these are the freelancers who were really, really active on the platform recently. So I filtered according to the values that were most closest to mine because I want to compare to those freelancers. I don't want to benchmark myself against the entire human resource freelancers on Upwork. So I'm just interested in freelancers who have those parameters. So what I do next, I just click on their profiles to get an idea what they do. Do they have any services that I can offer, but I forgot just to mention? Do they have any skills listed that I also have, but they haven't listed? How are their skills ordered? What's their priority skill? What kind of jobs they give completed? So maybe there's something that I'm missing out there, and this is why I do benchmark. I'm seeing the competition. I'm just curious to see what they do, how they present themselves. How can I make my profile better? Why these freelancers are showing on the first pages of client search. But remember, when you do this, you need to keep your profile original and unique. Don't copy others freelancers' profiles. So this is pretty much about how to compare. We don't have that much time to discuss details. Other tip that I give to premium freelancers that I work with is that it's very important to manage their brand. We talked about earlier that you should think of your Upwork profile as your professional brand. But brand is not just about creating it. You have to maintain it, and you have to manage. So you cannot just create a brand and leave it like that and just expect that clients will come back to you or that you will land new jobs. You have to manage it. So how do you manage your brand? Check regularly if your profile is up to date. If it reflects the services that you are currently offering. I said that you should check if your skills are updated and if your services are updated. But let's say, for example, if you are in the writing category, and last year you were pretty much in technical writing, but this year your interest changed to, I don't know, fiction writing or creative writing in any niche. So make sure you go ahead and update this. Clients should be aware what are the services that you are offering at the moment. They can see if they're not there on your profile. The second point is quite interesting. So how many of you have tried to Google yourself recently to see what appears. Great, that's amazing. I can see that many clients do this. So go ahead and check your social presence and check if it's professional across all platforms. What does it mean? For example, if my Upwork profile says that I'm recruiter and HR specialist, and if a client just goes on Google and search my name, and he also sees my LinkedIn profile, and there my information are not updated, or my profile, LinkedIn profile just says that I'm, I don't know, admin support, because I've done that before. So my presence, social presence, it's not cohesive. So it's not just having Upwork profile cohesive, it's having your social presence everywhere cohesive and to look professional. The next so do you keep an eye on emerging industry topics and trends? Clients this might be very interesting fact for clients. So go ahead and search for topics in your industry, in your category, and be familiar with the most demanding topics or skills. Because, you know, in this way, clients can see that you're really professional and that you're really, really trying to grow yourself as a professional. So let's wrap up. We talked about what premium services are. We talked about some key eligibility points. Then we talked about perks that premium freelancers are eligible to receive. And I also shared some tips for best practices that I share with premium freelancers that I work on a daily basis. Pretty much that would be all. Do you have any questions? Yes, please.
So when you were talking about skills, I was just thinking about my example. I'm a journalist, for example. My education went to the direction that I should know about photography, video, to tell a good story through photography, through video, and to learn some technical things about video production, photo production, and also to write a good text. So I'm just wondering, should I mention all those skills on my profile, and do clients know how to connect those skills? Are they aware that, you know, I cannot say that I'm a journalist only if I know writing, if you understand?
Yeah, I get your point.
Yeah. And another question, I have two questions. For example, I'm new on Upwork, and I have only one job, but it's a few months job, it's a full-time job. So if you go to my profile, you can see only 1,000 and something hours, you know? And I'm not top rated, I don't have anything on my Upwork profile. So should I be worried about that? I mean, if I want to search for another job, they can only see my, you know,
yeah.
No feedback, no nothing, but I have experience. I cannot say that I don't have experience.
Yeah, thank you for your questions. Okay, so to answer your first question, I already mentioned that you should stick to what you do the best. You said that you're a journalist, you have different skills that require video editing, right? Okay. So if you feel confident that you are really good in those skills, I would go ahead and mention them in my profile. Or even better, I would create specialized profiles. So if I'm a good writer, I can write good articles. But if I'm also good video editor, I will go ahead and create specialized profile for that skill as well.
I'm also good in video editing, you know.
Okay.
So I want to say that I can do jobs only about video editing.
You will mention that in your specialist profile, or you can mention in your general profile that you're a journalist who can also do video editing of journal articles. So you can mention, like, listed in the services that you're offering. Like a package, if you understand what I mean. And about your second question, that shouldn't worry you, but just as a tip that I usually share to premium freelancers, if you have time, go ahead and look for short-term contracts. That will increase, you know, that will actually create a better impression for your future potential clients. It's good that you're having a long-term job at the moment, but you don't have feedback. You don't have completed contracts. So if you do that, go ahead, win new short-term contracts, get good feedback from the clients, then your profile looks much better. Okay.
Create some preferences, some more options for people who have a full-time job or something like that. So they have feedback in the meantime.
Yeah,
So I'm in the same situation that he's saying that he's done very good for the last 2 years. So do you understand?
I'm not sure that I understood your question. Okay, yeah, you can go ahead and reach out to your client, ask them to close that contract if they have no more work for you. But, okay, so usually it's practice. Upwork does that. We have contracts, ongoing contracts, but Upwork, to give a good impression to the other clients who are present on the platform, they go ahead and create contracts for 6 months. So it's the same contract, but we get renew it every time, so we have feedback. Yeah. That's totally up to you how you manage with your client. Yeah. Yeah. How you manage with your client. It's totally up to you. Yeah, just one last tip about this. So if you have contracts, open contract, and if you have good relationship with the client, don't close it on your own. This is my recommendation, because in this case, client might fail to provide feedback, and this might might affect your job success score. So don't do that. Just reach out to the client if you're in good working relationship. Tell them if they can close the contract and provide an honest feedback.
Yeah, it's silly, because it is. It doesn't sometimes forget. Oh, no, this was online jobs on daily basis. I was working every day, and my rating was down.
Yeah, but in this case, you should have gone ahead.
But I have 5 online.
Yeah, but that's actually what I've talked about, managing your brand and keeping your contracts updated, closed, keeping your contracts with, active. But, okay, yeah, all right.
Thank you so much. Sada bih htjela da poželim Nikolu. Nikola je iz agencije Morena, opet neko iz Niša nam dolazi i kažem Niš, onako zaista kažem rastura kao grad. Morena je proglašena prošle godine, 2018. godine, za najbolju agenciju na Upworku iz Srbije, iz oblasti web development, i sada bih želela prosto da uputim mikrofon Nikoli koji će vam pričati uopšte o održavanju odnosa sa klijentima, odnosno taj takozvani long term management. Hvala Nikola.
Hvala Tamara. So I'm from Niš and we are known to speak broken Serbian. Do you want to listen presentation broken Serbian or broken English? What's your preferred solution? Let's make a combination because I want to keep our guests from abroad engaged also. So I can see that far away look in your eyes. You're tired, you're thinking about a beer, leaving the session. So I will give up my original presentation and I'm going to talk about sex and paying less taxes legally. Sounds good? Yep, you will see. So, long-term service relationship, is it something in contrary with freelancing? Freelancing is usually about being free, just like in everyday lives. Every man's dreams is to be free and still to have a long-term relationship. It's the same with the business. There is some great things about being free, being freelancer. But also everybody likes opportunity to have stability when we are in bad mood, still having some salary, when we are when we want vacation, maybe somebody could pay us for vacation. So how to get the best of both worlds? Is it possible? And anyway, what's the long-term relationship in the terms of Upwork? As you probably know, in the terms of services, Upwork terms of services is defined as 24 months. If you start a service relationship with a client using Upwork, you should keep that relationship on Upwork at least for 24 months. That's legally, and I think that's fair. But the question is, should you keep on working with the client using Upwork even after those 24 months? Let's see some pros and cons, some reasons for that and against that. So, of course, the most important reason against that is that you have to pay Upwork fees. Assuming that it's a long-term relationship and that you have been already working with the client for at least 2 years, I guess that you earned at least $10,000 for that 2 years. In that case, the fee that you have to pay to Upwork is 5%. Fair enough. And clients are charged additional 3% if they are not a part of Upwork Enterprise Services agreement. But anyway, it's 5% for you. That's all. What you get from the other side, what's the reason that you should pay that tax? First place, you get paid quickly and secure. Anybody who tries to get paid in Serbia especially knows that's a pain. If you ask an average Serbian businessman how much he would pay to secure the payment, he would pay 10, 15%, something like that. 5% sounds like a dream. So even if you are not talking about bad clients who are maybe trying even to cheat, not to pay. Even if you have great clients, from time to time, they run out of money, they are late with the payment. After all, they tell you, oh, why you worry? Have I ever missed to pay you? Yes, but you had to wait for a week, sometimes for months, and that takes your time. Upwork is the one who takes care about that. That's great. The other reason is you minimize administration, paperwork. If you are using Upwork as a platform, You may get paid once in 2-3 months, especially if you are an agency and if you are working good and if you are not pressed to pull your money every week or so. So you have one invoice in 3 months instead 7 invoices per each week. That's a great thing. But what's even more important that if you are pulling your money in every 2-3 months or something like that, the Upwork wire transfer fee is actually very good. It's a flat rate. It's $30 per transaction. Assuming that you are pulling $10,000, it's just 0.3%. Comparing to the next best option, at least in Serbia, it's a Pioneer wire transfer, it's 2%, almost 10 times bigger. And if you are using Pioneer not to pull money, but to pay this for the services, it's 3% using Pioneer MasterCard. So 10 times more. Now, a little bit about taxes. We heard in a morning presentation, there was a question and opinion if you are earning more than $1,000 or something like that, pay taxes. My advice, I'm more conservative. I think that everyone should pay taxes, but unfortunately in Serbia, there is no way to avoid paying taxes if you are earning small amounts. For example, if you're earning just 20 euros, if you want to be on the safe side, you have to pay 8 euros, 9 euros, something like that to the state, and to fill a bunch of papers. It's really not something that I can recommend to anybody. But if you're earning enough money, be on the safe side. Pay your taxes, especially as in Serbia, there are very good ways to pay a low rate, as I'm going to explain now. So, assuming you have a long-term relationship and you have a stable incomes, my advice is to go for so-called in Serbia lump sum tax agency, or in Serbian, agencija koja plaća porez paušal. That's something that exists only in former Yugoslavia and in some Baltic countries. So it's not a flat rate. It's a flat sum. It's a lump sum that you have to pay monthly. And of course, there are limits, just like in Ukraine, we heard a few hours ago. And the limits for yearly income in Serbia for lump sum tax agency is 6 million dinars, or translated in euros, 50,000 euros per year or 4,000 a year per month. So as long as you stay on that level, less than 4,000 euros per month, you may pay a lump sum for tax. And what is that lump sum? In Serbia, it's typically between 150 and 350 euros. It depends where you have registered your agency. For example, if you have registered the agency in Niš, or even in some even smaller city on the south of Serbia, it will be closer to 150 euros per month. So, and even better, if you are paying that lump sum tax, you don't have to pay annual tax at the end of the year, because your monthly income are actually assessed as on a 350 euros level per month, something like that, so you don't have additional tax on the end of the year. So that means that lump sums are not progressive, they are even regressive. If you are earning 500 euros per month, you have to pay 180 euros. Is it fair enough? I'm not sure, but if you're living in Germany or in the United States, that's the amount you will pay. On 2,000 euros per month, if you're earning 2,000 euros per month, you're still going to pay 180 euros. Is it fair? I think it is less than 10%. And then think about if you're earning 4,000 euros per month, you're still paying just 180 euros. It's less than 5%. It's less than in Ukraine, and you have not just taxes, but you have a social insurance, you have a pension, you have paid everything. That's something I hope if you ask me to repeat this in public, I will never say that. But that never exists, just in Serbia. And that's very, very low. So for those guys who have a regular earnings, you may pay taxes and work legally in Serbia without problems. That's the point. And now, how that relates to Upwork. What about if you are, or your agency is earning more than 4,000 euros per month? That's great, but then you cannot operate as a Serbian agency as you are breaking the limits. But of course, you can use Upwork as a buffer. Upwork agency is not an agency in Serbian law. Those are two different things. And connect with your Upwork agency several legal agencies from Serbia and split the total amount on agencies, and each agency will have an income less than 4,000 euros. So is it cheating? I don't think so, especially if you have more than one freelancer in your agency. Then it's completely legal to all those freelancers have their own legal agencies here in Serbia, and to have your Upwork agency connected with them. Another reason for keep on working on Upwork even after 2 years is to keep on building your reputation. The reputation is the most important asset of each freelancer. The reputation is that which brings us new jobs. So you cannot keep on building your reputation if you leave the Upwork. The feedbacks, the client's feedbacks actually make your reputation. And as we heard 20 minutes ago, even if you have a long-term relationship with the client, you should insist on splitting that long-term relationship on a 6-month or 1-year frames and asking the client for feedback after each that frame. That's the way you keep on building your reputation. Another important thing is that using Upwork, you can maximize the price of your work. Lena is here. Lena has some great articles on Upwork site about how to negotiate about a higher price, especially with existing clients. But the first thing is that you check yourself if you're able to get a higher price from other clients. If I bid for some jobs, other jobs, what's my typical scenario? For example, and this is a real example, my current price is $75 per hour. And I'm planning to request from my client the rise on 85. But I'm not sure if that's the right price, and I'm ready to give up the job with my clients. That's a part of the negotiation if he does not accept new price. What should I do? I should bid with that price on the similar jobs with other clients. And if I get other jobs with that price, smaller job, whatever, then I may freely ask my long-term client for a higher price, and even risk that he will break the contract knowing that I have other client on a higher price. Finally, maybe the most important benefit of staying on Upwork is being a freelancer. So money, it may sound like a phrase, but money is not everything in life. Of course, if you are earning 300 euros per month, earning 1,000 euros per month will change your life, will increase the level of your happiness significantly. But if you are earning 4,000 euros per month, earning double 8,000 would not change your life dramatically. Maybe you will drive some more expensive car, you will go on some exotic islands, but that will not change your life dramatically. So it's important to keep that freelancing spirit. That means I'm working as much as I want, I'm going on vacation as much as I want and when I want, and that's possible only if you are a freelancer. If you leave the Upwork, sooner or later you will end as a standard employee with your client, with all the obligation that standard employers bring you. So be a freelancer. Before question and answers few, I didn't tell you about myself. So I'm in IT business. I'm working on the field of artificial intelligence, natural language processing, recommender system, machine learning, those kind of stuff. I'm running my own company for 27 years maybe. And we started using Upwork as a business model 6 years ago. And I'm a top-rated freelancer, and my agency is a top-rated and best agency in Serbia in 2018. Thank you. Questions?
Što se tiče pravne strane, ja sam registrovao firmu kao paušalac i zanima me sledeće pitanje, imam novca na Upworku, ali pošto znamo da je limit za paušal oko $4.500 mesečno, na 12 mesečnom nivou, da li ja stvaram sebi problem ako jednog meseca, na primjer, podignem $10.000, a sledećeg ništa, i onda sam u suštini ulazim u taj prosjek ispod $4.000.
Ne praviš problem, limit je na godišnjem nivou. Postoje zapravo, da sad ulazim u pravnički detalje, postoje dva limita. Jedan koji je vezan za ukupan promet koji možeš da imati u toku kalendarskih godina i ono iznosi 6 miliona, a drugi je limit koji je vezan za zakon u PDV-u za 8 miliona u periodu od 12 meseci. Znači ti treba da gledaš, znači on nije vezan za kalendarsku godinu nego za 12 meseci. Znači dok god ti vodiš računa da u kalendarskoj godini si ispod 6 miliona i da u prethodnih 12 meseci nemaš više od 8 miliona, ti si okej.
Mene zanima koliko često pokušavate da promenite temu po satu poslujete na blogku, da li to radite nakon svakog nekog, da kažemo, dužeg ugovora ili koliko da se dobro?
Generalno radim jedan put godišnje, ali ima situacija kada su odstupanje. Prošli put kada sam bio kod klijenta i zahtevao, otišao uživo u San Francisco, zato što sam tražio dramatičnu povišicu. On je pristao, ali trebao me da se obavežem da naredne 2 godine neću da menjam cenu. Ali u principu je jedan put godišnje. Čuo si moju preporuku malo. Neki put, ja sam krenuo, kad sam krenuo da radim freelancerski posao, krenuo sam da radim od $20 sad. Onda sam u tim prvim koracima dramatno sam video da mogu da prođem za 40, a prva povećanja su bila za 100%. Sada kada mi je prethodna cena bila $75, sad pokušavam da dobijem 85. Znači normalno što si u delu posla u kome se radiš bliže gornjim granici, to ćeš opreznije da pokušavaš da tu marginu promeniš.
Milo, izvišao. Samo da se nadožem za preko agencije. Znači li put novca, nešto sam zaboravio, kako ide, znači ko prima novac vlasnik agencije na Upworku, ili kako to može se podeli na više agencija legalno i sa strane Srbije i sa strane najbližih zakona?
Kad imaš registrovanu Upwork agenciju, na toj Upwork agenciji može jedan ili više ljudi da bude zaduženo za finansijske operacije.
Znači povlači novce sa Upwork na srpski nalog, može na više nalog?
Može, ti možeš za jedan Upwork, za jednu Upwork agenciju, možeš da vežeš više srpskih računa.
Kao više nastavka,
kao više plaći građana. Tako. To mene svaki freelancer koji radi u mojoj agenciji ima registrovan na svoju par reklamacijom direktno njema.
Da li je to samo da to možda prvi problem nekako?
U kom smislu problem?
Pa na neki način se to dogazi zvanično sve.
Ali ovo je sve čisto, svaki freelancer zarađuje svoje pare u njegovoj agenciji.
Vidi se samo tvoja firma, nije firma, recimo Morena. A ovo su tvoji zapošljeni u Srbiji, a ti isplaćuješ preko Upworka.
Te uplati kad dođu, one dolaze od Upworka, ne dolaze od Morena agencije, dolaze od Upworka sa specifikacijom možda koji su klijenata bile pa. Znači, tebi Upwork uplaćaju.
Sad u neki teoriji dođe i kaže, aha, ajde primo, šta je taj Upwork i kako on vas plaća? I odgovoriš Upwork i kaže, aha, Morena, mislim, to je neka...
U teoriji, taksi u ovoj zemlji uvek možeš da, ali
Znači, postoji neke...
ne smemo da uvek postoji, ne smemo da postoji, znači samo ovaj ostati stavljamo.
Što se tiče posla treći, što se bavi više stvari. Da li imamo da li napuku na vaš način da se ugledaš klijente kao agencija i kao freelancer u ovoj
Moje iskustvo je ovako, moja firma je postala klasična. Ja sam u jednom trenutku, kad su me 2 zaposlena napustile, otišla u freelancing, ja sam prvo bio besan nedelju dana, a onda sam shvatio da sam ljubomoran, da ja hoću da budem freelancer. A onda sam dao ostavku u sopstvenoj firmi kao direktor, zaposlio sam drugog direktora, a ja sam počeo da radim kao freelancer od nula. Onda kad sam izgradio svoju Facebook reputaciju kao pojedinac i kad sam imao više posla nego što sam mogao da postignem, onda sam osnovao agenciju na Upworku i pozvao ljude iz moje firme da se pridruže toj agenciji i njima prebacivao poslove koje ne mogu da stignu. Znači, pojedinac, pogotovo u ovom usto stručnom poslu, mora pojedinac da ima reputaciju prvo, to je moje mišljenje.
Sa statusom freelancera na agenciju, da li na neki način to bio novi početak ili...
Ne, zadržavaš celokupnu svoju reputaciju i celokupne feedbacke koji su dobiti ostali. Agencija je kod nas kao fizičko lice, znači uvek ima jednog zaposlenog, to je čovek koji je tu. Pri tome, pošto ja imam svoju kompaniju, ja plaćam porez dvostruko u kompaniji, ide redovna plata i još plaćam kao freelancer, ali to nije nešto, to je moje sada, to je moje preterivanje. Ali sasvim je regularno da čovek u agenciji bude zaposlen i da plaća porez i doprinose preko te agencije.
Ja moram da ima nekog ispred sebe da bi se malo kao... Ja mogu da agencija mi se pomagao.
To je sad, mislim, ona mora da ima najmanje jednog čoveka. Ja nisam siguran to. Zato, da, ne znam odgovor. So the question is, Upwork agency must have at least how many freelancers? One? Da, izvolite.
Znam da je $30 znači po vašem mišljenju to je par $1000, gde se već isplati u odnosu na primjer da se više novac.
Apsolutno, i transfer iz mog iskustva traje nekoliko sati.
Zašto
je produktivne medijacije nekako promenu vremena?
Samo još jedno pitanje, i ako bi jedan od mojih članova agencije otvorio svoju paušalnu agenciju, da li on može da njemu stiže novac preko direct wire transfer računa agencije na njegov, pa da onda on posle sa svog računa pošalje meni novac?
To se ne bi isplatiti.
Unutar naših računa, znači ovih.
Ti ne možeš sa računa agencije da plaćaš na drugi račun agencije bez računa. To on ti povećava promet. To se ne isplati. Možemo da pričamo posle o žalbi.
Htjela sam samo da pitam, vezano za povećavanje satnice. Spominjala si za dugoročne klijente. Većina nas ovde uglavnom satnicu povećava tako što nađe novog klijenta za veću satnicu, pa da li možeš možda malo da objasniš koje taktike koristiš, kako pokrećeš tu temu uopšte?
So, again, in English and Serbian. So we have here Lena from the States. I don't know where is Lena. Here she is. She has excellent article on Upwork, how to increase your price, especially for existing clients. And I explained my tactics. I first ensure myself that I can get another job at the same price. When I'm sure that I can get another job, then I ask my clients for that price.
Someone else? Hvala Nikola puno. Mislim da ste nam velika motivacija, to svakako. Malo ćemo promeniti raspored ako... Imate... You have the chairs also here, but whatever you like.
Okay, and you can take, okay. Malo ćemo promeniti raspored u smislu da prvo ćemo raditi panel diskusiju, s obzirom da posle ćemo imati video sa Moby Devom, to ćemo objasniti. Aha, we have to move a bit here, yeah. So because of the camera. So we have the whole community team here. It's Lena from US, Valeria, Avery, Vladimir, and Goran. So we're going to have a panel discussion with Lena and Q&A session afterwards. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. Oh, this is loud. Okay. My name is Lena. I'm with the community team. I'm so excited to be here. It's my first time in Serbia. I didn't realize it was so hot. But I will say your food is amazing. The shopska, cevapčići, is that how you say it? I'll be dreaming about that next week. I am the senior manager for the community team. I hope this fan isn't bothering. I've been at Upwork for 4 years. I used to work at the headquarters in California, and then I decided to move to Michigan, still in the US, but now I work remotely. Has anyone here been to the community forums? Is anyone familiar with them? Okay. So community.upwork.com is the URL. It's our community forums. This is actually like another support channel. So you could go there instead of contacting CS, you can come to our forums, meet all of us. This is not the whole team, we're missing 2 people. But you can speak with us or just talk with other freelancers, clients on Upwork. We also announce all of these product releases you saw here. We announce those in our official Upwork page. So it's really a great place to go to be informed about what's going on with Upwork. So this is my amazing community team. We do the community forums. We also do social support. So our Facebook and Twitter is also responded by us, all the support channels. So I'll let you guys introduce yourself.
So my name is Valeria. I have been with Upwork community for 6-7 years. It's been a while. And yeah, now we are also managing social support, which is kind of an interesting addition to what our team does. And you'll probably see my face if you visit that URL that Lena introduced earlier.
Hi, I'm Avery. I'm from the Philippines. Other than being the community moderator for Upwork, I'm also the ambassador for the Philippines. So I work together with Kachin, Tatiana, Tamara, Katerina with events in the Philippines. So, hello.
Hi, everyone. I'm Goran. I'm from Macedonia. I'm with the community team for 2 years, and I've also been freelancing before that on Upwork for like 5 years, so totally 7 years for freelancing here.
Hi, my name is Vladimir. I'm from Serbia and I'm about to faint. I've been working initially through Odesk and Freelance since 2012, and I've been with Upwork for 6 years now. As Lena mentioned, we do community forums and social support. Hopefully you all, if you had any experience, it was a positive one. If not, let us know. So without further ado, let's start with...
So what we're going to do is basically a panel discussion where we'll do Q&A with you guys. But there were some topics that were brought up already. I think over here there was some talks about video rendering and how do I log those hours if I do 2 hours of video rendering, or if by contract the client wants 10 hours but this is actually going to cost 15 hours, what do I do in those situations? So those were some great questions, and you had some other ones as well, but we wanted to kind of address those. And I'm just going to pass the mic down, whoever wants to talk, and then if you guys have any other questions, raise your hand and we'll just have this open discussion.
So yeah, that question about rendering and how do you track your time if you're not really typing anything, that comes up in the community quite often, and not just with rendering, but also with meetings and calls, because when you're on a call, you don't really necessarily type anything. And what we recommend, that what other experienced freelancers recommend in the community, is communication. It's always the key. So if before even starting the contract, before accepting the offer, you know what your job will consist of, right? Like you know that it will include those situations when you won't be tracking time necessarily by like recording keys or that sort of activity. mention it to the client. Be open and transparent about it right away, and if you set those expectations early on, you won't have that problem later. And that may include having your client approve manual time or select manual time as an option on the contract, or even going with fixed price contract if that's what may help you do that. So yeah, communication.
Okay. So regarding processes like rendering, like based on the feedback we were receiving initially in the community, well, not initially, for years, some freelancers were concerned and were frustrated with processes like automatic processes like rendering, and working on contracts, on hourly contracts, which include those processes, because you really can't like log your time, because the desktop app would like automatically stop logging time after like a segment without any activity. Have you ever had that experience? Anybody working like anybody who's working on contracts which include rendering, are any of those contracts hourly in your experience? Have you ever had hourly contracts? Have you had problems before with like logging time? Always. Have you noticed anything recently in case you had one of those automation processes done like in the last month or so? Okay. Okay. The reason I'm asking is because about a month ago, one of the regular updates we've done to the desktop app is make it like as a default not to stop the desktop app after like a certain period of inactivity. It was previously one segment, 10-minute segment. So now, actually by default, the tracker won't stop logging time when the screen locks, for example, or if you're not doing anything. And there is an option to turn that, that setting on. So by default, for example, if you start rendering, the time will continue to be logged, which is great. Like, you can definitely do that, and you can definitely bill your client. Just you need to watch out for one thing, is that those segments will include low activity. So what we would recommend is like always communicate with your client, let them know why certain time frames include segments with low activity, so they would know what you were doing, and you should definitely like add those memos like rendering or something similar for those time frames, and not like logging time without doing any work. So actually that was an update, and one second. And I hope like that helps, especially with hourly jobs, because I know based on the feedback we received, like in certain categories, freelancers were shying away from like hourly contracts because of that requirement for you to be active within a segment in order for like a screenshot to be taken and the segment logged. Go ahead.
Okay. So you can have statistics on clients actually logging those high costs, whether they check somebody as well.
Okay, well, we don't have statistics as like per se, but the clients definitely check those. I cannot give you a number because that would be a guesstimation, not really a metric, but clients definitely do check those. We do also educate clients on checking like the work diary regularly, not just after like the time being billed, but at the time that it's logged, even daily. And we do see like the discussions from clients who come in the community and say, okay, I have a potential issue. My freelancer log time, but I'm not seeing any activity. Like the number of keystrokes, like those numbers are way low or non-existent, but the time is logged. So am I like being scammed or not? So they do check those. I cannot tell you if each and every client checks their work diary, but on hourly contracts, I would like make a premise that they all check them as a freelancer.
I've never had any problems convincing my clients to
table manual one. Because there's no reason. They wouldn't trust me, they wouldn't try it.
Yeah, and that's a perfect example of how communication is vital to the success of the outcome of the contract. So you probably discussed everything up front. So that's why you have that experience and you have that mindset and that relationship with your clients. Again, that doesn't mean that will happen with each and every client. So I'm not sure if you mentioned that that particular detail, like adding manual time or having blank. Okay, yeah. So yeah, perfect. So if you get an agreement with the client, if you make an agreement that they understand how you're going to log time, what the process is, why you're doing that, you get them to trust them. That's actually not just a way to make sure the contract is successful, but as we were talking previously, or the presenters were talking previously, turn them into a long-term client. Anybody else?
Examples of low activity. For example, searching for photos for graphic designer, is that tracked as low activity or not?
It's based on your keystrokes and mouse clicks. So depending on what you're doing, you could be searching. I would say that would have higher activity because you're moving your mouse and things like that. But what if you're a writer and you're drafting something off the computer, maybe, and you have to sketch something, you might not be able to really log that time because you're not doing the keystrokes and things like that. But like he said, going back to, and a lot of times, if I'm a client coming on Upwork, I know what I want as far as my product or service, but I may not know what exactly it entails to get there. So you as freelancers, you are the expert, right? So a client might say, oh, I think this might be 10 hours, but do they really know what exactly goes into it? Does it take 2 hours to render the video? Does it take an hour to sketch it? So by you communicating and letting them know, I have to search for photos, or I have to do this and this is what it takes to do it, and this is about how much time it'll take, or, communicating that ahead of time. That way, when you do have the low activity, they know why, and that helps build trust as well.
I have two, and I have been asking support, and I got questions already answered, and technically I need to close those contracts. But since the time frustrated and I would like to have 100% job success, but still I didn't do that. Meanwhile, I was contacted from support again, and they advised me the same, saying I haven't. So what would be your advice?
So if I understood, you have contracts that are on hold, and basically the client is no longer asking for work, but you want the contract to be closed, and CS is telling you to close the contract, but by you closing it, you're afraid that it'll hinder your JSS score. So what do you do in that situation to get basically the feedback for the contract and get that reputation score without hindering yourself? Yeah, you can't reach the client.
Yeah, but they didn't get any. I was waiting for 48 hours, and they said, don't do nothing for 48 hours, and then we will get back to you. But the client didn't respond. So what should I do? Of course, I don't mind. Maybe,
For example, we know there's cases or like this. Yeah, never mind. So actually we know that not every client is going to respond, so we do recommend closing a contract every couple of weeks, while searching for other contracts. For example, in the panel before, there was a question for one long-term client and getting short-term contracts. Those short-term contracts can help you also in your job success score and everything. If you're not top rated, get your top rated status a bit faster. Because you need to have at least 8 contracts like that, something like that. And while you're closing contracts every couple of weeks and finding new ones, actually those does not affect your job success score so much, so it will not fall down actually.
Kind of overrule on Upwork for these cases. Because, you know, I work for other clients, I don't have time to search for another jobs in order to keep the statistics. So shouldn't we, it is just a recommendation, I don't know, but we are from Upwork, so maybe that we have like a new rule. When it happens, the client is not responsive, that the contract is on hold because of the client, that we have like if I can say right, to close without any consequences for us.
Yeah, I understand that. Unfortunately, at the moment, we can't force clients to provide feedback, but that's something that we've been discussing, researching. But also another key point here is that the client feedback is also calculated in your job success score. So it's not like a client with a 5-star feedback and 2-star is going to weight the same on your job success score. So we know like if a client has like 2-star feedback, we know that they are not so much responsive or they didn't have so good experiences. So those are also calculations that are included in your score.
Didn't respond to Upwork support either. So it's not about the feedback that I will get or not. It's more, my concern is more, should I just leave that, like on hold for, I don't know, a certain amount of time, or should I really close it, or what should I do? Yeah. I don't mind, I can have them there, but just I'm asking you, I don't mind getting feedback or something. And the thing that I'm proposing again is, wouldn't it be wise we should have like a rule for those cases? When we can't reach the client and the contract is on hold, we can work on those jobs or something like that, and the client doesn't respond to Upwork either. So in that case, just we have like exclusion or something like that. Sometimes we don't have too much time if we want to keep the job successful.
Exactly. Yeah, and this is the kind of feedback we get a lot in the community, and there have been steps in the company to encourage clients to close contracts. We send them notifications to like, hey, like this contract has been inactive, or you don't have funded milestones, please close it. But also, if it's the case with a contract is on hold, you haven't heard from your client for a while, go ahead and close it. And if it's like occasional cases like that, they don't do anything to your job success score. Only like an overwhelming amount of contracts with no feedback would, like an aggregated amount of it would affect your job success score, but individual contracts with no feedback don't do anything. Yeah, so it's already kind of like, we know there are a lot of, like it's freelancing, so yeah, things happen, you don't have your client next to you, you can't always get a hold of them. So we do include that in the calculation.
I think that open inactive projects cannot convert your job success for as long as you have other projects active and regular income.
They may, but it also depends on many things. It depends on if you have been paid on that contract before, because yeah, like contracts that have never received, like have not resulted in any payments, they do affect your job success score because it's kind of an unsuccessful contract in a way, it didn't result in payments. So yeah, it depends on many things, whether inactive contracts affect your GSS or not. But yeah, I had a question there, right? Okay.
Yeah, hi Paul. So I was wondering if Upwork as a platform is planning on implementing some third-party platform or mini platform like Asana or Trello for tracking projects and project management. So I'm not talking specifically about Asana or Trello, but building your own. Because for me, as a designer, I'm dealing with several complex tasks on daily basis, and I believe many will agree with me that it's sometimes it's too hard to keep track all in just Upwork Chat. But I personally use Asana heavily, and it's much easier for me to track tasks there. But I also, of course, track time and everything is agreed in Upwork Chat. The only organization of tasks is done in Asana. So, does Upwork have any plans for that, or?
Sorry, I should speak to everybody. Well, we constantly improve workrooms and Dash. You've probably noticed in the last few years there are like things being added to that, but I know it's not exactly what you're asking for. But also, I won't be able to like speak extensively about that, but there are options to integrate. Like I know there is Jira integrations on Upwork, and I think there are plans to add more of those integrations so teams could collaborate and, you know, import information from those tools. Yeah. But yeah, you should check out, there is like on our help center, there is information about those integrations that already exist, and you can check if there is anything that meets your needs there.
Or any other Atlassian software. Yes, Upwork Welcome with Jira.
None that I'm aware of. I don't know of any time tracker Jira integration. Yeah, and there's nothing that I'm aware of that's coming, but that's something that we could actually give feedback on back to the team. Yeah, definitely. Any other questions? Yes.
Regarding the portfolio websites, so we as web designer, from time to time, some clients are asking you to send them about a portfolio website where they can find the leading clients. Although I also have an Upwork profile, they are also asking for website. Is it allowed, or is it against the rules or something?
It is allowed. There's some rules around it. Did you want to speak on that, Avery?
So you can actually send your website to the client in your proposal or during the interview process. But if you feel like
on your website and then put it on your Upwork portfolio, that will also be a good alternative to it if you can post your website. So the only thing that will violate the DOS is if you include a website on your profile that has a way to contact you on that website. So if there's a contact form there or if there's an email, that's not allowed. But if you have a website that doesn't have a contact form or doesn't have your contact information, you can always include that in your profile.
So we place a website to my portfolio, the link is to my portfolio. There is a button, there is a contact page. Should I make two websites, so one is for Upwork clients that doesn't see the content? What do you recommend? I mean, I send the portfolios to my work. They can contact their own data, but I mean, you can't control it.
yes, of course. So this was actually asked earlier to me by one of the freelancers here. We had a one-on-one, and he said, would it be a good idea to create like a website for him that doesn't have a contact information? If you think that will help you, and if you think that will benefit you in the long run, why not? I think that's a good way to go.
Like, I don't know, tell about this or something. You know, like maybe I'm not purchasing directly from my website also, then you give the portfolio website.
So like he's on that part, he's the link to your portfolio. Well, see, then that's the reason why we don't want the contact button on your profile, on your portfolio website. Because they're, right, because basically they're following the link on your profile to the website, to your contact button, which could lead to disintermediation of them, you know, working off the site. So anything that's linking off-site should not have kind of a way for them to work around if they're finding you through Upwork. Yeah. So basically, yeah, if you have another one without contact information. Yeah. Does anybody else want to talk on that? Or any question? Yeah.
Freelancers to give us your email, and I have no similar situation. And when they tell me no, they send me an email and tell me, oh, I will pay you on your PayPal account, send me your email for PayPal. I ignore that, and they never again contact me on Upwork. So if I follow your rules, I will lose clients who don't want to pay on your platform because they hire all the freelancers who don't follow the rules. So do you have some idea?
Yeah, and actually, Vlad, you might be able to take this. But then on the flip side of the protection that you have on Upwork, we can elaborate on that too. But
so that's always like the question, to be or not to be. And the answer is not to be. So don't get paid off Upwork. There are different systems we use as a team to like detect different types of violations. Like the payment circumvention you mentioned is only one of them. And I'm not going to even touch, the rationale behind why you shouldn't do it in reference to like our Upwork's terms of service. But you can, like, on the flip side, what protection do you have? Like, how will you, are you sure you're going to get paid via PayPal? Have you ever had, like, not mentioning Upwork, have you ever had a client, like, not own up to what they promised to you directly, so outside Upwork, not mentioning Upwork, you met them like online, on Facebook, on email. That's the difference between like freelancing online via Upwork and freelancing like to other social media profiles. On Upwork you have payment protection. And not only payment protection, you have other security protections, because there are clients and there are scammers outside who will pose as clients in order to, for example, scam you. And scamming you can range from getting your personal information so they can steal your identity, stealing your money, getting you to help them commit fraud. So you're really leaving all that protection and security when you work with clients directly. And it's up to you if you want to work with clients directly or not. It's really up to you. But if you're working through Upwork, as I said, like, notwithstanding the terms of service which you are obliged to abide by, but like the security protection and the payment protection should be enough reason, like, for you to make sure not to take payment outside of Upwork. If there are Upwork clients and if you contact them, if they contacted you like directly, but they saw your proposal first, so like you don't need to like stop communicating with them, because like with new clients, it's not always like a bad intention. It's sometimes like not being aware of the rules. So you can just educate them and explain that like also for them, the reasoning for getting paid through Upwork, because like you have protection as a freelancer, they also have protection and security in the same way as clients. So you cannot scam them, you cannot like share infected files. So you would like provide work in line with your agreement and like to the terms you agreed on. So those are all reasons why you shouldn't like accept payments. Oh, okay, hurry up. So, in closing, like security and payment protection are two big reasons why you shouldn't like continue. You can educate the client. If they want to like hire other freelancers who are on Upwork, it's fine, but I can tell you that we do take action against freelancers who take like payments off Upwork, because we have systems that detect like behavior which is like prohibited by Upwork terms of service.
Protection, it's a great zone there. And my second question is, if we sign a contract, it's in one hand, that is a non-disclosure agreement on Upwork. Some clients ask for another form of non-disclosure agreement to sign, and they are asking us for our information, such as the name, as a bank number, as everything. So what to do with clients like these?
Do you want to answer the second one or the first one? Okay, so fixed price contracts are actually protected by the Upwork. So there's a few points that you always need to make sure. For example, you're negotiating with a client, let's say it's a $500 contract. You want to divide it into multiple milestones. You need, for example, milestone 1 is like $100. You need to just work on the agreed work for that first milestone. If you deliver for the second one, so unfunded contracts and promised funds are not protected, but the funds that are in escrow are protected. So you deliver the work for the first milestone, and that's actually protected. If you have like you can't come to agreement or something like that, we have a dispute team that can assist between you and the client to mediate. And for the second one, with clients with additional non-disclosure agreement, it's totally up to the freelancers to read it and make sure that all the terms are acceptable by them so that you can sign it. And especially with asking for private information, we always advise not to give any. So if the client asks you for personal information, doesn't matter if it's your address or bank account, you can always say to them like, I gave my personal information to Upwork. If you're interested for something, you can reach out to them and consult them, and we can just confirm that you are verified and you're truthful. And we don't disclose private information at any moment. So, I mean, security is our top priority anyway.
I also wanted to add, just to make sure you're aware, there is an NDA, like an optional agreement that's included in Upwork terms of service. So you can always, like, this is maybe something that the client doesn't know, but you can point them out that there is an optional contract that acts as a default unless you sign something else. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of how we do have questions. We have like a really good thread about this in the community about NDA. You should come to the community and search NDA, and there are like tons of freelancers who shared their experience with exactly that same thing, like discussing NDAs with clients. And you're speaking of fixed price contracts specifically, or both? Yeah, because they are different for hourly contracts and for fixed price contracts. Okay, I'll speak about fixed price because it came up before. Yeah. So as Goran mentioned. If you, as a freelancer, see that the client is refusing to release a milestone that's been funded, you can file a dispute. Also, the client can close a fixed price contract with any money in escrow, and then they can initiate a dispute if you reject the refund request. So that's kind of how it starts. After that, Upwork mediation team takes over helping both parties with this dispute, and pretty much you have communications between all three parties, Upwork, you and the client, and also Upwork communicates with you individually to try and resolve the situation. At that point, Upwork will make a non-binding recommendation. Like, this is kind of what Upwork recommends how the situation should be resolved. And oftentimes it actually doesn't get to that, like, because during the communication, both parties come to some sort of agreement that satisfies both of them, and Upwork doesn't even need to make that recommendation. If after that, like, nothing helps during the mediation process, nothing gets resolved, and both parties reject the non-binding agreement, then the case can move to arbitration. And that's generally, arbitration process is like very expensive if you are freelancing on your own, and if you have any problem with the client that's refusing to pay you, especially if you're in different countries. This is tons in legal fees usually. What happens on Upwork is that amount is divided between the parties. So freelancer pays a third of it, client pays a third of it, and Upwork also shoulders the other third of it. So it's $290 per part. Yeah, so $290 per each party of the dispute, Upwork, freelancer, and client.
I mean, isn't any more involved in the dispute? It's like another.
So it moves to a third party, and this is not something Upwork can do, because these are escrow, like there's a legal escrow regulations that there has to be an arbitration that's a third party arbitration that can make that binding decision. Yeah. So yeah.
I mean, maybe Upwork recommended, okay, you can give the freelancer money for the $2,000.
Then it goes to arbitration.
And it goes to our model side instead.
It's not communication, but yeah, if the freelancer is like, no, and not, then yeah, then that's
I have a question regarding the communication part. Namely, if I have a client on Upwork, and either he or I make a suggestion that we do the communication part, say on Skype or Slack, but we keep the payment part on Upwork, is this going to cause me some trouble on your behalf, or?
Yeah, it's fine. The only time that, we recommend using messages and things like that, because when it comes to disputes or if there, unfortunately if something happens, we're able to review those messages, but if they're happening on Skype or other places, unless you're sending a screenshot, it just makes it more complicated. But no, you can communicate off platform and on other sites.
When it comes to disputes, I have my own Slack workspace that helps me organize my work better. Someone mentioned that you integrate software that will help you, like Asana, and I think it's a good thing to do from your side. And that's why I use Slack for most of my projects, because it helps me organize my work better, and that's why I make sometimes I already asked your support on Upwork if that will cause me some trouble, and they also said no, but I wanted to ask you as well.
Actually, what a very good practice, if you communicate outside of the platform, what you can do is come back to the messages room and recap everything that was discussed, so that if there's any dispute that needs to be reviewed by the team, there is evidence there on the messages page that this was what was discussed and this is what we have agreed upon. So
The thing that we talk about Upwork dispute is you don't come to agreement between the client and the freelancer, the money goes back to the client. Even though Upwork maybe told, okay, you don't agree, money comes back to the client. You have to go to arbitration to get your money as a freelancer. So you don't have any other option, right? And the second question is, what are the evidences that are going to be used in the arbitration? Is that the Upwork communication part, and what are the evidences?
So they're going to review all the messages, the information exchange that you've had. You can also provide your own.
Well, it's like the cases getting opened, and then the information that Upwork has would be transferred to the arbitrator for their review. Yeah, so they do make those decisions based on the information that they see.
Unfortunately,
Review it and make a decision.
we're
Let's say we get problem with the client, the money goes back to the client.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, and again, I think you should check out the community because there are a lot of stories where freelancers come back and they're like, I want to dispute.
Yeah, because it's in escrow, so it doesn't automatically go back. That's what the arbitration is for those funds. Arbitration is the legal, yeah. But yes, the 291, yes. So we're getting kicked off stage, but we will be around. So we have one more presentation, and then will be cocktail hour, so we can chat with you guys during that time. And I don't know who the next. Okay. Sorry.
Okay, guys, we have the last presentation. Just before we start, it will take us 15 to 20 minutes, but I think it's going to be very interesting for you because we're now going to have online the senior sales manager of MobiDev. MobiDev is Ukrainian agency. They are actually one of the top agencies in Central Eastern Europe. In Ukraine specifically, they were in top ratings on Elance back then, and now the third year in a row, they are top agency in Ukraine on Upwork, in web, mobile, and software. So I think before I will connect Helen in Skype, and I will give the word to Tamara.
just to choose the best posters on Instagram with our Upwork Live hashtag.
Thank you. Well, actually, we can make a choice. So we have 10 finalists or 10 winners, call it that way. So, we have the person actually who is the winner with the most likes. Is Sanja Bodiroga leaving yoga here? Yeah, okay. Hi, Sanja. So you're actually the winner because you had the most likes. And I will tell also the other names, and all of you guys will have 3 months free connections, which actually today is not that bad thing. Okay, TB is Tab. Okay, hi. Alex Čirić. Not here? No? Sanja, we say. Vojislav Tanasković. Hi, okay. Paradinho 85. No? Not here, okay. Jega ili Jeba sa Bubom. Buba. Buba nije ovde. Ajramčivok Jodiv. Okay. Highlander Joel. No? Okay. Iva 2. Okay, čao Iva. I Bizpress. Okay. Svakako ćemo vam poslati poruke i te linkove, tako da hvala puno na postovanju. Kao što vam je Katarina rekla, sada pošto Mobidev praktično nije mogao da dođe iz Ukrajine, onda smo ih zamolili da stream bude praktično preko Skype-a. Ona nam je rekla, znači oni su stvarno neka najbolja agencija u Ukrajini, pobeđuju godinu za godinom kao najtalentovaniji i najbolja agencija generalno na Upworku, tako da će se Helen sada pridružiti.
Do you hear me? Just say me if you hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I will probably give the word to you. I already made a quick intro of who you are and of Mobidev, but I think you will do it the best. So guys, please welcome Helen. If you see her, okay. We will test the sound right now. And I think it will be really interesting for you to hear how they grew and who they are now on Ukrainian market on Upwork. Thank you, Helen, for this time on Saturday. We know that you have such a heat as we do here, but everybody survived. So then the online floor is yours. Thanks for taking this time for us.
Thank you for introduction. Hi, everybody. Dobar dan, Serbia. I hope I pronounced it in a normal way. As you can see at the front slide of my presentation right now, sorry, just 1 second, I will turn on my headphones so I don't hear the echo.
Just one question, will you share the screen or should I do it? If you can share your presentation, that will be better.
Yeah, just 1 second.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, hopefully right now you can see my screen. Sorry. Do you see it okay right now? Yeah, it's fine? Okay. So yeah, now I'm turning off the headphones because I still hear myself. Yeah, so now it's great. So as you can see at the front slide of my presentation, I'm going to tell you about how agencies might success at Upwork, even though right now you can read that it's Mobidev's success story. I would not boast a lot about our achievements because it's definitely not the goal of my speech today. What I want to share is just our experience, some advice which we think might be helpful actually both for agencies and freelancers. And I assume that today there is a majority of freelancers presented at the event. So I truly hope that my presentation will be helpful and interesting for both types of guests today. So yeah, why right now you can see these two people at the next slide. So first of all, it's Oleg Lola. He's our CEO. The reason why his photo is on this slide is because everything started with him, and in particular, our story at Upwork back then at Freelance started with Oleg and a small group of his partners. And then it's me on the right, as you can see. I'm senior sales and solutions managers at Mobidev. My team and I are taking care of all coming requests from our potential and existing clients from various sources. And of course, I will talk today about Upwork because we do spend a lot of time at this platform on everyday basis in our business life. So at the next slide, you can see just some statistics about how it all started for ourselves. So as a company, we appeared in 2009, and since almost the first months, we decided to actually present ourselves at Eland back then, and that when already several years ago, Elance and Odesk they generated Upwork, so to say. We then switched, of course, to Upwork as a new platform. We used to be the top agency at Elance, and nowadays we are very pleased to obtain the top software development agency at Upwork title for a couple of years in a row so far. So hopefully it will give you some kind of persuasion that our advice might be relied on. So yeah, just to give you just a little bit more of the context sorry, for Mobidev and what kind of Upwork agency we are. So right now there are more than 250 people in-house. We are more than 9 years in business and have launched quite a big number of projects for various clients so far. And of course, the big part of those projects have been gained at Upwork. We do full cycle software development, so we focus, of course, on the technologies list you can see right now when we choose the categories we want to look through at Upwork, and in particular, that is how we search for particular job posts or filter particular proposals that to our profile. Yeah, so I'm going to talk a little bit about Upwork advantages for a company or an agency, terminology of the platform. So in our opinion, the big advantage is that all agencies might have both single profile, so a single corporate profile which present your company or your group of freelancers, your small team, and then there are profiles for managers and talents. In our case, we have profiles for everybody working on commercial projects. These are developers, designers, project managers, quality assurance engineers, business analysts. So whoever take part in a commercial in a client's project should have a profile, and the process of division the profiles into the corporate one and numerous agency members ones is also good for actually having many people from your team presented at Upwork, thus augmenting a possibility for your agency to have more invitations, more offers even, and then to submit proposals for various job posts from those profiles of those talents you have who possess the most relevant expertise for one or another job post. Then another point is that Upwork definitely has developed a really reliable escrow service, which is a very secure and convenient system for payment sending and receiving, and all the processes for billing, for time tracking, for actually the contract holding are very transparent. So I think that is a very big advantage of Upwork as a platform is if you have a new client who's still not so sure about your process because you haven't worked before, you might, even though it is not a client from Upwork, you can always suggest him or her on board the platform because the way how everything is organized, again, the escrow system is really secure and it doesn't depend on either of the parties. So Upwork is an active third party taking part in all this process, which might actually avoid all doubts from any of your new clients. Then a good advantage for ourselves, probably somebody of you also have those approaches, practice within your team or by yourself as a freelancer. So these are fixed price and hourly approach. We call the hourly one as a dedicated team approach. So we do have those two approaches being offered on a regular basis. Can choose a particular interface, so to say, for contract conditions, depending on what we have agreed with the client on. Then the big advantage, probably my favorite one, because since I'm mobile dev, I have been working with various Upwork programs, and probably the majority of you still remember such programs as Upwork Pro, Team Builder. Right now, they evolved into something more specific, which is right now is called Upwork Enterprise Program. So for us as an agency, definitely it's a big plus to have such a program because we can particularly receive requests or submit proposals for job posts which contain actually need for agency or for a team. So for us, it's of course much easier experience to actually work with such job posts because again, it's already 100%, we are 100% confident in this case that we will probably get the request which is relevant to our capabilities range. While within the general Upwork categories, we do have a big competition with all of you, with freelancers and other teams. That is why, of course, it takes more time for us to filter for relevant jobs. And definitely a big advantage, and I think that is what probably distinguish Upwork from other like bunch of platforms which I personally have investigated for my company and which I think you have discovered as well, is that Upwork has a huge flow of new job posts on daily basis. So if you need to actually find a particular job, an assignment, you can come to Upwork at any day of the week, and most definitely you will find something relevant for you or your team. So this is a huge advantage that everything is being updated and refreshed, so to say, on daily basis, on constant basis. Yeah, and I will start sharing some pieces of advice. Again, we do think that it might be helpful both for agencies and freelancers, and I assume that the majority of teams I'm going to share now are already well known to you. That this means that we are all doing great at Upwork and we are heading into the right direction, but if something from to be shared will be new and applicable for your process, I will be glad to know it. Yeah, so the first piece of advice is to define a portrait of your client. We do think that it is important actually for any business and for any kind of platform. Upwork is not an exception, because it's definitely important to define like your strengths and your capabilities range, of course, to provide particular range of services, but also it is very important to understand who your target audience is, what kind of clients you think you will actually satisfy with your range of services. Probably it can be types of businesses, types of industries you would like to work with, or even like either startuppers or already experienced product owners would like to work with. Probably it will be based on your, again, on your services type or on your previous experience. For instance, if you think that as a freelancer, it's hard for you to take big projects by yourself, which are offered by enterprise companies, for instance, then probably it is wiser for you to stop at some kind of startups offers or at small companies offers, and vice versa. The second point is actually to demonstrate your expertise in a proper way. First of all, of course, as Upwork is an online platform, and with most of the clients, you don't have any face-to-face communication. It is very important to make sure that your profile looks good, that there are no typos, that all your expertise is described in a very interesting and detailed manner, so nothing is omitted, nothing is missed, so you don't have to actually tell everything from the beginning to a new client, while he or she can check on your profile and everything will be understood in terms of your capabilities range. For probably the second one, the next one, sorry, is not so applicable for a freelancer, but even if you work in a small tandem or in a small group, we do think that it would be helpful to assign a particular person, if you're an agency or a group, to assign a manager to control company work, like any kind of work and performance at Upwork. Why we think that it is really necessary? Because if you, again, cannot control all the flow of job posts, of the open contracts, and running jobs by yourself, probably it means that you should focus on the actual performance of your job, and then you should ask a friend or a partner to actually check the messages, check the time tracker, check the contract for you. Again, it is of course more applicable for a group bigger than probably 5 or 10 people. In our case, these are like around 150 people who actually work on various projects on daily basis. They definitely don't have time to actually check on everything, and as a big agency, we cannot rely on every particular person to check on all the particularities. That is why we have a separate group of managers. We check that everything is going properly with our clients at Upwork. The rest of the advice is just like on the probably not so platform-based side, because again, it will be applicable for any area you try to gain more contracts and more jobs. So the first one is decent English skills. We definitely work in an English-speaking industry, and most of the clients, I think, are from the United States, Canada, Europe, and Australia. which means that these people are native English speakers, and they might be quite demanding in terms of your speaking skills and writing skills. That is why it is very, very important to develop your English level and to make sure that either you or your representative at Upwork speaks and writes English in a very solid way. The second from this group, from this category, is soft skills. This is the most subjective advice from our side, but we do think that, again, as at Upwork, you can't yet have all the time face-to-face personal communication, a lot based on what the new client has seen in your profile, on what you have written to him or her in a message group. A very important point is to make sure that you have a set of characteristic personal ones, which help you to actually to augment your business. So if you think that your friendly, open-minded, easygoing, very active style helps you to gain more clients, then probably it's the way you should go. Or, for instance, if you think that more serious, more, let's say, strict communication style is what is applicable for your processes, and that is how you might gain the type of the clients, the target audience you would like to achieve, then go in this direction. But that's the same actually advice as with defining a portrait of your client. Here, you should define what kind of soft personality skills might help you in leading your business further and in gaining more and more success at Upwork. And the last one here would be the icing on the cake. That's actually probably one of the small amount of the Upwork disadvantages, because definitely there is great, huge competition at the platform. And if you have a very standard text in your profile, if you communicate with the clients in a very standard manner without giving any consultation or any advice, just trying to perform your job and that's it, probably you won't be noticed so much among, again, your competitors. That is why there always should be actually the icing on the cake, as we call it. So try to understand what combination of skills, what experience make you or your group unique, and how you might attract the new client's attention to this icing, so to say. Yeah, the next slide, the next two slides be also regarding our advice. And the first one would be dedicated to never points, and the second one would be to always points, so to say. I would call this never and always, because these are some kind of standards of service we have defined for our team. So hopefully something will be applicable for your style and your practice as well. So never ignore messages and awkward questions. So probably again, as we come back to the huge competition at the platform, you should actually never skip or neglect the messages incoming. Like, so this would be the invites, or this would be the messages from the open proposals, or even the open contracts. So the communication should be really smooth, and you should try to answer all kind of questions to look solid, even if they are quite strange. Yeah, some soft skills, so to say. Again, getting back to personality, should never demonstrate annoyance or rudeness, because every client treat himself or herself as a unique one, and you should not show them that, okay, it's your like 20th client per day, and you would not want to hear about the next like application. So just try to treat everybody in a very polite way. Then this is a very obvious point of making mistakes in spoken and written speech. Again, getting back to decent English skills. Never throwing no light on a client's request. That's what probably is a big deal at Upwork, because everybody wants to gain the contract as fast as possible, and sometimes we don't pay a lot of attention to clarifying the details and just trying to say, okay, yes, we are capable, just award us a contract. It's not a very professional approach. Just try to perform at least a brief requirements analysis prior to discussing and opening a contract. And then something not so professional as well is setting not realistic false expectations. Again, it's your reputation, even though it's just a rating at Upwork. For those who work on Upwork on everyday basis, know very well that if you have unpleasant experience with any of the clients, if it is false expectations from your side or bad performance from your side, everything will affect your rating and your success score, which are very important aspects of the platform. Regarding always points, so again, almost the controversial points. Always process incoming requests and messages. My personal advice, just to, again, be successful in this big competition, just try to answer within at least several business hours. If it is not realistic, within 1 or 2 business days. Provide proper feedback. Just covered right now the reason your refusal, why you don't want to take a job. You're busy, because it's not interesting for you, because it's not within your abilities. Then always present your value propositions. Value proposals are those written, so to say, fixed icing on the cakes you or your group has defined as your unique ones. So always present them to your new client in the right way, not boasting so much about how perfect you are. Try to provide constant consultation and express interest and enthusiasm. Again, many of your new Upwork clients are also newbies at the platform, and it's always pleasant for them to have this attention and to feel that they are unique, even though you have just 10 like them during the day. And then try to adapt to interlocutor's communication style. This might be, again, in terms of choosing your communication style or choosing the words you write or you pronounce within the conversation to a client. These are usually not so admitted in an obvious way, but probably it will form an impression from you to this particular client. And then probably the last point I will cover with the challenges your group, your agency, you as a freelancer might face at Upwork. First of all, it's correlation between requests and platform offerings, and as a result, more complicated jobs filtering and search. What I'm here is that, as I already gave you an example with Upwork Enterprise Group program for ourselves, for instance, when you're an agency, it's definitely very difficult to search through a bunch of freelance-oriented jobs, and vice versa. If you're a freelancer specializing in a particular niche, it's usually quite difficult to filter through this huge bunch of new job posts on everyday basis. Just to avoid these issues, make sure that you know your categories you would like to work within, you know the filters, you know how to perform a prompt search to find relevant jobs on a regular basis as much as you need them. Then the second point, of course, applicable to every business area and platform, not only Upwork, are dishonest clients. I think that Upwork facilitates these issues in the way as, again, they have this very solid escrow system, and they have Upwork agents who might participate in a dispute if, unfortunately, your experience with a particular client is dispute. So I think at Upwork, this experience might be a little bit less painful, hopefully. And then the last point would be that as, again, on everyday basis, there is a big bunch of new job posts and then various offerings. Of course, you will face a lot of newbies at Upwork. So clients with little experience, not only with Upwork as a platform, but in any kind of business area which you specialize in. So just be patient, try to understand again whether these clients are within your target audience. If not, just politely provide them with refusals if they send you the proposals. If you're performing the job search by yourself, just make sure to skip those job posts if you don't want to spend your time on introducing a client to Upwork or to your business process. I think that's it. Thank you very much for your attention. And if we still have time, for questions, Kate, just let us know.
No.
No? So everybody is so tired because of the heat, so you could... Yeah. Yeah, thank you guys. Anyway.
Thank you so much for taking time and spending this for us. I know how it's hard to be the online speaker, so really appreciate it. Thank you and best regards to all the team there.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hvala vam puno. To bi bilo to, da kažem što se tiče samog ovog foruma. Nadam se da vam je bilo zanimljivo. Svakako da ovo je bilo malo drugačije, tako smo da probamo prosto nešto da ne bude samo predavanje neka klasičnog tipa kao što su bili prethodnih godina. Tako da hvala vam puno što ste izdvojili vreme i po ovoj vrućini došli. Tako da želela bih da vas pozovem da se pridružite nama na koktelu napolje i ukoliko imate neka pitanja ili nešto, ceo tim je i dalje tu, tako da dobrodošli ste sve. Hvala vam još jednom.